Dan Rather signed off with that?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Yeah. You're a student of television history. Courage. How long did that last? Was that one show, or was it for a while?
It takes courage just to look at that new haircut for me that he's got. So I don't know who talked him into that. Is that the 90s or is it the 90s anymore? No.
It's not the 90s, no. He went short. He went, he went
spiky.
Hey, listen, he's a 70-year-old man. He's 69 years old. He looks pretty good for that, huh? It's all right. I mean, Dan's hanging in there.
Uh-oh, they're showing my hair again. Yeah, who am I to be talking about anyone's hair? I know.
That's true. That is true. Glass houses. Goldman Sachs upgraded over at Lehman from a buy to a strong buy. Just want to let you know. We'll see whether the stock has any upside. Mark, back to you.
All right, thank you, David. Up next, the portfolio manager of the Oakmark Fund. Everybody else in the world is down this year. He's up 20%. We'll ask him how he did it, plus the first broadcast interview with the new U.S. Deputy Treasury Secretary Ken Dam. Top of the hour, Jack on the box. Jack Welch, former chairman and CEO of General Electric, now looking for a job, and we're his first stop. Don't go away.
Hey, Jim, you hear about Chanco Wireless?
I just ordered 200 shares.
I went for 300. I locked in at 25.10.
I got it for 25.05.
But we ordered at the same time.
That's too bad.
Well, why did your broker get it cheaper?
Because Ameritrade doesn't play favorites. They go to multiple market centers to look for the best price.
Well, my broker does that. Don't they?
I don't know. Some brokers buy from networks they own. Sometimes they sell you stock out of their own portfolios. And sometimes when you're really mad, your neck gets all blotchy.
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Fine. Attention, everybody. Please do not talk to Tom about his unfortunate stock purchase. See me for details.
Switch to Ameritrade for better order routing. To find out more about best execution, go to Ameritrade.com. Ameritrade. It's how you get somewhere on Wall Street.
Nickel for your thoughts?
Looking for some long-term capital appreciation, the Oakmark Select Fund has just over $4 billion in assets. Year-to-date return of 20%, one-year return, almost 30. Let's talk to the man with the hot hand. Joining us from Chicago, Bill Nygren, portfolio manager of the Oakmark Select Fund. Bill, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Mark. Good to be here.
Where are you making this money?
Well, I think the story in the marketplace over the last year and a half has been stocks moving back toward their underlying intrinsic value. That's meant the technology stocks have come down substantially, and it's meant just about everything else has done pretty well. We went into that period owning almost nothing in the technology sector, and our companies in consumer products, industrial products, and financials have all done quite well.
All right. How do you pick your stocks, Bill?
We try to estimate what an acquirer would pay for the business, and then we don't want to pay more than 60% of that number for the stock.
Does it? Let me interrupt you. Is that your first screen? Do you rule out certain sectors or certain market caps? Is that the first thing you look at?
Well, we don't look at small cap stocks in either the Oakmark or the Oakmark Select Fund, but
okay.
in the mid and large cap sector, we're looking for stocks that are undervalued. Then our further screens are we want companies that grow at least 10% a year, and we want managements that are economically aligned with the shareholders. We think that
revenue growth 10%?
Business value growth. So combination of earnings growth at an EBIT line, and then also looking at what they do with their free cash flow.
Yeah, and how do you determine the value? Is it a matter of... I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you right now. We have what appears to be a very serious... Is that the World Trade Tower?
Yeah.
This is...
Mark,
a plane hit it?
They think so.
This is one of the towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, which is clearly heavily involved in a smoke situation, and one would assume there is fire.
Mark, I heard from somebody who spoke to someone in the building. They just called me and they said they were told to evacuate and that they were told that a plane had hit the building. Now, again, I spoke to One of my Wall Street sources who said they had just heard from somebody at a Wall Street firm that has some offices in the building that they were told to evacuate and that a plane had hit the World Trade Center.
Now, you can see from this perspective that I would say about the top 15 or 20% of this building is affected in one way or another. We don't know whether the smoke condition originated on a lower floor and is working up, or is in the middle and working both ways. And as you can see, we really can't tell from these pictures whether there is any fire involved. It would seem to be a reasonable assumption given what we're seeing, but you never know. But this is obviously a very large problem of some sort. One would feel safe in saying there's a fire in there somewhere, and
well,
it's big. I mean, it has a lot of the building involved here.
We can only hope, Mark, given the time, that many people were not yet at work.
That is correct. That's a very good point. That is a 9 to 5 kind of environment, that building, although obviously many people would be there in the off hours, but the majority would not be coming to work until about 10 minutes from now.
It is also in the financial district, of course, on the west side of southern Manhattan, right near the World Financial Center, where a lot of Wall Street firms have their offices as well, not far from the New York Stock Exchange. You can imagine that that area is going to be filled with a lot of emergency vehicles, probably starting right now.
Again, we are looking at it from the west side looking east, correct?
I think so.
This camera is in Jersey City?
Yeah.
Matt Quayle, let us know when you can. I believe we're looking at it from...
It looks like the south building.
It does look like the south building. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. The report continues to be that a plane hit the World Trade Center.
That is what I was told, Mark, again, by somebody.
Now it looks like the north building.
I believe it is the north building,
yeah.
and because that's the Empire State Building in the foreground. So it is the north building, and it looks to me like there's a rather large hole in this north side of the north building. I'm talking about the way the smoke is coming out of that side of the building, roughly. Again, what strikes me is how many floors are involved. This is a very large part of this building.
You see the debris coming out.
Yes, and this, by the way, there are an awful lot of people who work, and the Twin Towers have their own zip code. There are so many people who work there, and there are so many offices there.
They recently sold, in fact, by the Port Authority of New York to an investment group, Mark.
It does appear to be... the damage does appear to be, probably has originated on the north side of the North Tower, but we are still, details very sketchy, and a lot of it is speculation until we can nail it down, but there does not appear to be any major damage, for example, on the side that we're looking, that is closest to the camera here. There does appear to be major damage to the exterior of the building from the north side. And I think it's also safe to say there is a significant fire going on inside that building right now.
Yeah, that hole, I guess it's hard to estimate.
See what I'm talking about? That entire area seems to be gone. Seems to have been crashed in somehow.
And obviously high up. Hard to say exactly what floors, but certainly the highest floors, somewhat above the very top, the observation deck there. You can see.
How many floors are there? About
103.
103.
I believe is how many floors. And I think that is the tower with the observation deck. You can see, well, that's the one that's got the antenna there that a lot of New York relies on.
I mean, that's restricted.
That reminds me, this could also lead to an interruption in broadcasting in some New York TV stations. So be alert to that possibility. But these are remarkable pictures, frankly.
Mark, that's restricted airspace, right? I mean, there's no plane supposed to be around there, right?
No, and this is why.
Well, that's what I mean. But I mean, what do we start? I mean, you know, I guess that's the conjecture that.
I should point out the observation deck is on the other building, on the other tower.
The one without the antenna.
Without the antenna, that's right.
Yeah. Now you see
no smoke's breaking out on
the damage. The damage appears to be fairly widespread. I mean, you've got smoke. you've got broken windows on the face that we're looking at now. That's a considerable distance from the wall that faces north, which appears to be where the major damage is. And now you can see flames. Yeah.
Bottom right.
All right. Now we definitely have a fire situation. Not that we thought it wasn't, but you know, you can't. You don't want to jump to conclusions. I remember when the what was it? TWA
exactly.
Flight 800 went down. The initial reaction was, well, it had to be a bomb because the 747 is such a safe plane, and it turned out not to be.
There's no reason.
So you don't want to get ahead of yourself.
But you would figure that
what's going on.
That planes are not supposed to be flying around there.
Mark, on the wires.
What's concerning me is the fact that this appears to be still spreading.
Yeah, on the wires, Mark, we should point out that witnesses are saying it was a twin-engine plane that flew right into the northern tower there of the World Trade Center. Twin-engine plane, at least on the wires, according to witnesses.
Now this is an ironic shot to be taking right now. Go back to that shot of Empire in the foreground, because the Empire State Building itself was hit by an airplane. A B-25 bomber crashed into the 79th floor of the Empire State Building around the time of World War II. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly when. This has happened before, ironically, to these two buildings. The first one was Empire. Now this morning, we have an airplane of some kind. We believe a twin-engine civilian craft of some sort, I would assume.
It does not say at this point, Mark, again, relying on wire reports here, relying on witnesses. They simply say...
We have people going to the scene, by the way, to try and...
Yeah, huge explosion, and, well, you can see the damage that's been inflicted. And we can only hope, again, given the fact that it was fairly early, that many people were not yet in their offices, and that most of that area, the Trade Center, was vacant. We can hope.
Of course, the worst thing could well be, and this is totally conjecture, that, you know, on a clear day, you know, someone doesn't miss seeing that. Obviously, that this could be a suicide mission.
Ah, boy, yeah, that hadn't occurred to me.
Well, that's what I meant. Why would... No, I don't. You know, you just don't want to conjecture.
That's true. Well, the bomber that flew into the Empire State Building did so at night and in bad weather. This obviously is a different situation, and you can see now that there is obviously a fire situation that is. I don't know whether it's out of control, but it's certainly severe. And as we watch, at least the external indications are that it's getting worse. I think we can now pretty much make out a very large hole in the north side of, and again, you're looking at the North Tower, but it looks like that area toward the top of the tower, as you're looking at it now, that looks to me like a very large area broken in that could well be where the collision occurred. Again, we have people on the way to the scene, and we're relying primarily on wire reports, which are very cryptic, and on what you can deduce simply by looking at the pictures. But again, if you're just joining us, reports are that a plane, a twin-engine plane, crashed into the World Trade Tower, the North Tower. Fire at the moment appears to be spreading through the, looks to be about the top 20% of the building involved. Not all of it, but part of the top 20% of this building are clearly involved in flame. And Alina Cho has just joined us. Alina, do you have anything to add?
Well, just that we're getting several conflicting reports, Mark, as you continue to look at this picture. I have been listening to our NBC affiliate, WNBC Channel 4. They've had several witnesses on the phone. One witness, a woman, was just talking and said that she was on the ground, obviously, and had noticed, along with several others, the sound of a plane flying very low. They noticed it because they saw it flying very low. It looked like it was heading straight for the World Trade Center. They heard a big boom, obviously, and shattered glass came raining down onto them. There is another report that we're getting in here from another broadcast network saying that it was a commercial jet. It is obviously very difficult to tell from looking at that picture because I suppose it depends on, well, there are two.
It appears to be the main trauma to the building appears to be there on the north wall.
We're looking at
and
it
that's
right
a
there.
fairly big hole. But of course, you don't know. You don't know how that kind of damage can be caused. You know, we're not experts on collision damage, but it's a pretty big hole.
We're also getting a report just in from our internal NBC file that says that possibly a commercial jet, again, a big question mark there, a 737. Here's according to an eyewitness, it wasn't dropping steadily lower, appeared not as if plane was in trouble, no nose down. I'm reading directly from this, so it's obviously just some thoughts.
Again, speculation, but another thing that strikes me as I look at these pictures is, if indeed the plane entered the building from the right side of, as you are looking at it now, if it hit the face that is on the right side, right there, where the jagged edge sloping down is, we have flames almost on the other side of the building, which indicates that this was something fairly big or something that had an awful lot of momentum
to go through it,
to go, you know, deeply into the building. But again,
this one woman who was speaking to WNBC, again, our NBC affiliate in New York, was saying that it did not appear to be a big jetliner. She did see the plane, she says. She called it a small jet plane. Obviously not an expert. When prodded by the anchor, she continued to say it did not appear to be a twin-engine plane, something larger than that. Again, whether it was something as large as a 737, we still obviously don't know.
Very difficult to tell. I'll tell you what, our sister station, WNBC, of course, has a great deal of experience covering news events in New York. We're going to go to their coverage for a while.
And, you know, fight it from it. If you're taking a look now, you can see that we've just had another explosion, and that is considerably lower. And is that in the other building? Is that what I'm witnessing?
That apparently does look like it is in the other building at this point.
And that looks to be lower, which means there, you know, obviously there are considerable numbers of stories above that explosion that we just saw. Perhaps we can get another look from one of our sky cams that can take a different angle. Yes, you can tell that it now appears that both buildings are suffering some kind of damage this morning. My colleague Glenn Walker has just joined me here in the studio. And Glenn, I don't know if you've received any other information, but perhaps you can again go over what we do know at this point, which is pretty much visual and what eyewitnesses have told us.
Well, I would hate to speculate, but that looks like a completely separate incident right there. I mean, this building has been the subject of terrorist attacks in the past, and I certainly wouldn't want to speculate at this time, but that is a separate explosion.
Yes, it is.
In the other building. Now, we have tried to get a hold of the Port Authority, which manages the building. We haven't been able to get an answer. We did call MTA, and the MTA says the subway service as of right now is continuing, so that's not a problem because it's obviously very below, but I imagine that will change very quickly after what we just witnessed. That was a dramatic explosion. Again, it was in the separate tower than the one to where the plane just crashed into about a half hour ago.
Yes, and again, there was no sign of any airplane close.
We're interrupting Channel 4. Maria Bartiromo was in the area. You all saw, if you were watching, the second explosion. Maria was in the area and says, in fact, a second airplane hit the other tower, which would indicate that what you have is certainly strong evidence of some kind of suicide attack on the buildings. But Maria Bartiromo was in the neighborhood looking up and says she saw a second plane fly into the side of the second tower. So I'm almost at a loss for words. I've never seen anything like this, and I've been doing this for many decades. If you were watching, you saw a tremendous second explosion on the South Tower.
And Mark, I want to remind you, this is consistent with what eyewitnesses are telling our NBC affiliate WNBC, which is that the plane was flying very low. They noticed that because of that fact, and that it looked like it was headed straight for the World Trade Center, that it didn't appear as though nothing, that anything was wrong with the plane necessarily, that it was experiencing any trouble, but that it was in fact headed for the World Trade Center.
I know. Who would have thought that there would be two of them?
Right.
And apparently there were two of them, and you can see the enormous amount of damage. You know, that may explain the spread of the damages, not because the plane or planes were big, but they were loaded as bombs.
Loaded. Yeah.
Mark, I want to quickly mention, I'm hearing from our producer that the New York Stock Exchange is being evacuated. This might, be some obvious news here. Obviously, the offices in the area, Merrill Lynch.
This is an enormous disaster on Wall Street right now. John Bussey of the Wall Street Journal is in the area. Let's go to John and find out what he knows. John, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mark, I'm here.
What do you know, John?
Mark, I'm on the side of the building that's on the south side. I am looking up at the buildings from just across the street. It is an extraordinary scene. The top several floors, as you can see, are aflame, and smoke is coming up. The second explosion just happened. I did not see what Maria saw because I'm probably on the back side of the building. However, the hole came through the back side. There are gaping holes in the World Trade Center. Papers flying down.
John, let me interrupt you. We have Maria on the phone. Maria, tell us what you saw.
Come here. Yes, hi, Mark. You saw the plane going right into it. I'm standing right on Broadway looking up to both towers. They are on fire at the top of it. I'm seeing what you're seeing, obviously, what is on air. There is debris coming from the building, and I'm not sure what it is, but it's clearly that there was plane that went right into one of the towers, a second plane. I'm here right now with a bystander who actually watched the plane go in. Tell us exactly what you saw.
I just saw out of nowhere the plane came in, crashed right into the Trade Center, and went right through. Just full speed, didn't stop, just right through the whole center, right through the whole building.
And that was the second plane that actually went into the second tower. What I'm looking at right now is the top of the towers on fire, debris falling. The Broadway obviously is filled with watchers. And then when the plane crashed into the second tower, it was a large explosion, a very loud explosion, and everyone really ran for their lives because it was quite loud and quite smoky.
Maria, David Faber wants to ask you a question.
Maria, I'd spoken to somebody in the first tower. It appeared both had been evacuated prior to that second airplane hitting. Is that your understanding?
I'm not sure, David. I know that there was an evacuation call in both towers. I don't know that both buildings were evacuated. I can't confirm that from where I'm standing, which is right on Broadway and Wall Street, watching the towers on fire.
And is that entire area now being cordoned off where you are? I would assume it's filled with emergency
Well, I mean,
vehicles.
there's still a bit of a disarray going on. To be honest, I mean, the fire trucks are coming. People are still standing around. There hasn't been...
Maria, let me bring John Bussey, and John has more to add to this. John, as we watch unbelievable video here. John?
Yeah, Mark, I'm actually right outside of the World Trade Center in a building across the street where the Wall Street Journal's located, and we're looking right down onto the street as the fire engines arrive. These holes in the building are what you expect would happen. I mean, there's furniture that rained down, papers everywhere. Pieces of the building are still smoking, a flame falling from the building onto parking lots nearby. There are cars on fire around the base of the building. It looks like a ticker tape parade went through here, ironically. There's just papers everywhere. I do not see large crowds coming out of the buildings yet. Some of these exits have been blocked off, apparently, at least near the Marriott Hotel, and I could see people leaving over a traverse from the World Trade Center building, but not large crowds out on the street. Partly, Mark, because when this happened, I was outside on the other side of our building. I did not see it other than the effect. material went blasting out from the buildings at least a block or two. I could hear something come in to the building. It was like a jet engine or an aircraft engine of some sort, it sounded like. And then just a massive explosion and then pieces of the building falling.
All right, John, we have on tape the second attack. These are attacks. I'm going to start calling them attacks. Watch in the upper right-hand portion of your screen. You will see a plane coming in a dive.
Oh, my gosh.
And then hitting the side of the building. Quite obviously a deliberate. These acts are deliberate. We can now rule out any accident.
Mark, these are holes in the side of the building that stretch floors. This is not a B-24, coming in at one or two floors of the building, like happened as you were describing earlier, and demolishing one or two floors. These are several floors that are now aflame, engulfing the entire top of the building. And the emergency services are just now arriving. I mean, they have been here now for several minutes, shortly after the explosion. But clearly, they're just organizing themselves. I think this is going to be a very long day as they try to extinguish these extensive flames that are on either side of the building.
John, I want to bring in at this point the news that obviously an awful lot of our viewers are probably very concerned about people that they know in this area, and they're trying to reach them on the cell phones, and the cell phones in that area are down. So if you have loved ones in the area, they're not going to be able to call you. You're not going to be able to call them. It's just an added, I realize, it just heightens the anxiety, but that's the way it is. So we're told that cell phone service in that area is down. As a side note, really unimportant as far as I'm concerned, but the futures have gone down about 25 points. Obviously, an act like this, and it now appears to be a deliberate terrorist act, will rattle the markets, but this is a short-term thing. Don't concern yourself with the money when you're looking at the damages. Let me recap for you. For those of you who are just joining us, about a half an hour ago, an airplane hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. That's the one closest to you in this picture.
Here comes that plane again.
And now you see the second attack. It's dropping down in front. You really kind of lose sight of it once it's about the same color as the buildings. But then about 18 to 20 minutes after the first plane came this second plane, which you just watched. John Bussey mentioned the size of the holes or the depth, and Jerry Clower and I were talking about how far into the building. That's what led me to believe the planes were very large.
Mark, I want to interrupt you for just one moment. I'm just hearing from our producer that the FBI is investigating a possible plane hijacking just before the crash. Nick, are you hearing if that was international? Nothing yet. Okay. The FBI, just want to recap, is investigating a possible plane hijacking just before the crash.
Well, it's hard to believe that there would be two plane hijackings because two planes.
Is this today significant in any religious holiday for any?
I was just thinking, is it a significant anniversary of anything?
Is there something? Does anyone have that?
Well, let me take a look here.
We'll probably look into that.
Any viewers?
Mark?
Yeah.
We should point out both these towers are homes to a number of Wall Street firms that either have offices there or even their headquarters. I got a call, as I said.
Well, they're also a symbol of American capitalism.
Well, of course. But I think we can hope that the first tower, both towers were evacuated when the first plane hit, so that the second tower, 20 minutes later or so, when that attack occurred, may very well have been empty. We can hope. At that point, or certainly close to.
I just want to interrupt you because we're getting some more information from NBC. This is from a United Airlines employee. He says he's hearing from the United Command Center that an American Airlines plane, a 757 Airbus, was hijacked and crashed purposely into the Trade Center. A second plane was then flown into the second tower. That is what we are hearing from our NBC sources from a worker from United Airlines.
All right, so they were big airplanes.
Mark,
757
John Bussey, yes.
Yeah, Mark, if anybody who's interested in seeing this, I would advise staying far from the building. There's still large pieces of debris, huge chunks of metal falling down, and these pieces of metal are smashing against nearby these fire trucks. So this is kind of a disaster that's still unfolding. Steer clear of the place.
Certainly, yes, and I mean, if you do want to see this, you don't have to get all that close because this is visible for dozens of miles in every direction.
And Mark, as you had predicted, the local television stations, at least one, if not two, maybe all of them have been knocked off the air, at least for a time being. I don't know if they're back on now. I don't believe that they are.
It will be a while. Their main transmitting facilities are in the building with the huge antenna that you're looking at. The main transmitters are on the top floors just underneath the antenna. Some stations have backup facilities on Empire State Building, but in cost-cutting moves, much of them abandoned their Empire State Building facilities. The FBI is investigating reports of plane hijacking before the crashes. It's still not clear. Obviously, a lot of this is still not clear, but we did see for ourselves a plane hit the second tower. So we know that was the cause of the second tower, and we have good reason to believe that a plane hitting the first tower as well. Now, whether someone has hijacked two jetliners or that we don't know, but we definitely saw a plane hit the second tower. Maria Bartiromo, who was the first to report that, is out on the street. Maria, can you add anything more now? All right, she can't hear me right now.
Mark, the cell phone, as you point out, also, I think, connected with that radio tower at the top as well. Yeah. Cell phone, so that's why, in part...
and you know something, David? Even if it were working, it would be so overloaded you wouldn't get through.
Right. Good point.
And that is a terrible, terrible addition to the anxiety, because I'm sure that many people watching television right now have loved ones who work in that area, and they don't know where they are, and there's just no way we can help them right now.
President Bush is expected to comment on this very soon. He is in Florida pushing his education plan, but he is just getting word about this from his aides. He will be at a Sarasota event and is expected to talk about this very soon. Obviously, we will go to that when we...
Again, our primary concern here is for human life, but do we know whether any markets operating in that area have decided to suspend trading for today?
New York Stock Exchange has been evacuated.
All right, the New York Stock Exchange has been evacuated. Yes, there you see it. So,
well, the American is right nearby. I would assume that would be the case.
The stock market official, has the NYSE canceled, or simply we're on hold here? Okay. And the NASDAQ is considering the same thing. And I'm sure the New York Mercantile Exchange is in one of the towers, isn't it? I think it's in one of the towers where they trade oil and things of that nature. Now, obviously, they would be shut down.
A large part of the employees of those buildings, I think, are also civil servants, aren't they? Isn't there a lot of civil service?
Well, I know the governor of New York has an office in one of the towers. I've been there. So, yeah, there is a lot of civil service. There is a lot of Wall Street. There are actual markets. The New York Mercantile Exchange is housed in one of the buildings. It has been evacuated. The New York Stock Exchange has been evacuated. Want to emphasize, nothing has happened at these other locations, but they're just being prudent. They're saying, well, we've had two apparent terrorist attacks within an 18-minute period on the World Trade Center, and if you are running an organization that could be a target, obviously you take the safe steps and you say, let's evacuate. But nothing has actually happened at the New York Stock Exchange. They're simply doing the prudent thing. I would imagine an American doing the same thing. Yes, John Bussey.
The smoke that you're seeing is partly as a result of the explosion, but now there is a rather ferocious fire that's underway in the building, stretching many floors upward, and it's evidently gaining in intensity. This is from the level of the explosion upward, and of course there are many floors above where this explosion happened, whatever the cause was.
You're referring, John, to the second tower attack? The second tower attack?
This is the first tower.
Okay.
This is the northern more tower of the World Trade Center.
Right.
And you're seeing that smoke begin to intensify.
Yes, we see it.
Partly because on the south side where I am, the south side of the tower, there's an evidently very intense fire that's underway, and I suspect that's part of the reason why you still see very large chunks of the building raining down across. I'd say a good 10 city blocks, New York City blocks from that North Tower, there's a parking lot which I'm right over. There are cars on fire that evidently got hit by debris, and these cars are just burning untended to the ground. There's one completely engulfed in flames, and mind you, this is quite a distance from this first building, and those fires began right after the first explosion, and then just got exacerbated by this second one a few minutes later.
John, this is Alina Cho. We're just getting this bulletin in that a senior government official speaking on the condition of anonymity said that the agency is pursuing reports that one or both of the planes were hijacked and that the crashes may have been the result of a suicide mission. Of course, you know...
Are they saying
Mark,
that both planes?
One or both planes. One or both planes that moved at 9:19:51 for your own knowledge, Mark, so you can look that up
I see it, yes.
yourself. Associated Press has reported.
We have no word. I believe I saw something earlier that 6 people are confirmed dead.
You know what? That's confusing because, you know, those were the same number of casualties as the 1993 blast. And so I'm not sure, and it was attributed
That's a very
to another...
good point, yeah.
I'm not sure if that...
I wouldn't imagine at this point
too early. There's no way
that
they know.
any official fire or any safety official is totting up any casualties right now. Right now, we would be relying only on eyewitness accounts, which aren't always reliable. Many people see things that didn't actually happen, but we clearly have a major disaster underway in the financial district of New York, and it has...
And in fact, there is confirmation commodity trading in the New York Board of Trade was shut down, according to traders, so that I'm not sure if we reported that earlier, but that is in fact the case.
Now I'm told that the New York Stock Exchange is at least not officially suspending trading today. We still have 8 minutes to the opening bell, and they have not yet said that they are not going to trade. They haven't said they are going to trade either.
They may well wait just until...
We have...
New York City airports are closed. We're just learning from our NBC internal file, as well as for our New York viewers who are familiar with this, the Lincoln Tunnel is closed as well.
Well, the Lincoln Tunnel was once the target of a terrorist plot, so it would make sense to shut that down. We know that a terrorist organization at one point about 10 years ago was thinking of attacking the Lincoln Tunnel. This obviously is a coordinated...
Mark?
Yes.
Bob Pisani is reporting the New York Stock Exchange is going to delay its opening as of now, and the NASDAQ is scheduled to open at 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Did the big board say until what hour they're delaying?
No.
Okay.
Just a delayed opening as of now. You know, I know a number of firms in that building. Cantor Fitzgerald, one of the big bond trading firms, is in that building and on a high floor.
I want to remind our viewers as well that President Bush has just learned of this tragedy. He was at an event in Sarasota, Florida. I believe he was reading to children at the time, pushing his education plan. He has now cut short that trip. He canceled his event. He will be making a statement very shortly, and then he will be leaving for Washington. So we are monitoring that as well, and we will bring that to you as soon as we
All right, the FBI is making an interesting statement. It says the World Trade Center plane crashes, actually, plural, result of foul play. That is to say, someone did this deliberately, but we have no idea what the motivation was. And I suppose it could be something other than terrorism.
But Mark,
I can't think of what it would be.
Mark, in recent months, different areas of the world have been put on heightened alert due to tangible threats from some of the well-known organizations as well. But at this point, even...
Well, this is...
I think you have to say it's terrorism in light of the fact that there are two. If there were one...
Well, I would say it's the most likely explanation. But then, again, having gone through TWA 800...
Right.
I'm not ready to go up that far. Even when it's obvious, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. I mean, it seemed to me obvious that a 747 doesn't blow up in midair, and yet that one did. So
well, we at least know this, that the FBI...
We know it's deliberate. We know it was caused by airplanes crashing into the building. towers.
Right.
Who did it? With whose airplanes? We have a report there may have been some hijackings, but we don't know for sure. All we know is it was a deliberate attack. 2 different airplanes hit 2 different World Trade Center towers, approximately 18 minutes apart. The first one came without warning. After the first one, authorities ordered an evacuation of the second tower, as well as the one that was hit, obviously. But only 18 minutes later, the second plane came in. And not to sound like a worrywart, but it takes more than 18 minutes to evacuate a building of that size. These things are gigantic.
Mark, I'm probably going to...
Bob Pisani is on the phone. Bob?
Good morning, Mark.
I'm sorry, he's where? Oh, he's on the floor of the big board.
Yes, I am. I'm down here at the big board, Mark. I was coming down the West Side Highway when the first explosion occurred, and we looked up, and my driver said, "What is that?" And there was a gigantic fireball, debris raining down, and we got off. The police were not allowing anybody immediately underneath the building, which turned out to be fairly fortunate because, as you noted, 18 minutes later, the second explosion occurred. That's when it got very chaotic. There is a lot of debris on the ground, a lot of ash that's around. I came over here to the building, Mark, and the people here are a bit shell-shocked, but Dick Grasso, the head of the New York Stock Exchange, just got off of the loudspeaker system here saying that the opening would be delayed. We don't know exactly. I've talked to some officials. We do not know exactly when the NYSE will open, but there is going to be a delayed open. They will give a 10-minute notice prior to the opening, Mark.
They're in an interesting position, Bob, a conundrum of sorts. On the one hand, great damage has been done to buildings in which many people who work on Wall Street work, and we have no idea at this stage how many of them may have been hurt or perhaps even lost their lives. On that score, one would think that the New York Stock Exchange would decide not to trade today. On the other hand, on the other part of that equation is the New York Stock Exchange officials may well feel that to not trade today would be to admit that the terrorists, if terrorists they be, have won a round, and perhaps they don't want to do that. So it would not be an easy decision either way. So I suppose the suspension or the postponement is probably the best thing to do at the moment.
That's right, Mark. And I spoke to the head of security here as I was coming in the building and asked him what his plans were. And at that time, this was 15 minutes ago, their plan was to try to keep as many people as possible inside the building, immediately in here, and asking people standing at the door not to go out on the street at this point. So the NYSE is planning a delayed opening at this point, although we don't know exactly when.
All right, both Maria Bartiromo and John Bussey are near phones and have been down in the area and gathering information. So I'm going to go first to Maria and see what she can add, and then we'll go to John, and we'll just do kind of do it that way. Maria?
Thanks, Mark. Well, I was standing outside watching the event, and it truly was like a movie. The plane going right into the second tower. There is debris which is continuing to fall in the area, and basically people are just standing around watching this extraordinary happening.
Maria, the size of the second airplane, we can see it on videotape, but because it's almost the same color as the building, a little difficult to see the size. Did it appear to you to be of a commercial airliner size or smaller?
It looked to be smaller than commercial. I'm not sure what, I mean, it happened so quickly, so I can't tell you exactly how large it was, but it definitely looked to be smaller than a commercial airliner.
Okay. John Bussey, have you anything to add at this point?
Yeah, Mark, those flames on the North Tower are getting yet more intense. They are about half the building wide. Where the hole is, I can see them. Presumably, they're also behind the remaining piece of wall in the building.
This is the tower that was hit first, John?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
So those flames are getting more and more intense, so they now have a massive fire on their hands as well. I'm across the street underneath that tower in the World Financial Center, just across West Street, for those who know New York. We're in buildings that Amex, Merrill Lynch, Oppenheimer use as offices and headquarters, and they've been evacuating these buildings as well, though they have been basically undamaged by these explosions. When the explosion happened, I was outside, and the debris moved south. The explosion somehow seemed to blow material southward down the island of Manhattan.
And some of that material, John, I noticed was sort of research and papers from Cantor Fitzgerald coming out of... Now, I know that Cantor Fitzgerald...
John and Maria, I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment. President Bush about to make a statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I, unfortunately, will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary of Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
All right, President Bush stating what he knows. Apparent terrorist attack is what the president said. It's certainly, again, we don't want to say, we don't want to get too far ahead, but we saw the second attack live on television, unfortunately, and apparent terrorist attack certainly seems to be a fair assessment.
Mark, New York television is quoting police who say that the World Trade Center planes were hijacked from Boston. So that is the latest detail that we have. Of course, the president just saying that he's going to hunt down and find those folks who committed those acts that the United States will not tolerate.
All right, let's get back out to the field. I had to interrupt Maria and John Bussey earlier because of the president. And let's return to John Bussey. I believe you were in the middle of telling us something when that happened.
Yes, the buildings across the street from the World Trade Center, which the Wall Street Journal is also housed, has Oppenheimer, American Express, Merrill Lynch, several brokerages use them as offices. These are being evacuated, and they're undamaged from what I can see.
You want me to go outside?
I'm looking up at the building, and there's still debris raining down. There are fire trucks, dozens and dozens, as you would imagine, but the fire fighters are having a hard time getting into the building, partly because there is so much debris that's coming down. As Maria noted, papers were blasted south out of the building, and I'm now looking out over West Street onto Liberty Street, which is right in front of the second building that was hit, the World Trade Center building that was hit. And it is virtually covered with papers. The parking lot across the street, there are cars on fire, chunks of metal everywhere. It just, it looks like you would imagine. So these fires continue to flame. Apparently, the fighters are just getting up there because these things are basically out of control and getting much, much worse.
Yeah, well, that's right, John. And a good point to make here is that people, of course, are familiar with the movie The Towering Inferno, and certainly in this case, there's no fire apparatus can reach that high. The only way to fight this fire is to go into the building and fight it from within. And you can see just looking at it that must be an extremely perilous undertaking.
Mark, I hate to make reference to another movie at a time like this, but sometimes life does imitate art. When I was standing outside on the other side of the World Financial Center, and this first explosion occurred, I heard what sounded like jet engines coming in low. We're not too far from a National Guard center. Sometimes these planes come down the Hudson and buzz the Statue of Liberty a bit. I thought that's what it was until this massive explosion, which at first sounded like a sonic boom. Then I looked up, and there was debris raining down out of the sky like scenes, unfortunately, from the movie Armageddon, where, asteroids hit New York City and pieces of buildings get blown out. It was in fact, just that dramatic as these chunks of the building fell down onto the street.
Yeah, it is incredibly dramatic. Now, from where you stand, John, and again, I just want to get back to very quickly to my point of the fact that the firemen have to fight these fires from inside the building. I mean, these are incredibly brave men and women who are going to go into that building right now and try and do that. John, as to the second tower, the tower that was hit second, which is my understanding is the South Tower, that does not appear to have broken out into the uncontrolled fire that we've seen elsewhere, or has it? Do you have a vantage point on that at all?
I'm on the southwest corner of that building, across Liberty Street and West Streets, looking up at it, and there's a massive hole out of the south portion of that south building. Then there's smoke also now coming out of the other side of the building, I can see, and flames. And so, yes, it does look like the firefighters are going to have the same trouble with this building, which is smoke, extraordinary damage, followed by what looks now like a fire that they're going to have to contend with many dozens of floors up.
And the second attack, the attack on the South Tower, who knows? The attackers are almost certainly dead. They were in the plane. They were either in command of the plane, or one way or another. They were either flying it, or they were holding a gun to someone's head. They're dead. But it appeared the attack on the second tower was aimed quite a bit lower than on the first tower, and would therefore create much more of a zone, because fire naturally tends to travel up.
That's correct, Mark. It is the hole that I see, at least, out of the south side of the building, which I believed was the exiting wound to the building. Not the entry point of the building.
If you're looking at the south side, that would be the exit point, yes.
That's right, because I saw, as I was waiting to speak with you, I saw this explosion go out from the south side of the building, so it likely entered the other side.
Right.
It is, as you point out, several floors below the other structural damage to the building, to the north tower. But the flames, so far, while I can see them in the south tower, they're nowhere near as intense and as engulfing as they are in the north tower.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at on TV, and I just wanted to make sure that we are only seeing roughly half of the surface of each building as we look from one direction. But the South Tower, so far, does not appear to have broken out in the kind of raging fire in the North Tower. And again, at times like these, I just marvel at firefighters who are actually going to go up there. They're climbing right now and risking their lives to fight this thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alina.
Quickly, I want to add here that we're just getting from Dow Jones, which is consistent with our earlier reports from NBC and other sources, that it was an American Airlines 767, American Airlines 767 from Boston, involved in the World Trade Center crash. I'm
a very large airplane.
I'm assuming that's the first. We're talking about the first crash there. And that is consistent with earlier reports. Again, Dow Jones is reporting that an American Airlines 767 from Boston was involved in the crash.
Okay, we're going to go back to WNBC Channel 4, which is working the scene on the street below. Let's join their coverage for a moment.
It's nothing like I've ever seen. Nothing like anybody here in New York has ever seen either. That's the scene here from Prince and Worcester Street, and we'll talk to some other people as time goes on.
Joe, you are not close enough to... Okay, apparently Joe cannot hear us, so thank you, Joe. We appreciate that. Obviously, we are, again, trying to ferret out all the information we can about exactly what happened in Lower Manhattan this morning. The president has said it was a terrorist attack. There were 2 airplanes involved. Dozens of eyewitnesses have told us that. One of them appeared to be bigger than the other. The second bigger than the other.
And we all witnessed it right here on live television. Caught us all completely off guard. A normal work day here in Manhattan has come to a standstill. We've been told that the subway lines 1, 2, 3, and 9 have been shut down. All the Hudson River crossings have been shut down. The New York Stock Exchange has closed down for the day. And right now, a lot of people are just stunned in shock. Again, 2 airplanes, 2 separate incidents, minutes apart, crashing into both towers of the World Trade Center. And you certainly see the result as far as the structural damage. I mean, it is major. And as you said, President Bush said that this is an apparent terrorist attack. We expect to hear from Mayor Giuliani in just a couple of minutes. Governor Pataki is in town. As a matter of fact, he does have an office in the World Trade Center, but President Bush says that he has talked to the governor.
Right.
So as far as we know, the governor is okay. And like I said, we should hear from Mayor Giuliani in the next couple of minutes.
But again, to reiterate, we know nothing about what happened to the people who work on those in those floors, in those buildings. So we are simply waiting to find out about injuries and casualties, if indeed that's what happened. So you were looking at a scene that one would wish you could never witness in a city like this.
Of course, this is the second major attack on the World Trade Center. There was the bombing back in 1993. And, of course, that was at the bottom. And the top of the building, obviously very vulnerable, and we certainly witnessed that today.
Right, with all the security changes that they've made on the bottom, so nobody can get up there without the right kind of clearance. But it's vulnerable to attack by air.
Absolutely. You can't stop it up there.
We are going to once again go to Katie McGee because, as we've been telling you, the city is literally at a standstill. No one's being allowed in from any of the river crossings. And the subway lines have been shut down in that area, and the airports are all closed. Katie, what more can you tell us?
Jane, this is the latest. The city at this point is at a standstill. All three major area airports, LaGuardia, Kennedy, and Newark, are closed at this point to all incoming and outgoing traffic. All bridges and tunnels. No one is letting any traffic head into town. At this point, outbound, you are going to find some people. We just saw some folks that had been sitting in one of the tubes coming out of the Lincoln Tunnel. They were allowed out, but now everybody being turned away. We also saw a backup down near Canal Street waiting to get into the outbound Holland. Those people also being turned away. At this point, again, no one being allowed to head into the city. For all intents and purposes, all train service suspended is what we're hearing at this point. Police are saying, please leave the city if you can. Of course, this is rough because of the way traffic is right now. You really, really want to steer clear of anywhere south of Midtown. And again, everyone right now being turned away. We saw traffic trying to get into the Lincoln Tunnel, actually turning around and backing up buses, New Jersey Transit buses, bringing people back into New Jersey, never even making it close to the entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel.
Katie, what do you think right now would probably be the best way to get out of Manhattan? Probably head up the FDR and the West Side Highway?
At this point, you're going to want to try and get as north as possible. I can see from one of my cameras live right now the westbound Cross Bronx heading in towards the outbound George Washington Bridge. Traffic is in an absolute crawl right now, but they are letting you get onto the bridge and, from what it looks like, come in over it and back into New Jersey. I do see traffic coming outbound George Washington Bridge, inbound again, completely stopped. If you were planning on heading into the city, even if you think you may still have a meeting, at this point, again, you're being advised to please stay where you are.
For example, if you lived in New Jersey, your best bet probably would be go through Westchester County, cross the Tappan Zee Bridge, and come back down?
You may want to try that out. Let me take a look right now and see how my Tappan Zee Bridge camera looks. Just bear with me for 1 second, and I'll tell you. Actually, it looks like right now, traffic heading into Westchester is moving, but it's at a crawl. Again, at this point, things are happening so rapidly. If you were to leave home in Westchester right now, I can't tell you you'd definitely be able to get into town in another half an hour, 40 minutes or so.
Well.
All right, we are back with CNBC programming. What you have been watching is WNBC programming. Nick, what was that last message you gave me? There are now reports of a fire at the Pentagon. This is the Pentagon.
Oh my goodness.
You are looking at the Pentagon. The United States has been attacked. Forces unknown.
And look at the fire at the bottom.
The White House is ordering an immediate evacuation of the White House.
Mark, the AP, Alina, is reporting an aircraft has crashed into the Pentagon. Witnesses say, being cited by the Associated Press, an aircraft has crashed into the Pentagon. That on the AP, according to witnesses.
According to NBC's Jim Miklashevsky, he is reporting a bomb detonated at the heliport at the Pentagon. Not sure if this is separate from that or in addition.
Must be in addition to, because this is the building involved right here. Someone, and frankly, I'm surprised that they got through to the Pentagon, because that's an area where if a plane starts to approach, they can shoot them down. New York is a different area. New York is vulnerable to this kind of thing because, there's traffic all the time and there's nothing you can do. This, however, the Pentagon and, of course, nearby the White House are no-fly zones, and but somehow someone has managed to do a great deal of damage to the Pentagon, which is the world's largest office building, and obviously the seat of the military power of the United States. And on the left, you are looking at the seat of the economic power of the United States. So someone, some group unknown, and Lena, I think some Palestinian group.
Well, here's what, again, these are preliminary reports. A Palestinian group has claimed responsibility for the New York World Trade Center plane attacks. Abu Dhabi Television reported it received a call from the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, claiming responsibility for crashing 2 planes into the buildings.
Meaning no disrespect to the Palestinians, but I don't think they have the.
The wire's also reporting that the White House is now being evacuated.
Yes, I was just the West Wing.
I would
and,
imagine every major, anything that could be considered an attack. This is a guard outside the White House who, if you're near the White House, don't go near it because they're in emergency mode now, and they're going to shoot first and ask questions later. In New York, you have an attack on the World Trade Center. 2 planes deliberately crashed in, one about 18 minutes apart. The first one crashed into the tower that you're looking at on the right. The second one, which we actually had videotape of, the second attack came 18 minutes later on the tower on the left. Where the Pentagon attack fits in the timetable, we're not sure, but it appears to have followed the World Trade Center attack, but maybe not by more than 15 minutes. And then you have the Pentagon situation. Now,
and now this,
okay,
Mark.
just a minute, Alina.
Okay.
And please be aware, the city of New York is virtually shut down. You cannot get into the city of New York right now from the New Jersey side. The tunnels and the bridge are closed because they could be targets of an attack as well. Alina, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. We're just getting this in. This seems to be a separate incident. Smoke is seen rising from the center of Washington, according to television reports. So that could be in addition to what is going on at the Pentagon. Of course, we want to remind you that the West Wing of the White House and now the Capitol building have both been evacuated because of all of this that has been happening over, obviously, concerns over terrorist threats.
Again, it's virtually unbelievable. I mean, it's like something out of a movie. Who would ever have thought that?
Mark, this is John Buss.
Yeah, John. Yeah, go ahead.
Mark, this is the most horrific scene I've ever seen. Bodies have begun falling from the building.
Oh, my God.
There is such intense smoke. I've seen a half a dozen from where I'm standing, which is in the World Financial Center. People either are falling or they are leaping to escape this smoke. It is as horrific as you would imagine. The people are dropping. One is falling this very instant. Arms are splayed, and they're crashing to the ground on top of the glass canopy, the plexiglass canopy outside of the building and onto the street. There are fire trucks all around. The firefighters are either inside the building or standing back from it because of the debris. And now, this just began about 4 minutes ago. People having to jump, apparently, to escape the flames. I thought at first it was debris, but now looking at one after another, probably I've seen 8 or 9 of these individuals have to leap to escape the flames and this intense smoke, falling what must be something on the order of 75, 85 floors to the street below.
John, this is coming from the North Tower?
This is coming from the North Tower. These are people who I see jumping out onto the west, what it would be the West Side Highway, passing in front of the building. And as you can imagine, Mark, it is a gruesome scene. It's just blood or red from, I can't confirm that is absolutely bodies, but I can see it sure looks that way.
All right.
And then red splotches on the street in front of the building.
Okay.
Mark, a couple of things I want to pass along very quickly. According to the Associated Press, the White House has been threatened with a terrorist attack, according to a source. The West Wing has been evacuated. We want to mention now the Capitol has been evacuated as well the U.S. Treasury. And also, on another front, I want to mention that this Palestinian group has denied responsibility for
the Palestinians don't have this kind of muscle. The all aircraft flights in the United States have now been canceled. Every aircraft in the air has been ordered to land at the nearest airport immediately. This is obviously a step to clear the air of all innocent aircraft. Whether there remain any guilty aircraft is debatable, but at least what the government is trying to do is clear the air, and obviously, well, not obviously, but it looks like what they will do is they will then put up military planes, and anyone still in the air is going to get shot down. But all aircraft flights in the United States have been canceled. All planes currently in the air have been ordered to land at the nearest available airport. I don't know how they will handle flights coming from overseas. They will probably be told to land as they cross our border. You are looking now, if you're just joining us, you are looking at the World Trade Center on the left. The North Tower is the one on your right. South Tower is the tower on your left. Earlier this morning, they were the target of an apparent terrorist attack with an airplane, a substantial airplane, perhaps even an American Airlines jetliner hijacked out of Boston. That's a perhaps. Crashed into that tower at shortly after 9 o'clock. And then 18 minutes later, a plane into the South Tower, and then the Pentagon. Let's join MSNBC and see what they have on this story so far.
Be dealt with. Probably this will be a greater challenge to our intelligence and our ability to be diplomatic and intelligent about negotiation than it is a challenge to our strength as a military power.
The FAA is telling us that the planes that are already in the air will continue to their destinations, but all other planes in aerospace above the United States have been grounded. Governor Cuomo, I understand that your successor, George Pataki, is in New York City right now. There are a number of state offices, aren't there, Governor, in the Twin Towers?
My office, and I think the governor moved his office out of the World Trade Center, Governor Pataki, but my office was there, and I think there are still some other offices there, but not as many as there were when I was governor.
Air Force One is now leaving Sarasota, Florida, on its way back to Washington, D.C., but let me just read directly the bulletin from Associated Press. The White House was evacuated today after the Secret Service received credible threat of a terrorist act against the presidential mansion and residence. It has been evacuated. The Pentagon struck, apparently according to one eyewitness, a reporter, by a plane. A large plane is now burning. It has been evacuated. 2 planes deliberately struck, it appears, the World Trade Center, which still burns at this hour. New York City has essentially been shut down. The Lincoln Tunnel is closed. All New York airports are closed. And now, of course, all plane flight in the United States has been stopped. Those in the air will continue to their destinations.
We continue on the phone with former New York Governor Mario Cuomo, who was governor at the time of the previous attack on the World Trade Center, the bombing back in 1993. If you can hold on for just 1 second, we want to listen in, Governor, to Jim Miklaszewski, who is reporting from the area of the Pentagon. The Pentagon, again, has been evacuated.
The second floor buckled upward, and then the third floor above him actually collapsed downward. The scene on the other side of the building, as it's being described to us, there are people being removed on stretchers. Security forces are evacuating the building right now, and according to the officials here at the Pentagon, they still don't know exactly what it was, but as you reported, Katie, eyewitnesses reported that, in fact, it was a plane that crashed into the Pentagon.
And Mick, any idea, I wasn't quite sure if you said this, about the number of people who might have been hurt or worse in this?
No idea at all, Katie. As you know, having worked here on any given day, this is a small city, 25 to 30,000 people may be working here at any one time. That portion of the Pentagon, by the way, had just been remodeled and just reopened. If the crash had occurred just a few months ago, that section of the Pentagon would have been virtually empty. But at this time of day, early morning or mid-morning, the Pentagon's very busy. It's impossible to say how many casualties there may be. But there have been a large number of people cited being removed on stretchers. And again, as one survivor said, the floor just buckled up under him and the roof caved in on him.
All right, Mick, thank you very much. We want to move a couple of miles away from you right now to the White House where Bob Kerr is standing by. And, Bob, we understand that building has now been evacuated. Let me just read, while we're listening to Jim Miklaszewski, another eyewitness, Paul Begala, Democratic consultant, was near the Pentagon, and he said this, just to quote, it was a huge fireball, a huge orange fireball at the Pentagon. Another witness told him a helicopter has exploded, but the best information we're getting is from an Associated reporter who said, quote, I saw the tail of a large airliner. It plowed right into the Pentagon. There is billowing black smoke. And, of course, there you see it on the television screen. Meantime, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center continue to burn at this hour. Ambulances dispatched to the scene, firefighters, people are being treated in nearby hospitals. Let's look again at the videotape. As we were watching the first tower burn, here is the second plane, and there is the explosion into the second tower of the World Trade Center. A horrible scene of devastation and fire. Eyewitnesses on the ground, and it was rush hour, describing pandemonium, panic, people unwilling to go out into the streets because so much debris and fire showering down on the streets below.
Governor Mario Cuomo, do you remain on the phone with us? We no longer have Governor Mario Cuomo on the phone, but we do have Ashley Banfield, of course, here at MSNBC and anchor here. Ashley, are you still in Manhattan?
I'm in Manhattan, Chris, and I'm just walking southward towards the World Trade Center. It's just an incredible sight. The streets of Manhattan are chock full of people who are stopped exactly where they were in the middle of their commute, standing, gaping, and looking at this sight. It is unbelievable. Emergency vehicles all throughout Manhattan, not only Midtown, but down near Chelsea now, where I am, have been streaming by us at every couple of seconds and intervals. Ambulances are heading by me now. A lot of the vehicles are also unmarked, looking like FBI vehicles heading towards the World Trade Center as well. Not only that, but we stopped by one of the hospitals, St. Vincent, which has been cordoned off. I can only guess possibly waiting for victims to be brought northward up 7th Avenue. The traffic has also all been stopped heading south down 7th Avenue. I haven't had a chance to see any of the other north-south thoroughfares, but I'm assuming that they are also tracked. We were down in the subway trying to at least take the subway to get downtown to the Wall Street area and World Trade Center area. And the subway announcer came over the loudspeaker saying, due to a police investigation, that subway traffic will be stopped between a certain area, so most of the people in the subway weren't able to get downtown either. It's really quite bizarre. Passing through Times Square, hundreds of people are gathered, staring up at the television screens in Times Square and listening to what's going on and listening to the coverage, watching the pictures. A woman walked by me just
Ashley, can you hold on 1 second? We'll let you catch your breath. We want to go to Walter Perez of WNBC.
First, Marna Ringel. And Marna, you work across the street. Tell me exactly what you saw on the street and as you looked up what you saw, because you said you saw the second one. Am I correct?
No, I didn't see the second one. I actually was coming out of the building, and there was maybe about 30 or 40 people at the bottom of One World Financial covered in blood. I did not expect that at all. And I work for Lehman in One right here. And a gentleman that I work with was on the telephone. He said, what was that? I said, he thought it was thunder. I looked over, screamed, it's a bomb, because I saw a piece of the building flow down. And I think I scared my entire floor because I can scream pretty loud, and it was pretty bad.
Now, you mentioned that you saw people on the road outside of the building. Explain that scene.
I saw there's maybe about 30 or 40 people. There's actually, oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God!
We're not sure exactly what happened, but it was another explosion on the far side of one of the buildings from where we're standing. The reverberation, and another explosion on the right-hand side. Another building has gone up on the right-hand side of the road. People are now running down the street. We're not sure if that was another explosion or if that was advanced debris. Joining me also is Jim Plant. Jim, you're also a witness of what happened. Tell me exactly what you saw from your vantage point across the street.
I was just across Liberty and West here, and I saw the second plane hit the Tower 2. It looked like a 737. It hit a glancing blow, didn't hit it direct. I don't know where the rest of the plane went, but it went in, fireball came out, and it hit lower than the first plane, which hit the upper floors.
Jim, thank you very much. At this point, as you can tell,
it does appear that there has been a third explosion in the area of the World Trade Center. There was first one plane that hit one of the Twin Towers, a second plane, each about 1 hour ago, and now a third explosion. Ashley Banfield is in Manhattan. Ashley, did you see or hear anything just moments ago?
Oh my God, Chris, this is incredible. I'm looking right at it.
What are you seeing, Ashley?
Well, I saw the explosion for one.
Could you feel it?
Everybody, I can smell it. Everyone around screamed at the time that it happened. It's just unbelievable. I can't see that it's another building. It looks almost in the same position as the second bomb or the second explosion. But it's unbelievable.
What's the scene around you?
What the people on the scene don't seem to realize is that one of the Twin Towers has collapsed. One of the two towers is gone. The people on the scene are so engulfed in the smoke, it's understandable, and they're not looking at the larger scene that we are, but one of the World Trade Center towers, unless
no, that's being confirmed on the wires right now.
The south building has completely collapsed. Now, we heard from them just moments before that another jetliner, a 737, crashed into the building way down low, and that was apparently enough to take the World Trade Center South Tower out completely. The building is gone. The scope of this attack is mind-boggling. You are looking at Lower Manhattan. The entire Lower Manhattan is covered with smoke and debris. You're looking at an area of square miles that is completely obscured.
The exchange will not open today.
No, they cannot do it now. They cannot do anything now. And another very worrisome thing is that we don't know that this is over.
That's correct.
And this latest plane came almost an hour after the first. I'm sorry, David, go ahead.
It's considering the damage that could be done by one of the World Trade Center buildings collapsing in that area. Just to go over, that area is obviously very crowded. The World Financial Center is right next door. That is where John Bussey has been speaking to us from. The offices of Dow Jones, Merrill Lynch headquarters down there as well. You could just imagine the damage that would be done by one of those towers falling. It's hard to imagine just how much.
The collateral damage is incredible.
And that is the center, to a certain extent, of the financial world, of course, in many of the buildings surrounding the World Trade Center.
This is a catastrophe of enormous proportions, David, not only in terms of what is happening to the people on the ground, but I think it is safe to assume at this point that all of the airplanes used in this attack had innocent passengers on board.
And we're talking about a 767, which, for example, can hold a maximum of 300 people. And we are now talking about 4 separate attacks. We're talking about one at the Pentagon, 3 now at the World Trade Center, the last of which has leveled the South Tower, Mark?
The South Tower has disappeared. It collapsed, apparently when a third airplane hit very close to the base. This is certainly, it's almost certainly a terrorist attack, and if it is ultimately confirmed to be a terrorist attack, this is the worst terrorist attack in history, anywhere.
Mark, it's hard to imagine the damage that could have been done to that part of Manhattan, and it's got to be beyond the control, certainly, of the emergency services and everyone else in the city of New York's ability to well.
I don't know anyone who could handle this, David. I mean,
we must be looking at Washington right now.
Now we are looking at the Pentagon. Yeah, that's the Pentagon. I recognize the facade of the building. That was the subject of only one plane so far, but again, in New York, the third attack came about 45 minutes after the first, so there is no way to know at this point what the final extent of this is going to be, but you are looking at Lower Manhattan, and it is completely obscured.
And consider the panic with the people who are coming out of buildings unable to see what's going on, where they're going in that right now.
American Airlines has just confirmed that it was Flight 11 from Logan Airport to LAX, which was involved in one of the 3 World Trade Center attacks. I believe this is a 767, which has a maximum capacity of 300 passengers and crew, I believe. Just to give you, can we go to a shot of the Pentagon quickly? Because just to give you an idea of the sheer terror of what is involved here, one Associated Press radio reporter is quoted as saying, I saw the tail of a large airliner. It plowed right into the Pentagon. There is billowing black smoke, as, of course, we continue to look at the devastation at the World Trade Center.
All right, Howard Shapiro of Goldman Sachs, which is at 1 New York Plaza in the heart of this situation, is on the phone. Howard? Howard?
Yes.
Can you tell us what...
Hold on 1 second. I can't hear you. 1 second.
All right.
Okay, hello?
They're closing your building, obviously. What can you see? What do you know?
Okay, I'm at 1 New York.
The police department recommends you evacuate via SDR Drive. The building...
1 second, I'm sorry.
Just go back.
Evacuate by SDR Drive. I repeat, the building is officially closed. Please evacuate on the South Street side.
All right, you got to get out of there, Howard.
I'm sorry. I'm going to give you 1 minute here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm on 1 New York Plaza on the 46th floor, so we're about 5 to 7 blocks from the World Trade Center with obviously a bird's eye view of the buildings. We heard a large explosion for the first attack, and we all ran to the window, and we thought a boiler had exploded. We weren't certain what was happening, and then a few minutes later, I saw a large commercial airline plow into the second building, very clearly veering in towards the building. And then now 5 minutes ago or so, or 3 minutes ago, the building imploded. All there is a large plume of smoke all over Lower Manhattan up to the 46th floor. I literally see papers from people's offices from the World Trade Center floating in the sky past me, past the window.
Howard, thank you very much, and I think you better get out of the building.
I'm on my way. Bye.
Thank you very much. Howard Shapiro, Goldman Sachs.
Mark, the Sears
our need for information is not more important than his need to get to safety.
The Sears Tower in Chicago has been evacuated as well. The White House, the Capitol, the U.S. Treasury.
Well, once again, for those joining late, the government has ordered all airliners currently flying over the United States to land. There's some confusion. I have a report from one of the wire services. I believe it's Reuters. I don't know who this is. The FAA is ordering all planes to land. Whether they're ordered to proceed to their destination or land at the closest airspace is debatable. It would seem to me, under these circumstances, you would tell them to land soon. You wouldn't tell a cross-country flight to keep going because you don't know that they're not in hostile hands. Obviously, if the skies can be cleared of all commercial and civilian aircraft, then anyone else left up there is hostile. And I'm sure that's what the government has in mind, to get the skies cleared so that military jets, if this is a continuing attack, it may sound like closing the barn door after the horse is gone, but this has been going on for quite some time. So the prudent thing to do, obviously, is to assume that there could be more and to not relax vigilance until you know there won't be more. And so the government is clearing the skies over the entire United States to make sure that that any planes left up there are obviously have ill intent. One of the great difficulties here is that the terrorists, if terrorists they be, are using commercial airliners, presumably loaded with passengers. A despicable, heinous, you pick the word.
Mark, the best coordinated previous attack against the United States was nearly, was, I believe, in 1998, though we're going to have to check on that. You'll remember the 2 embassies in Kenya and Tanzania were attacked. 220 some people were killed, including 12 Americans. Early indications, according to U.S. officials who tell NBC's chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell, is that Osama bin Laden is being indicated because this note says he was the only terror leader with the capability of coordinating such an attack.
This took enormous coordination.
Absolutely,
this took a lot of money. This took a lot of complete disregard for human life. This took insanity. You are looking at a dramatically changed skyline.
Mark, do we know how the second tower, was there another plane?
There was a third plane in New York. Plane number 1 hit the North Tower, which you're looking at now.
Right, we saw number 2.
Plane number 2 we saw hit the South Tower. Plane number 3 hit the Pentagon. Then plane number 4 hit the base of the South Tower, and
is there footage?
And it collapsed.
All in a matter of an hour.
Is there footage of the fourth one?
I have not seen any,
okay.
but eyewitnesses said it was a 737
that went into the
the base of the not the one we saw. The third plane to hit New York was a 737, which went into the base of the World Trade Center South Tower. You now see only one tower, the South Tower, completely collapsed. That's a 102-story building reduced to rubble.
And Mark, there were a lot of emergency personnel already on the scene.
There were emergency personnel on the scene, in the streets below.
In the building.
There were firemen in the building. There were spectators who are drawn to that kind of thing. And that much of a building falling, David, as you mentioned, would cover an enormous area. It's going to affect blocks around. And
David, do we know who was in that South Tower? I know that Cantor's in the north.
Yeah, they're in that tower we're still looking at burning. There's any number of firms in the South Tower. I don't know any offhand, Jerry, by name. But the fact is that with the tower of one of the World Trade Centers collapsing, you can only imagine the damage that's been done to any of the surrounding buildings, which are home to all sorts of different enterprises and thousands upon thousands upon thousands of employees and people.
And people, yeah. People who lived in the area of shopkeepers, people who operated small businesses. It's a staggering sight what we're looking at now.
Mark, I want to remind you that the wire is saying that the South Tower there collapsed following this morning's plane crash. There is not yet confirmation of a fourth plane. We want to remind you the first plane hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center, which you see there still standing. Second plane hit the South Tower, which later collapsed. We're not sure if another plane was involved. A third plane hit the Pentagon.
No, at the time, we had MSNBC's feed up.
Right.
And we could clearly hear people saying in the background, "My God, another plane."
Really? Okay.
And then the South Tower disappeared. So while officials may not have confirmed it, it seems fairly clear. Plus, the tower would not have collapsed absent some tremendous trauma.
Absolutely, and that seems to make sense, and that was my next question. Second explosion at Pentagon building reported, according to Dow Jones. That is literally just crossing the wires now.
A second explosion at the Pentagon.
A second explosion
Could we get up the Pentagon shot?
Is reported at the Pentagon. That is Dow Jones and Sky News.
We're working on bringing up the Pentagon shot right now. The smoke beginning to clear a little. Maria Bartiromo, what can you tell us?
Thanks, Mark. You know, now I'm standing on the floor of the exchange, but I just came back from outside, and I am covered with soot. Basically, I was outside when that third explosion occurred, and everyone ran for their lives, basically. I went under a building. There was a little stairwell that I could go under with about 20 people, and we just stayed there. The whole area turned pitch black when that third explosion happened. At this point, people are in the New York Stock Exchange. People feel that this is the safest place to be right now, because when everyone was outside, there was 3 explosions. So now the exchange is keeping everyone inside. I'm on the floor with about, I don't know, 100, 200 people right here, and we're just waiting. That's all I can tell you. It's pitch black outside. There's soot falling from the sky. I don't know if you could see my jacket and my shoes, but I'm completely covered in white smoke from the explosion, from that third explosion.
Maria, do you know what that explosion was?
That was about I'd say 15 minutes ago.
But do you know what caused it?
No, I don't.
At the moment, Maria, and for the benefit of the people with you, at the moment, there were eyewitnesses who feel that another plane,
yes,
a third plane,
that's what some people are saying. Now,
hit the base of the South Tower.
I was under the impression that it was just the actual collapse of the building, but some people are speculating that. I mean, I didn't want to say that because...
No, we had, at the moment it happened, we had MSNBC's feed up, and we could hear people shouting, a third plane, and then there was an explosion, another plane, and then there was an explosion.
That's right. And I was outside during that explosion. Immediately, we all ran. I was running backwards to see if I could see anything. Yeah. We all went under. There was a little stairwell to go under a building. About 20 of us went under there, and we were just waiting. And for about 10 minutes, it was pitch black outside. All we could see was smoke. And it was in our faces. We were all coughing because there's just such soot and smoke everywhere.
All right, Maria Bartiromo, stay where you are, if you will. And AP says 2 planes what? 2 planes total? All right, so AP is saying there was no third plane to hit the South Tower. Is that right? Okay, well, that's a possibility. We had no official confirmation. We did have people we heard
something
in the
ignited there, though. Maybe they had that was an incredible.
That was an incredible explosion.
And that does not cause from a.
I agree with you. I think it was the third plane, but again,
no, it could have been something. It could have been something that was planted.
Or a bomb planted in the building. Yeah. Let's bring ourselves up to date on the situation in Washington, where the damage is so far less considerable, but nonetheless significant. Hampton.
Well, Mark, the big story of this unfolding story here in Washington is, number one, an explosion, sources saying a plane hitting a portion of the Pentagon. As you mentioned earlier, it is the world's largest office building. On any given day, at least 30,000 people work inside that 5-sided structure. Also here in Washington, the White House, the Capitol, the Treasury Department, and all of the national monuments, in fact, have been evacuated. The FAA has basically ordered all air traffic nationwide shut down. The president is en route back to Washington, D.C. from Florida. You heard his earlier comments. Also, we have just gotten word, too, that over at the IMF and World Bank buildings here in Washington, D.C., people there have been told they can leave the buildings, but they are not required to leave.
Hampton?
Yes.
Hampton Pearson,
You're looking at pictures right now taped earlier from the scene outside the Pentagon.
Outside the Pentagon.
That's what you're looking at right now.
We had one report, and, all of us need to understand, including the viewers, that in a situation like this, you will get reports that later turn out to not be true. There's a lot of confusion. But we had a report a few minutes ago, Hampton, of a second explosion at the Pentagon. Have you heard anything of that nature?
Well, I am aware of the Dow Jones report. We've been scrambling to try and get additional information as well. But at this time, we cannot independently confirm that recent report of a second explosion at the Pentagon.
All right,
but these are earlier pictures you can see. This, by the way, is a portion of the Pentagon that had basically been reopened. There's been a major renovation underway for the last several years. Ironically, had this incident happened even as recently as 2 weeks ago, that portion of the building where there was an explosion inside the Pentagon basically would have had very few civilian or military personnel at their desk and on duty today.
Well, that's a welcome piece of relatively good news given what's going on. All right.
Mark, we're just getting
Hampton,
this.
Thank you very much. Stand by there, please.
We're just getting this report in from Reuters that German air traffic authorities say all European flights to the United States have been suspended. All European flights to the United States have been suspended. Also, for some of our West Coast viewers who are just tuning in at this time, we want to remind you that that at least one of the planes, if not all of them, were hijacked. One of them is American Airlines Flight 11 from Logan, Boston Airport to Los Angeles Airport. It was scheduled to arrive from Boston into Los Angeles at 10:37 a.m. Pacific time, which would be a little more than 3 hours from now. Again, we want to remind you as you look at this shot that we have confirmation of at least 2 planes hitting the World Trade Centers, one of them leveling the South Tower.
The South Tower is no longer there.
We have a report of a plane hitting the Pentagon and an unconfirmed report, at least from NBC, but a report from Dow Jones of a second explosion at the Pentagon as you look at live pictures there.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a step back here now. There's a moment of non-action, at least from the media point of view. Obviously, rescue people are involved in a frantic effort right now to save lives, and our prayers are with them. To go back to the beginning, it was at approximately 9 o'clock or a few minutes thereafter that a plane slammed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York. 18 minutes later, and this is why, you know, many... you can't assume that it's over. 18 minutes later, a second plane, which we could clearly see, slammed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Here you see the second plane. It is clearly a jetliner. And it came in from, oh, I see. Okay, it came in from the south. It came in from the south. And I misunderstood. There you see it in the upper right. This is the same shot. It comes in from the south. It disappears behind the buildings. So what you are looking at in front here is the exit wound, so to speak, of the explosion. And here, this, 20 minutes thereafter, something happened to the South Tower. There were some eyewitnesses. We heard in the background screaming that another plane. But here you see an enormous explosion about midway up in the South Tower, and the entire structure collapses. It just disappears.
Mark, this may not be a surprise to you, but we're just learning from NBC that 30 Rockefeller Plaza, the GE building, the parent of NBC, the home to many NBC offices, is also being evacuated as a precautionary measure. Okay. I wanted to pass that along very quickly.
Now, that's interesting from a forensic point of view. The explosion that leveled the South Tower came, it seemed, roughly halfway up, and yet it took the entire tower out. And again, some reports, eyewitness reports, not yet corroborated by any official, were that yet a third plane hit that tower. Then, before the third plane took out the South Tower, a plane hit the Pentagon. And there are reports, as Lena said, of a second plane hitting the Pentagon.
Second explosion.
A second explosion, I beg your pardon. A second explosion at the Pentagon. The FAA has ordered all flights in the United States grounded. The Europeans have grounded all flights to the United States. The planes that have been used in this attack were apparently hijacked civilian jetliners with passengers on board.
At least one of them.
At least one. And so the FAA is trying to clear the skies over the United States of all aircraft. And if anybody doesn't land, then you've got possibility that it's in hostile hands. Again, you know, we're not trying to sensationalize this and say there are more attacks to come. It's just that this went on. There was about an hour between the first attack and the second attack, so no one is ready to say, well, there are no more attacks coming. You just don't know. Now, to the more, to the markets, the effect on the markets, because we are, after all, a financial station, and we don't in any way mean to downplay the human aspect of this. Our first and foremost concern is for all of the people.
Mark, very quickly, we're just getting word from the Associated Press that a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. That is according to senior law enforcement officials. I'm sure that we have a crew on the way there, but that is just in from the Associated Press. A car bomb has exploded outside the State Department in Washington.
All right, there again, yet more evidence that it's not sensationalism here to say that the danger is not yet over. We don't know how many more attacks are planned, and the danger is not going to be over until some governmental authority says it is. At least that's the prudent thing to do, is to assume it's not over. Now, the impact on New York City has been that the city is virtually closed. You cannot get into or out of New York City, period. Don't try. The impact on the markets has been, so far, I don't believe the New York Stock Exchange has said anything, although they have not yet opened. They have evacuated their building. I would consider it very unlikely that they will trade. The New York Mercantile Exchange was housed in one of the Twin Towers. It obviously is not going to open. The bond market, of course, is an electronic situation. There is no floor to speak of, at least for corporate bonds, and the floors to trade the futures are in Chicago. Don't know the impact there.
Don't know if they've closed.
Oh, the Mercantile across the street. Okay. Marcy Russell, plus apparently, and again, we're not trying to be ghoulish here, but there was a rally in bonds when this began. There was certainly a steep decline in stock futures.
Well, that's the safe haven effect. You'll probably see some movement out of the dollar, because anytime a country is sort of the target of a terrorist attack, and Israel has had some experience with this in the past, tends to have an impact first on currency markets, but then you'll see assets move into a safe haven, and long-term treasuries are probably still considered to be a safe haven. I would imagine some other safe haven countries, safe haven currencies worldwide, maybe something like the Swiss franc. You'll probably see movements into those types of currencies, movements out of the dollar right now.
Yeah, I would imagine you would not trade dollars for yen or Deutschmark, since they could easily be targets as well.
I think we've had a little bit of movement into those currencies, but you haven't seen a dramatic swing.
Here again, that was the video of the second plane, and it was a big one.
Mark, we have some more information coming in from the FAA. First, we've learned that all transatlantic flights to the U.S., so within the U.S., are being diverted to Canada. As well, international flights are now being diverted to Canada. Of course, all European flights to the U.S. have been suspended, and all air traffic in the United States has been suspended as well. So
we may never know the answer to this question, but again, you know, you have to wonder, a jetliner captain with a gun to his head, told to crash into a building, what would he probably do? I would imagine he would probably say no. So we have to wonder who flew the planes. Leslie LaRoche is in London and can bring us up to date on what's the reaction and what's going on over there. Leslie?
Mark, these markets have been trading throughout this tragedy, and they are trading substantially lower. The DAX is down 5.5% right now. The CAC in Paris is down 3.3%, and the FTSE is down 2.5%. The DAX was off a sharper 7-8%. We do, as one of your guests was just saying, we have seen a very furious reaction in the foreign exchange markets. The dollar is at 6-month lows against sterling. It's down about 1% against the euro and the yen. In the oil market, so futures contract, front-month futures, up $2.85, and we have very strong buying in the oil sector. British Petroleum is up 6% right now. Total Fina is up 5%. We do have very sharp selling in the airline sector. British Airways is down 19% right now. EADS, which makes Airbus, down 5.7%. Gold futures were limit up a short time ago. They were up about $8 in the early session, and we have also been watching the insurance sector and the reinsurers. Quite a bit of that business is done here in Europe. We have Swiss Re, which is the second largest reinsurer in the world, down 14% right now. Munich Re down 9%, and Allianz down 8%. We are also waiting for a statement out of the European Union. We had been told that EU would be issuing a statement shortly, and we will get back to you when we have that. Back to you, Mark.
We have an enormous explosion now in the remaining World Trade Tower Center. The second, I believe the North Tower is now gone as well. Yes, it is gone. Both towers of the World Trade Center have been destroyed.
Oh, my goodness.
It happened the same way. The explosion started high in the building and worked its way down. Now, of course, the entire lower section of Manhattan is a disaster zone of unbelievable proportions. I would imagine at any moment we will hear from that the National Guard is going to be brought in. I mean, this is far beyond anyone's ability, any one agency, to cope with this. Not only do we have in that building any remaining people, but it was, I am certain, full of New York City firefighters, New York City policemen, New York City rescue workers. There you see. I don't understand, and I would be very anxious to hear in the future the forensics of this situation. But both towers, this is an unbelievable day. Both towers of the World Trade Center are now gone. Joining me now is Bill Griffith, my colleague.
As we try to absorb the unthinkable that has happened here, Mark.
This is a situation that...
I mean, we are to maintain some modicum of immunity to all this, but we are humans as well, and it is very, very tough to watch all of this.
The scope is beyond comprehension.
I mean, I came up here 5 minutes ago getting ready to talk about which markets may be closing around the world, but now this is just becoming
they're irrelevant. This is...
Oh, my goodness.
There you see the building imploding. Do you see what's happening?
Yes.
Now, what would cause that? I don't know.
Well, you have... I mean, certainly the structure had been weakened by the impact, but you have to wonder if there was something else there. But we just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know, but it looks like...
And at this point, I can't imagine we're getting any word anytime soon.
I don't think... I think we're safe. Here I think I'm on safe ground, Bill. I don't think this was clearly... The way the structure is collapsing, this was the result of something that was planned. This is not... It's not accidental that the first tower just happened to collapse and then the second tower just happened to collapse in exactly the same way. How they accomplished this, we don't know. But clearly this is what they wanted to accomplish.
That's it, Mark.
What are we looking at now?
That's lower. Is that lower Manhattan?
Is that lower Manhattan from somewhere in New Jersey?
Perspective, perhaps.
Is this the Pentagon? No, that's not the Pentagon. Okay.
No, that's lower Manhattan.
Now you were looking at lower Manhattan.
This is from across the Hudson River here.
This is New York City.
Yes.
Completely obscured. With smoke, debris, and my God, the number of people in that area of the city is just...
That's Vesey and West Streets right there, and of course the World Financial Center right next door, and then you've got Tribeca leading up from there. You can't begin to say how many people are in that area, and it is now completely obscured, Mark, by the debris. Maria told us earlier when she was witnessed the first collapse that the sky grew dark, and you can only imagine, well, you can see.
It's something that I've been in this business for 35 years, and I'm not prepared to deal with this.
Well, I don't think anybody is, Mark, at this point.
I don't know. I keep thinking of all of the people in there. I think of the firemen, the policemen, the rescue workers, the people who go into hell to save others, and now apparently all for naught. There you see a shot. This is from the northern end. This is more from Midtown. Those high buildings in the foreground, that's Midtown Manhattan. I think Empire is just barely visible. Perhaps the smoke is beginning to reach Empire State. But you're looking at several square miles of New York completely obscured by all of this. Again, both towers of the World Trade Center collapsing. Attacked first by apparently passenger-laden jetliners hijacked at least one out of Boston. Is that
We've
correct?
heard from the
Out of
one about
Boston,
Boston. We have not heard about the other for some reason.
Correct. As far as we know right now, we have confirmation of 3 separate plane attacks. Only one is confirmed by a U.S. official as a plane hijacking. That was American Airlines Flight 11 that was en route from Boston to Los Angeles, scheduled to arrive at 10:37 a.m. Pacific time.
And then the one allegedly at the Pentagon, we have no word about that as well.
The only detailed information coming in from that is a quote from a witness, and Bill, if you will bear with me, I am looking for that. Here I have it. An Associated Press radio reporter quoted as saying, "I saw the tail of a large airliner. It plowed right into the Pentagon. There is billowing black smoke."
Maybe we should perhaps try a recap. If anybody is now tuning in, especially for those on the West Coast who may be tuning in now for the first time, you've heard bits and pieces. It was about 10 minutes, 15 minutes before 9 a.m. on the East Coast that an explosion was witnessed at the World Trade Center, one of the World Trade Center towers. Mark Haynes, by the way, yeoman's duty, my friend. If you're leaving us, thank you.
Well, I'm just going to step back for
and about 18 minutes later, as we were absorbing the news that it was a jet of some kind, identified as a jet of some kind that had run into the North Tower of World Trade Center, about 18 minutes later, yet a second jet. Indeed, it was a jet that was seen live on television as it rammed into the South Tower. Then we got word that a plane had hit, or at least there had been an explosion at the Pentagon. There's the second jet as it hit the South Tower of the World Trade Center as we were on the air. Now we are...
Bill, we are getting reports from Dow Jones crossed the wires just about 60 seconds ago. Reports of a hijacked plane heading toward Washington.
And we should note that President Bush is not in Washington right
President
now.
Bush is not in Washington. He is en route to Washington right now on Air Force One from Sarasota, Florida. He cut short a trip there. But Bill, I'm sorry, I did not mean to.
That's fine. I'm not logged in. Let me do that now so I can be up to date along with you. That's a picture of the Pentagon, as I understand it now, in Washington, where eyewitnesses say they saw the tail end of a plane as it crashed into the Pentagon complex there, southwest of downtown Washington, which, as we know, is sort of in the traffic pattern of Reagan National Airport.
And all flights in the U.S. have been grounded. And Alina, I think you told us earlier that European authorities, German authorities, had shut down flights to the U.S. Is that correct?
That is correct. They've been suspended, and international flights have been, transatlantic flights have been diverted to Canada. We should mention that the White House has been evacuated. As you look at this just incredible picture in New York, the White House has been evacuated amid terrorist threats there, or a terrorist threat there. The Capitol has been evacuated. The U.S. Treasury has been evacuated. We want to mention, not to be forgotten, that about 15 minutes ago we got a report from the Associated Press that a car bomb had exploded outside the U.S. State Department. There are reports of a plane crashing into the Pentagon, according to witnesses and according to the Associated Press. There was also a Dow Jones report of a second explosion at the Pentagon that NBC has yet to confirm. We wanted to remind you that both World Trade Center towers have collapsed amid at least 2 plane attacks on the towers, one on each at least.
And Alina, for those who are not familiar with New York City, and some of our viewers may not have been to New York City, the towers were really considered the entrance to the financial district, and they are obviously, or were 2 landmarks to the city where most of the financial doings in the city began. That was kind of the gateway to the financial community. We should note that all of the exchanges have been making statements about whether whether or not they will be trading, how they are going to handle this particular situation. And we are, of course, monitoring that particular part of the story, which we do here at CNBC. But obviously, this disaster we are going to continue to cover for you throughout the day.
We are getting word that London's Canary Wharf building, the large office complex there east of London, is being evacuated at this point as well. NBC's Pat Dawson. Oh, I was told we were going to have him. Apparently he'll be ready shortly. I'm also getting word, Sue, right now off the wire. A story out of Pittsburgh has it on the AP wire that a large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania. Officials at Pittsburgh's Somerset County Airport have confirmed that as well. All right, to NBC's Pat Dawson, who is on the ground in New York City. Let's listen in.
As we say, the emergency workers now beginning to try to gather themselves. Over there, you can see a police emergency service unit. They're trying basically now to reestablish some kind of a safe perimeter. And many of the emergency workers basically just happy to be alive. Certainly that picture tells it all. Many of them just happy to be alive at this point, having survived what is an extraordinary event, the collapse of 2 towers. As we said earlier in our report, 110 stories each. I will tell you that what I saw fall had to be at least 40, 50 stories of that building at first. The skeleton was left at about, I would say, the 50 or 60th floor after the shell, after the structure of the building fell down. The skeleton, the steel skeleton, was literally sheaved off, and it took probably about another 30 seconds before the skeleton collapsed into the street. That was the last.
Let's break away from Pat Dawson, if we can, for a moment. Lester Holt here at MSNBC World Headquarters. From the Associated Press, Dateline Pittsburgh, large plane crashes in western Pennsylvania. They're citing officials at the Somerset County Airport who confirm it. Again, AP reporting and citing the Somerset County Airport. A large plane crashes in western Pennsylvania. That is all we have. This comes quite a time after the FAA put essentially a ground stop. All airplanes in the air were allowed to continue to their destinations, but every commercial airport in the country right now is closed. But again, the news just gets worse and worse. A large plane crashing in western Pennsylvania. NBC's Ashley Banfield is in Lower Manhattan, the scene of the chaos that you're watching unfold live. Ashley, what have you learned? What can you see?
I don't know how to describe this. I don't know what to tell you first. But when that building came down, we were a couple of blocks. You all right? And I'm fine, thank you. Are you okay?
Oh, the glass is coming in.
An incredible cloud of debris and smoke completely engulfed us. We couldn't breathe. We broke down the door to a building just to get out from the cloud. We couldn't breathe.
No one there.
Thank you. No, we couldn't breathe. We couldn't see. It was pitch black. We're just going into a corner restaurant that's allowing us. And it was as though, I swear I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like this. This whole place looks like a war zone. There's debris everywhere. It's hard to breathe. And when that cloud came at us, I could feel it, the force of it. And it was as though, an instinct took over. We just had to breathe. And
Ashley, we're gonna let you collect yourself.
Right.
Obviously, the priority to anyone who was watching in the New York City area. Stay safe. Ashley, get to safety. We will talk to you in a bit. We want to get to Pat Dawson again, who is on the west side of the Trade Center, who was covering the scene from there.
At least a dozen emergency workers this morning, police and fire. The loss of life, in the words of one, has to be terrible. There's just simply no way around it. And that, obviously, if we start just with the people who are on those 2 planes. The other thing which we have seen this morning, which we rarely, if ever, see here on the island of Manhattan, that is, we have been circled several times by Air Force jets. We assume they are Air Force, going overhead at, I would say, probably about 10 to 12,000 feet. Obviously, at this point, New York's airspace is closed, and I think it's being pointed out to me now that, is that what you see, another plane there? No.
Okay. I'm sorry?
You can see the towers.
You can see the towers now from where you're standing. Yeah, actually, that's the building just in front. I don't know if in the television picture you can see through it, and I'm not sure that building that we can see there is actually the World Trade Center or the building that is just a block north of it. But that's just now we are getting our first view, probably a good 15 minutes after that North Tower came down, our first view of this situation, so that we can begin to see at least something of what it looks like down there. Wing, if you can get a shot down at street level, you can more or less see what we saw here. There was an enormous dust cloud that came up this broad boulevard here in the moments after that tower collapsed.
We're going to cut away from Pat Dawson on the west side of the Trade Towers. NBC's Rick Sanchez joins us on the phone. He's also in Lower Manhattan. Rick, what do you got?
Well, here's the most desperate situation for these people. I just had 5 firefighters come to me, many of them in tears because they've lost so many of their fellow firefighters, and one of them, as I was listening, had his radio on, Lester, and you could literally hear firefighters that are still trapped in all that rubble crying, saying things like, "Get me out, someone get to me." The sense here is that there are still people somehow in that rubble. Some of them may be firefighters, as well as some of the other office workers who usually work in that building. The firefighters, as you might imagine, are extremely desperate about this situation. People that
Rick, I'm going to have to break away from you. We're getting more information on the situation in Pittsburgh. Let me read directly off the Associated Press. A large plane crashed just north of the Somerset County Airport, 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The plane, I just lost it on my screen, believed to be a yeah, I've lost it on my screen. Believed to be a 767 is what I think I read there. But again, let's see. Kim's bringing me more information. Here it is. All right. Believed to be a 767 crashed about 10 o'clock Eastern time, 8 miles west of Jennerstown, according to 911 dispatchers. We don't know the airline, but again, here's a look at a Boeing 767. This is a big airplane. In fact, this is the 400 model. You're looking at the newest and largest, but traditionally the 767, most of those in use carry about 250 people. A wide-body airplane often used on transcontinental flights, also transatlantic. It is 10:45 right now on the East Coast. We need to update you, especially if you were just waking up, just tuning in. It is a day of catastrophe from Washington to New York and now to Pennsylvania in what appear to be a series of coordinated terrorist attacks. You're looking at a live picture of Lower Manhattan, and no longer do we see the World Trade Centers, both hit by airplanes. Here is one of those that we saw live. There it is highlighted, what appeared to be another 767 that crashed into one of the towers directly through, obviously flown directly and purposefully into the Trade Center. Let's go back to Greg and Chris now.
You are watching NBC News coverage here on MSNBC.
On CNBC at this moment.
Let me summarize if you are just now joining us.
We're breaking in here on CNBC to continue our coverage now. Bill Griffith along with Sue Herrera, where we're getting word, a few things to bring you up to date on right now, a few points to be made. There had been word that perhaps a car bomb had been exploded outside the State Department building. The State Department is denying that. I should also, since we cover business news, try to bring in some of that as well. Trading in London and the oil exchange there has been halted. Now stock trading in Toronto has just been halted as well. And as we get more word on other kinds of trading outside the United States, we will bring that to you as well.
As a matter of fact, the Securities and Exchange Commission, Bill, making a statement just a short while ago saying that there will be no trading at the major U.S. exchanges today. They will not open today. Maria Bartiromo, however, has been in the financial district all morning. She's now live at the New York Stock Exchange. Maria, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Sue. Well, basically, clearly the city has come to a halt in New York. I am on Wall Street. I have been down here and witnessed 2 of the explosions. Now, the first explosion that I witnessed was the second plane going into the second tower. I was outside frankly, I ran for my life. It was like a movie, a plane going right into the top of the World Trade Center, the second tower. The whole Wall Street area, Broadway, Wall Street, Broad Street, was filled with people. Everyone just ran. There was a lot of debris coming at all of us. In fact, things were coming from the building, metal pieces as well as papers. We all ran. The second explosion that I witnessed was about 10 a.m., and that was, in retrospect, the collapse of that tower. And again, debris came at us. The whole area turned pitch black. All we could see was smoke. We couldn't even breathe practically. We were closing our eyes. I actually went under the building across the New York Stock Exchange. There were steps, which I just stayed in the stairwell as a place to just to hide. And then when I thought that it was quieted down, I made my way back into the New York Stock Exchange. Basically, people are just scared. They are waiting down wherever they can find some safety. I can tell you that everyone who works at the New York Stock Exchange is safe. There have been no fatalities there. So anyone who is trying to reach anyone who may work here at the exchange, know that they are safe and they are in a spot where we hope is secure at this point. But again, there is clouds outside. It's basically very, very dark. You see that from afar, but when you're in the thick of it, which is where we are right now, it is pitch black because you are basically surrounded by smoke and surrounded by debris coming at you. Earlier, we also actually saw bodies coming out of the top of the World Trade Center. Now, I'm not sure if people were jumping or it was just bodies that were, I'm not sure what they were, but there are witnesses who saw bodies coming out of the top of the tower. So this is really quite extraordinary and quite disgusting, obviously, but we are here, and I will report back once I get more information.
Maria, are you in contact at all with the New York Stock Exchange officials?
Yes.
And we've learned from the SEC they're not going to trade today. But
no, there is no trading, Bill. I am positive that there will be no trading.
Are they going to try to evacuate the whole building there?
Well, at one point, that's what the thought process was, that it was better to evacuate. And then, in retrospect, that wasn't the case because everyone who went outside, including myself, were subject to large explosions, very loud explosions that were accompanied by heavy, heavy smoke. We could not breathe. People are wearing white masks to cover themselves. I don't know if you could actually get a shot, but I'm covered in soot. And this is better. I already tried to clean myself off, but just standing outside a couple of blocks away, and I was just overtaken by smoke and debris. So that's the game plan. People are not waiting outside. They're finding a secure place elsewhere.
Understandably so. Thank you, Maria. We'll be getting back to you in just a few minutes. Scott Wapner joins us right now. Scott, we know that the U.S. airspace has been shut down and that European flights to the United States have been suspended, but you have some updates on airport closures for us as well and evacuations.
Well, just across the AP wires, it's known now that Pittsburgh airports, all area airports in the city of Pittsburgh, have been evacuated. I also wanted to stay on that theme of touching base with what's going on in the financial centers around the country. We understand that the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the Chicago Board of Trade will suspend all trading at 10:15. I believe that is Central Time, so in about 20 to 25 minutes from now, here on the East Coast.
We also should note that the U.S. dollar is getting hit very, very hard. It is now down 1 3/4% against the yen, which puts it below the 119 level of the yen. Now, obviously, the financial reaction to this situation is being felt. It is obviously not the primary story, certainly. However, we want to keep you abreast of that because one of the targets was the financial district here in the United States with the World Trade Center, both towers now having collapsed.
And as a precautionary measure, you see there on the lower third screen that they have evacuated the airports in Boston and Pittsburgh. Around the Pittsburgh area there, the plane crashed there of about 45 minutes ago, and then out of Boston, we know the FBI has told us that it was an American Airlines flight out of Boston that was bound for Los Angeles. It was hijacked. One of the planes that actually ran into the World Trade Center tower.
And earlier this morning, if you're just joining us, a quick recap if you're tuning in from the West Coast. It was just about 9 a.m. When the first attack occurred on the World Trade Center. A plane went into the World Trade Center. Then about 18 minutes after that, a second plane went in. We were able to see that on the air. It was a horrific sight, obviously. Both towers of the World Trade Center have collapsed. Trading in the United States has been suspended. The dollar is falling against the major foreign currencies, specifically against the Japanese yen. We have had an attack on the Pentagon. We have words that now, according to NBC News, the top anti-terror officials are moving to the State Department Training Center, which is located in Arlington, Virginia, that the State Department is evacuating right now, and they are moving all key personnel to the State Department Training Center, that according to NBC News. Bill?
We're getting word of other stock exchanges around the world. According to what I'm just hearing is they've reopened trading in Mexico in the stock market there. And I'm getting word that all federal buildings have been evacuated in Washington. We're looking at a picture of the Pentagon right now. We're getting some live pictures for the first time, a close-up of the Pentagon complex there, which it was roughly an hour after the World Trade Center attacks, if we want to call it that at this point, pretty safe to say, that the Pentagon was subject to a similar attack, with eyewitnesses saying that they saw the tail end of a jet plow into the office complex there, the Pentagon complex.
We should note, since we are focusing at that point on Washington, that is a live picture from the New Jersey side of the New York skyline, where the World Trade Center's towers were. Obviously, you can see that there's an enormous amount of smoke. It is a disaster. We should note that in Washington, when the Pentagon was hit, President Bush was not there. He was out of Washington. He is headed back to Washington. And the State Department now is evacuating and moving to the State Department Training Center in Arlington, Virginia.
I'm getting a rundown now of some of the precautions being taken in various states around the country as a result of this. In Virginia, Navy installations in the Hampton Roads area, which is home of the large naval base there, have been placed in an increased security condition called ThreatCon Charlie. So they're putting them under alert.
Bill, we're just getting word that a third plane has crashed into the Pentagon.
I saw that, but I think we were looking at a live picture of the Pentagon, and it didn't seem to be the case. But
this is being passed on to me from Melina Cho, who got it from the alerts at NBC News. We also should note that there is some statements coming out of London, and the Israeli embassy in London has been evacuated. Obviously, there is global reaction to the disaster that is occurring here in the United States.
We had also mentioned, of course, that one of the planes that is believed to have crashed into the World Trade Center was an American Airlines jet. We now understand that American Airlines officials in Dallas, where the company is headquartered, are going to hold a news conference shortly. So it'll be interesting. Maybe we'll get some more information on the passenger count on that jet.
Let me, if I may, Scott, more on what's happening in the other parts of the country as a result of this. For those who may be tuning in Minneapolis, the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport has been shut down. The IDS Center in downtown Minneapolis, the tallest building in Minnesota, has been evacuated. In Georgia, all flights at Hartsfield, Atlanta, which, as we know, is now the nation's busiest airport, all flights at Hartsfield have been stopped. In Maryland, officials have tightened security throughout the state. In North Carolina, military bases have prepared for possible change in status. In Pennsylvania, Philadelphia International Airport has been closed, and we know about the crash near the Pittsburgh airport. In Colorado, city and state officials have stepped up security around the government buildings there. The city opened an emergency prepared office in the basement of City Hall, where representatives of police, fire, and health agencies are convening at this point. And in California, the state has been put on high alert by Governor Davis. In Tennessee, the Department of Energy's nuclear weapons and research complex in Oak Ridge has been put under heightened security. In Kentucky, the Southern Governors Association canceled its annual meeting. And in West Virginia, a chemical plant security has been heightened there. Flights out of Charleston's Yeager Airport which is the largest airport in West Virginia, have been suspended. So it is clear that air traffic in the United States, for all intents and purposes, has been shut down.
And we also have word that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce building at The Hague has been evacuated, so we are seeing global reaction to this. Bill, we also have an expert with us on the phone. George Eisen, who is a terrorist expert at William Patterson College, joins us. Professor Eisen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Your reaction, please, and how this could happen.
This is such a coordinated activity that it had to have an extremely highly sophisticated infrastructure to carry this one out. Obviously, when I was talking to you, there's no such a thing terrorists expect in such a magnitude. As I'm watching myself, this is a tragedy beyond description.
Should we be surprised by this, Professor Eisen? I mean, this has long been the fear that there would be something of this magnitude, but we were told at the same time that perhaps security officials would know about it ahead of time. So as Sue said, how could something like this happen?
I'm returning again to my earlier point. The sophistication of this entire enterprise leaves me speechless. The coordination. It cannot be just a lone cowboy who is just riding into the Twin Towers per se. What's happening for me, the ultimate puzzle is how possible to hijack.
That's what I was going to ask you, because it is not simply one hijacked airplane, obviously, that we are talking about. You bring up the issue of a coordinated effort. It is almost unbelievable. One doesn't want to speculate, certainly. That's not what we're here to do. But can you give me any perspective on how something like that could happen?
If we're looking into the possible organizations that can pull through this kind of thing, they have to have, any organization must have an infrastructure here in the United States. And I very strongly believe, and I am not even venturing to guess if it's that the whole enterprise is from the Middle East, at least in origin. But the infrastructure here in the United States had to be there.
Can you give us some insight, Professor, if you know at all, since you are billed as a terrorist expert, what the U.S. response, what may be happening right now? Are security experts contacting people around the world? Are we trying to figure out where this may be coming from, and what might they be doing about it right now?
I am sure that both the FBI and the CIA they are already working on the leads. I think what they need to look into is the origin. One is in Boston. Another one is, of course, in New Jersey, Newark, as I understand. And I'm relying only on the newscasts. So they're already trying to figure out. I really believe it will be solved. It's too large of an operation. Very sophisticated again. But it will be definitely solved.
What does this tell us about U.S. security?
I do not believe that a foolproof security can be achieved. It never been achieved in the Middle East, definitely not in France when the terrorist bombing went on in the 70s, definitely not in Great Britain, and so forth. There is no foolproof. What can be done, however, on this, for me, the puzzle here, how possible for jetliners hijacked.
Professor Eisen, what about the global implications of this? We have seen some reaction from some of our U.S. allies overseas. We've seen some evacuations. Obviously, today the target is the United States, but what are the global implications of this?
I don't believe that, in spite of the sophistication what we see, that it will have global implications. American...
even for the U.S.'s closest allies?
Well, the U.S. closest allies at this point is Israel. And they are already in a heightened alert. I think the most important point, which already is taken place, has been taken place, is securing U.S. installations around the world. I think this is a main concern, and as I understand, I'm listening to their telecast. They were ready on their attacking in The Hague and on their attacking in various capitals.
Professor Eisen, thank you.
It's a pleasure.
George Eisen of William Patterson University in Patterson, New Jersey. Two more things, Sue. The CBC in Canada is reporting that the Canadian government is shortly to announce that all Canadian airports are going to be shut down for the foreseeable future. And we're getting word more about other evacuations of major skyscrapers in other metropolitan areas of the United States, including the Trade Center in downtown Dallas,
and
Texas.
Actually, New York's Mayor Rudolph Giuliani has called for the evacuation of all of Lower Manhattan, which obviously is in chaos this morning.
We have
go to Hampton.
Hampton Pearson, our correspondent in Washington, with more on what's happening there right now. Hampton?
Well, Bill and Sue, as we get more and more information on the dimensions, if you will, and the ripple effect of this terrorist nightmare. Number one, the FAA now says that all inbound international flights headed for the U.S. are now in the process of being diverted to Canada. Now, of course, that dovetails with the information, Bill, that you just had, that we are expecting an announcement very shortly from Canadian officials that at the same time they are planning to shut down all of their major airports. Of course, here in Washington, D.C. itself, much of the focus is on the Pentagon, where it is now believed that a third plane involved in what appears to be this coordinated terrorist attack crashed into the Pentagon several hours ago. At any given time, as many as 30,000 people a day, military and civilian, work inside that five-sided building. All of the rescue efforts are still underway there, and they're still assessing damage. We are now told that an earlier report of a possible car bomb outside the State Department, the State Department is in essence knocking that one down, saying it did not happen. At the same time, we're told the State Department itself is among basically all of the federal buildings here in Washington that are now in the process of being evacuated, including the Capitol, the Treasury, the State Department, as we mentioned, the CIA over in Langley, Virginia, and the NSA, the super secret intelligence apparatus, if you will, in suburban Maryland. Also here in the nation's capital, the Metropolitan Subway System, a lifeline that carries over 200,000 commuters a day, is also being in the process of being shut down. A few hours ago, or an hour or so ago, we were told that at IMF World Bank headquarters buildings here in D.C., basically people are being given the option as to whether or not to stay or go. So the nation's capital, nowhere near the magnitude of what's happening in New York City, but is in the process basically of being shut down. Back to you.
Pearson in Washington there, and you, as a matter of fact, you are looking at a live picture. You were looking at a live picture of Washington. That is a live picture of New York. Scott, you're back with us now, and before we give a timeline and recap for people who may just be joining us, you have some information on injuries, and there are many of them.
Well, many of the injured were being rushed, of course, to the closest hospitals in the city of New York, and we understand that many of the victims were suffering from severe burns, but there are reports that many lives perhaps were saved because once the first building was attacked, the second one was immediately evacuated. So perhaps a number of people were able to get out of the second of the two twin towers. I also wanted to update a little bit of what Hampton was saying.
And this is tape from earlier this morning for those of you who are just joining us.
And you can see the gaping hole in one of those trade centers, and then that was the second plane hitting. We understand that all federal buildings in Metro D.C. and New York City are closed, and federal facilities here in New York are on what they call level 4 out of 5. We're going to take a close-up here of that plane hitting. That was the second plane hitting one of the twin towers.
We should probably go through the timeline. For those of you who are just joining us, you were looking at tape from earlier this morning. Here's how it happened. At about 9 a.m. or shortly before that, a plane crashed into the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. About 18 to 20 minutes after that, you see that explosion at the lower part of your screen just above our ticker. That is the second plane that crashed into the World Trade Center. President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida. He calls the crash an apparent terrorist attack. That was the collapse of the Trade Center tower, the South Tower, which we shot earlier this morning here on CNBC in our live pictures. Government buildings in Washington, including the Capitol and the White House, have been evacuated. The north tower of the Trade Center collapsed about an hour or so after the south tower collapsed.
Which is something I want to get into here, Sue, because there's been all kinds of speculation about how that would happen, whether there would be necessary for further attack upon the buildings before they would collapse. And as it happens, we have with us in studio here is a structural engineer, Eric Gass, who happens to be in the process of building a building that we're putting together here at CNBC down the road. And you would have some sense, since you've been a part of the construction of buildings of this magnitude, Eric, to give us some insight of what would happen with the kind of damage that was done with the jet attacks on the buildings, and whether that's enough to bring those buildings down by themselves.
Well, I think you've got a couple of issues that are going on here. One is these are concrete reinforced structures, and concrete is a compressive material. So as you can see, especially from the second attack, as it comes in, it appears to shear into the side of the building.
The plane.
So absolutely. So you have a couple of issues. One, it probably has taken all of the concrete away from the steel.
And there you're seeing that second plane.
Absolutely. So this structure, and I think as you see, as it will collapse in the later on, it begins to tilt to that side. It has taken all of the concrete and put it into tensile property.
And these are large planes.
Absolutely. If we're dealing with a Boeing 767, you're not just dealing with a large plane. You're dealing with a large plane that's coming in at over 500 miles an hour. So you have all of the impact going into those members. There is no building that I'm aware of that can take this kind of impact.
As we watched the first of the towers collapsing there, it was enough from the initial the initial attack by the jet to bring that jet, the tower down eventually. Is that what you're saying?
I would say so,
Yeah.
Especially the second thing that you would have going on is, of course, the airplane is going to have a great deal of fuel, and the fire is going to be working against that structural steel, which is, of course, why the fire codes are so stringent in this country. So then you're going to have a problem with, once the fire takes place, it's going to work against the structural strength of that steel and begin to collapse.
If I can just interrupt, we're getting more information. The plane that crashed in Pennsylvania originated in Chicago. It was headed to Cleveland. There were 90 people on board. That comes from WPIX.
Whether that is related to anything that's been going on today,
correct.
It would
We
be
do not know that
the
yet.
most incredible of coincidences if it's not. But
That's true, but we do not know if that is the case.
So you're not surprised that these would go down just based on the jet crashing into the buildings here, Eric?
No, as a matter of fact, as we were seeing the explosion the first time, that was the first thing that had occurred to us, is that there would be an immediate weakening on that side of the building. I think if you look at the second tower that collapsed, you will see that it begins to collapse straight down, which, as it appears from what happened in the impact, it impacted much more into the center of the building. Again, you would have gotten rid of all of the ability for fire protection to have gotten rid of some of the fire and the flames, which apparently is why it took longer. The other point, too, is that you have 15 floors of extremely heavy material bearing down on this situation. It would be impossible to see why it would be able to hold up.
Eric, if I can interrupt you,
Please.
Canada has basically closed its airspace, but they are going to allow U.S. diverted planes who may be in the air at this point to land at their airports for humanitarian purposes. But U.S. airspace, for all intents and purposes, has been closed by the FAA. Go ahead, Eric.
The terrorist bombing of some years ago against the World Trade Center, which occurred essentially in the parking structure below the building.
Right.
Why didn't that bring that down at the time?
Well, I think you're dealing with a totally different issue. One, you're dealing with a static explosion where somebody pulls a small truck in underneath, so you have all of the concrete not only keeping both of the floors above and below, but you're dealing with the biggest structural strength of that building is sitting underground. Of course, New York is pure bedrock, so that would have been the worst place to attack it, which clearly it did not do that much damage enough structurally to make major structural problems with it, as I understand. Here, you have a much larger vehicle with much more speed and literally shearing any of its structural capacity in those particular areas.
United Airlines parent UAL has now put a ground stop on all of its operations worldwide. We don't know whether other airlines will follow that. UAL is the parent corporation of United Airlines. It has put a ground stop on all of its operations worldwide. Bill?
We're looking at a live picture now of the Pentagon, which, of course, is not a skyscraper, but it is the world's largest office complex with the number of people who work there in the Defense Department, where we have learned that perhaps a third jet did crash into that building as well. It was described earlier, I heard Democratic consultant Paul Begala had been quoted as saying that he saw a fireball emerge from the Pentagon when it happened roughly an hour following the attacks on the World Trade Center bombings this morning.
In terms of the financial markets impact, as we told you, there will be no trading at the New York Stock Exchange. Mr. McDonough, the New York Fed president, is on the Dow Jones news wires as saying that all central bankers are trying to remain calm, that the New York Fed will conduct or make every effort at normal business in today's activity.
Speaking of normal business, the London Stock Exchange, I mentioned the oil exchange, the IPE, has suspended trading in London, but the stock exchange there, which is due to trade another 47 minutes, will remain open for trade and will close at the normal time at the London Stock Exchange.
Scott, can you bring us up to date on what you have?
Absolutely. Well, we understand that as long as 3 weeks ago, when you start talking about when you see a disaster like this and terrorist attacks, the first question is, well, who could be responsible for something like this? And we understand, as perhaps 3 weeks ago, Osama bin Laden, the known terrorist, was threatening major U.S. attacks, unprecedented U.S. attacks. Of course, there's no confirmation that he or his organization was involved in this. But we'll certainly be monitoring the wires to see if any more information comes out about that. But certainly that's the top name that would come up to most terrorist experts here in the United States.
I'm just learning on the wires here that the Taliban in Afghanistan has called a news conference there. In Pakistan, they've called it following those attacks. So maybe we'll learn something along those lines.
Let's join MSNBC, of course, our sister network. They have been following this all morning with us as well. Let's listen in at the Pentagon.
10,000 people in each tower. 10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day. And we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
Okay, so in other words, by 8:30 to 9, you figure the building would have been approaching full capacity with the workers. So we are talking about roughly 10,000 people.
Per tower.
Per tower. Now, at this point, obviously, you've got a situation, these towers having collapsed, that is bordering on chaotic. What's the first challenge? What are you doing at this moment? I've seen emergency workers try to go in there after the first couple crashes and come running back out. What are you trying to do now?
I guess the next step is between the chief and myself and my staff. We're going to go assess the condition and determine whether it's safe or not to send personnel into the building to continue looking and evacuating people.
Are there any emergency workers in there now?
We don't know that. We don't know.
If they were in there now, presumably they would have been trapped in there from the earlier.
It's possible. It's possible from what we saw happen here. Yeah, very much so. We were trapped ourselves in the building in the basement. We were the building collapsed when we came out of that. But yes,
sure you were in the basement of the South Tower.
No, we were in the basement of building 5, 6.
Okay.
Right, yeah. and I was in building 5. We had to dig our way out to get out.
You dug your way out. What was that like?
Scary.
Scary, but I was a volunteer fireman for years, so you learn not to panic.
We're going to move
what
from
was the one last thing?
What was We've just been able to get a camera hooked up to Ashley Banfield. And Ashley, tell us where you are and what's happening.
I'm on West Broadway.
I'm on West Broadway right now. It's kind of hard to say, West Broadway, Reed Street. But if you look down here, follow me down, you can see what it looks like finally, Chris. Down West Broadway into that plume of smoke. That was where those World Trade Centers once stood. And you can see people milling all about. Emergency vehicles are trying to get through this area. Police are trying to wrangle people to clear the way so that they can get through. Just look at the ground. Look at all the debris everywhere. The dust, the mess. A lot of the emergency vehicles that have been going through. This is a Fort Lee ambulance, so obviously they're calling in from every district surrounding the New York area. We've seen sheriff's vehicles. We've seen Port Authority acting as traffic supervisors and trying to wrangle people out of the way. But this is incredible because now sort of the sun has come out and it looks almost surreal in this area because right down there, if you can see into that plume of cloud, that's where we were when I did my first report with you on the cell phone about 35 minutes ago when the first tower collapsed. We were hit with that plume of smoke. I don't know if you can even see from my clothing, but this is what a lot of the people looked like when they were coming out of that area, out of that plume of smoke. In fact, Is it Mr. Borden? You were in the area when this happened. Tell me what happened.
I was walking by the building and early in the morning, and there was a loud cracking noise. And all of a sudden, this guy looked up and screamed, and I thought he was joking. And I looked up, and all sorts of pieces of the building were coming off the building. And so we started running, and pieces of the building started falling like 20 foot in front of us, and there was nowhere to go. And
Did you get hit with anything?
No,
Did you run?
Yeah, we ran and fell under the thing, and then we came back and we were walking around the other side, and the other building blew, and I pulled a woman underneath a truck because all the debris was falling down then, and now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
And what happened to you? Was there emergency personnel who looked you over to help you out? Did you just escape the area as fast
No, I
as
just
possible?
walked around and see if anybody else was okay, because I was okay.
This is where you work every day?
Yeah, down on Wall Street. Yeah, I'm in shock.
All right, thank you. Just want to clear this area, please. Because obviously every time a vehicle goes through here, it's extremely dusty. This is about 10 to 15 blocks north of the Trade Center here. And the ambulances personnel were handing out these masks for people to wear, but they're obviously in very short supply. We tried to grab about 15 different ambulance workers at times and ask for masks, whether they were ambulance or whether they were police. There's just none available. We also saw some police officers coming down this street a little bit earlier on wearing full gas masks, almost like riot gear. They were heading into that area. What's so frightening at this time is that we've heard 3 explosions since both towers collapsed. I stopped another police officer. He was a New York City police officer who was working traffic in this area to ask him if he'd heard over his radio transmissions whether in fact those were car bombs, as one officer had told me, or whether he'd heard anything else. He said he thought they were just residual collapse sounds and explosions that were just from the original collapse, but we haven't had confirmation on that. The first officer that I did get the information from that was a car bomb looked as though he was an inspector, plain clothes of some sort. He had a radio as well and a cell phone. It was walking right past me down this area, and I walked with him as he was talking on the cell phone. I said, "What was it?" And he said, "Car bomb." And when I asked him to elaborate, he said, "No time, no time." And he continued to walk forward. The concern is that there are so many emergency vehicles and emergency personnel that went down into that World Trade Center area, obviously cordoning it off and trying to keep people out of there. But clearly they would have been right in that path of not only the falling debris, but also that incredible, powerful cloud that just engulfed us. And I think if you heard me earlier, I told you the only way for us to escape it at the time was to break down the entrance to an apartment building just off the street. We had to break through the glass and get into the second door to breathe. We were followed by a police officer as well who was struggling to breathe, and then a security guard who worked in the World Trade Center as well. And he had been trying to walk northward away from that mess behind us. Could you just clear back so that the camera can take a view down there? Thanks. You can shoot down and you can see some of the activity while I'm reporting this to you. We also were able to interview a security guard who was working on the concourse in the plaza between the two World Trade Centers when the first explosion happened, when the first plane hit the first tower. He said he was dispatched down to the concourse to clear people away and to try to move people out of the World Trade Center. And then he said that's when the second explosion happened, which of course was the second tower. He said everything went pitch black. There was a cloud of smoke and a cloud of debris. When we happened upon him, it was extremely strange. He was all dressed in his black security uniform, but he was fully covered from head to toe in gray and wandering aimlessly. He said he was okay.
Hold on
we asked him if he'd been attended
to. If you can, because Pat Dawson, who's not far from you, is being asked to move.
All right, Tom, we've just been told we're being evacuated. You can see all the emergency workers walking north on the West Side Highway in New York. We've been told by firefighters here that there is a report of a bomb in this building. This is a school, a high school right here. And as you can see, they're moving everybody away from this building. They've said that there's a bomb in the building. They are evacuating us north now. That is according to firefighters on the scene, and we're going to move out of here right now just to keep ourselves safe. So we're going to start walking north ourselves, but that's what we're being told by New York City firefighters here, that there were reports of a bomb in that high school right there. It's called Stuyvesant High School, and so we are walking north to get out of the way. You can see just to my left here, these are even the ambulances which were down there are being moved north. The firefighters are being moved north. Everybody is being moved north. We're being asked by the police now now to go north and get out of the way. Officer, do you have any idea of what the problem is?
There's a report of a secondary device possibly in the area of this school, so they're going to move everybody back as a precaution.
Secondary device meaning a bomb?
Possibly.
Okay, and where did that report come from? Was it called in?
It came in over our radios, and it's reported through our supervisors on down, so we're pulling everybody back.
And that's in the Stuyvesant High School right there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Officer McQuaid. That's Officer McQuaid of New York City Emergency Service. I'm sorry, what's it?
We are going to take it back here at CNBC, Bill Griffith, along with Sue Herrera. A few more bits of information that we're getting. Obviously, we'll go back to MSNBC on the ground there in New York City as developments warrant it. Let me bring a couple things in. Sue, you have some things as well.
I do. As a matter of fact, the FBI is now saying that the 4 hijacked planes were American Airlines flight number 11 and 77 and United Airlines flight number 175 and 93. And Scott
Wapner has more developments on one of those hijacked flights.
Well, let's also look at some passenger counts from those planes. American Airlines Flight 11 was one of the ones believed to have crashed into the World Trade Center. We believe that was a Boeing 767 with 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. American Airlines Flight 77 was believed to be en route from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles, a Boeing 757 with 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. United Flight 175, there is no information at this time as to how many passengers were on board. The other United plane involved, number 93, was believed to be en route from Newark to San Francisco. And this could be the plane. This is believed to be the plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh. And we understand that about 9:58 Eastern time, this is being reported by WPXI television in Pittsburgh, that a 911 center got a phone call from a cell phone from the plane saying, in fact, that the plane was hijacked. There was an explosion, a cloud of white smoke, and of course, the phone then went dead.
And Scott, before we go to Leslie LaRoche, our correspondent in London, U.S. officials are telling NBC News that the U.S. Army units have been placed on their highest state of alert. That would be ThreatCon Delta for protection purposes. This means armed troops and armored vehicles will be protecting U.S. bases and facilities throughout Europe, and we are going to get more on that as it develops. That from NBC News from U.S. officials.
Sue, let me mention that in about 5 minutes, the Afghani ambassador representing the Taliban government is going to hold a news conference. Sources in Afghanistan say that they will deny any link or knowledge that known terrorist Osama bin Laden would be involved. And as far as they are concerned, he is banned from carrying out activities against anyone. Now, we should take this with a huge grain of salt because there are
that was the amount of fuel was so significant that, of course, would only have accelerated the flames once it did crash into the tower, because it was going from Boston to Los Angeles and was clearly so heavily fueled up. The second explosion that I witnessed when I was outside was basically the collapsing of the second tower. And again, it was a huge thump, a huge noise, and there were crowds everywhere on Wall Street and on Broadway running from the explosion. I, as well, went under the building that is across the street from the New York Stock Exchange, and I basically stayed there with about 20 people. We were just staying in a stairwell across the street from the exchange. We couldn't open our eyes. We were all having a hard time breathing because the air is so thick with this debris and smoke all around us. So again, the scene is very much the way it was about an hour ago. It's very dark. Now, the shot that you're looking at right now is obviously a shot from afar, so you see the smoke and you see the collapsing of the towers. But when you're in the thick of it on Wall Street, it's very dark. It's very cloudy. I can tell you that people who work at the New York Stock Exchange, I am being told, are safe. So if any families are looking for any employees, they are safe, and they are looking for places to hide or secure places away from the trade center.
Maria, earlier we were seeing feeds from MSNBC where they were evacuating the west side of Lower Manhattan there. I don't know if you've been outside or not, but can you tell us a little further east there of where the Trade Center complex is? what the scene is like outside?
Yes, I've been outside. I basically, as I mentioned, the sights outside are very dark, very cloudy. Above us, there seem to be clouds.
Are there still a lot of people outside?
No,
is what I'm wondering. Yeah.
no, there's no one outside. The whole area has been cleared away by security. Particularly outside the New York Stock Exchange, there's no one. And what there is very, very thick.
What you're hearing, Maria, is tape of the tower collapsing earlier this morning.
Yes, I see that. And at that time, that is when I was outside hearing that as well, when I ran under the building. But right now, it's clearly quieter, and there's very, very thick pieces of dust and white smoke everywhere. The smoke seems to be moving still above us over Wall Street streets.
Maria, I don't want to interrupt you. Scott has some news on casualties at this point.
I do. This is from the Associated Press. A police official speaking on the condition of anonymity says a number of Trade Center casualties are still unknown, but could certainly be in the thousands. And we've seen also New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani say that he expects massive casualties. You would expect nothing less, obviously, in a tragedy like this.
Obviously, and we have all of our people on the ground and covering the story. Bill, I think we're going to go to David, right?
David Faber has been working the phones trying to get a hold of people who work in that area. David?
Yeah, Bill, very hard to get through to a number of people, but the people I have spoken to are concerned mainly for their friends. We all know that we must know people who are in those buildings, in the surrounding area, given the...
and the cell phones are dead. You can't get a hold of it. So if you're trying to get a hold of your loved ones in Manhattan by cell phone, it's not possible.
It's very difficult, worrisome. And of course, you know, people in the community of Wall Street are all worrying about anybody who was there that they have a relationship with, including, of course, so many of us who know so many people who work in those buildings and the surrounding buildings. I've heard some horrific stories, unfortunately, about Cantor Fitzgerald, the large bond trading firm that has offices in one of the towers, or had offices in one of the towers between the 90th and 102nd floor. They were calling people were calling saying, "Are you all right?" after the plane hit. And they were told, "Yeah, we got to get out, we've got to get out." But the question is, of course, how quickly can you descend 100 flights of stairs in between the second plane hitting the second tower and the ultimate collapse? So a lot of concern, as you might expect, of course, amongst everybody, and certainly given the concentration of Wall Street-related people and employees down there, Sue and Bill. There's
I drive past that every day.
Great concern.
On the way to the NYC.
Exactly.
No, what's amazing is that area is so condensed. Of course, it's very difficult to get people out of there.
You live in that area, do you not, Scott?
I do. I live down in the Hanover Square area, and it's very condensed. The streets are narrow, and there's a lot of sharp turns in and out of the financial district, so it's difficult to get people out of there in a quick and orderly fashion. And of course, the subways that do go down there were shut down. So how do you get out of that area, the surrounding area, from the trade centers and, you know, east and west of the tip of Manhattan?
We're starting to see global reaction, as we mentioned, to this. Air Canada is on the wires.
Yes, well, they are
suspending all
their flights there in Canada, as all flights in Canada are being suspended. As it happens, the highest Federal Reserve officials are in Basel, Switzerland, where they were attending a conference there, including Fed Chairman Greenspan and including Bill McDonough, who runs the Fed's New York City District office, and he is saying, as Fed officials always do when there is a crisis of sorts, that the Fed will provide liquidity as needed. So we should let the people know that that is being announced by the Federal Reserve at this point as well.
Also on the Associated Press,
absolutely,
out of Cleveland, Scott.
Well, we were talking earlier. There was some misinformation. First, American Airlines had reported that these two planes were carrying a total of 156 passengers. Then it was reported that there was a total of 164. We're going back to 156, and that's directly from American Airlines officials. Just wanted to clarify that and make sure we had the right number there.
That will probably be the norm for the day, where we get bits and pieces of information, some of which will be accurate and some won't.
The Associated Press out of Cleveland is quoting Mayor Michael White of Cleveland as saying a Boeing 767 out of Boston has made an emergency landing at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport because of concerns it may have a bomb aboard. That, according to the Associated Press, quoting Mayor Michael White of Cleveland. We will continue to follow that part of the story for you.
Just to recap, we're kind of watching the pictures as you are and trying to discern from officials themselves who are themselves trying to get organized right now exactly what is going on, not only in New York City area as they continue to evacuate the lower portion of Manhattan. You saw NBC's Pat Dawson and Ashley Banfield in that portion down there in the financial district as they were being moved north on the possibility that there were so-called secondary devices or bombs located in some of the buildings down there. And in Washington, where they have evacuated essentially all of the government offices in downtown Washington, D.C., and moved government officials to safe areas. I'm so glad to be able to say that we have the Wall Street Journal's John Bussey on the phone. We have been concerned about your well-being, John. Tell us what's going on and what you've been through, pal.
Yeah, just cut me off when you want to. I was getting ready to talk with Haynes during Squawk Box, and the fire was raging in both buildings. I looked up at the south building, the second World Trade Center to be hit, and explosions were coming down the building. It looked as if charges had been set on each floor and they were in succession going off. Now, this was probably not what was happening. It just looked that way to me. The building just blew out floor by floor, and it probably had something to do with the structural damage that was done by the plane hitting it. When I saw the floor-by-floor explosions happening, I dove out of the office where I was because the windows looked directly over the World Trade Center. We are in the World Financial Center, directly across West Street from the two trade centers. By the time I came up from under a desk where I sought shelter, the entire floor, the entire room where I was completely dense with cement and smoke. You could not see. I felt my way along the wall and desk by desk until I found an opening. I made several mistakes, and I thought to myself that, you know, this must be what it was like in the World Trade Center, the smoke and the dust so dense that you couldn't breathe. I got out, and on the ground, I went down the emergency stairwell. Our building had been evacuated. Down on the ground level, there was a couple of inches of dust and debris. It looked like Pompeii after a volcanic eruption with just debris, smoke, and dust in the air, but also all over the ground and coating everything. The EMS and firefighters were in disarray. They were trying to find their colleagues because they, of course, were out in the street when the first building collapsed, as were several people who had been evacuated from the building, though I think those people had been moved away toward the water by that point, in which case they would have been safe. We took shelter in a restaurant that a firefighter broke the glass through, about a half a dozen of us, including EMS people. We then started handing out water to EMS people who were coming back from the area of the World Trade Center. One of the EMS people gave me one of these surgical masks. It was critical if you were to attempt to breathe in the area. By the time that I began to sort of move toward the water, toward Liberty Street, the second building came down. Everybody began running. We ran for shelter around the corner of a apartment complex directly across from the World Trade Center next to the World Financial Center. The EMS person and the firefighters that I was with, about a half a dozen, we all slammed ourselves up against a wall that was actually corrugated tin. It looked like some kind of a driveway that was part of the apartment building to avoid all of the debris that was raining down out of the sky. The next thing that happened, and we were so close to the building that you could feel it hitting your shoulder as it rained down. But we were on the safe side of the building, much safer than where the firefighters were on the other side of the building, exposed directly to the explosion. What came next was almost worse. The sky completely was dark. It was dense with smoke and dense with dust and cement dust. And we were just stuck. We crouched there next to the building with our hands on each other's shoulders. One of the firefighters took charge, yelled out if everybody was okay. We sounded off, saying we were. He was telling us how to breathe through our masks, telling us to put cloth over our face. This was probably what was going on all around the World Trade Center building, where there were many firefighters out in the open when this thing came down. As time went on, enough of the smoke cleared that one of the firefighters was up with a flashlight, radioing to our group. He made his way over to us and led us, because you couldn't open your eyes. It was stinging with smoke and dust. You could barely breathe. He led us single file. We were blinded with our hands on each other's shoulders into a building where we waited until the dust settled. I then went outside and made my way down south near the water in Manhattan to where boats have begun to pull up in a small marina next to some restaurants between Battery Park and the World Trade Center. These are now beginning to ferry people from Manhattan across to New Jersey, where I am now. I am at Harborside, directly across on the island. But there were precious few people waiting there in line to be ferried away. They may have been evacuated north. They may have been evacuated in the other direction from the World Trade Center. But by the time I got down to the tip of the island, or actually not quite to the tip, it's short of that, there were not that many people waiting to be evacuated, and I hopped on a private boat, came over here to the PATH train station on the New Jersey side. All the phones are down, but I got a line through to you all.
John, and we cannot tell you how thrilled we are. You were one person we were very concerned about. Can you give us a sense of how many people were on this same route? I mean, how many evacuation routes are there, and are they being, jammed at this point?
I'm not sure how to put this in words, but you can only imagine. It is chaos. I got to also say, without trying to sound, dramatic about this, that the professionalism of the EMS and the firefighters was there throughout. They're basically in an environment where two enormous buildings have crashed to the ground. Many of their colleagues were caught in this in some way. Just before I left the building, I reported to Mark Haynes there were people leaping out of the
John,
building.
we have to interrupt you because we are going to go now live to a news conference which concerns the situation.
I have no information on the United flight right now.
With the airlines. I believe this is a United Airlines spokesperson at Logan Airport.
Again, I'm not familiar with the particular flight patterns they may have filed.
Was it a non-stop flight to Los Angeles?
I believe it was.
At what time, sir, were the flights stopped in Logan? You know?
What?
At what time? What time was the airport shut down?
I believe we shut the airport down to arriving flights somewhere around 9:15, and departing flights shortly after that.
What happened to the flights that were in the air? Where are they?
They were diverted to other airports.
How long will the airport be shut? How long will
Again, we're going to assess all the measures that we've taken. We want to, obviously, the safety and security of anyone who works here at the airport, any of our passengers, is a top priority.
Do you have a lot of baggage that hasn't been claimed, or are you allowing people to claim their baggage at this point?
That's an airline decision, yes.
Do you know where that plane came from, sir? Do you know where the plane came from?
I do not.
Joe, can you explain what's going to be going
in the terminal, in American Airlines terminal, for checking those passengers?
Well, security.
Or is that the American Airlines?
Security. It's a collaborative effort. We work with airlines. We work with the FAA and Massport. We all collaborate on different aspects of the security.
Who's going to be at the Hilton?
For passengers who are coming to the airport, passengers who may have questions about...
We're going to ask all passengers coming to the airport to stop, get to a phone, call the airline, and get the information from the airline on their flight schedules.
Joe, can you tell us who's going to be at the Hilton? Who is going to be at the Hilton greeting the families? What do you have set up there for them?
Massport has developed a family assistance center that will hopefully meet the emotional needs of the family members until the airline can step forward and provide those services. We have an interim plan that we've put together to make sure the family's needs are met in this time.
Specifically, what services are you offering?
When will that be open?
Family Center is open right now. We are receiving families into that center.
And what is there?
How many families have arrived?
What?
We have counselors, we have specially trained people to assist those families.
An official there at Logan Airport in Boston, where at least one of the jets involved in the attack on the World Trade Center buildings earlier this morning was hijacked from Boston. It was en route to Los Angeles. And some insight on that, one of our reporters, Jane Wells in Los Angeles, points out that the jets so far involved today, there have been 4 that we know of, are either Boeing 757s or 767s. They essentially have the same control system, so anyone who might commandeer those jets would only need to learn the same control system in order to fly those jets. And again, we've heard of only 4 at this point, but we're waiting for more word.
Scott, you have some more news.
I do. I just wanted to make clear earlier when we were giving the information about the 4 airplanes involved in this. One was United Airlines flight number 175. We had no information at the time, of course. We understand that was a 767 from Boston to Los Angeles, set to arrive at 12:33 local time in Los Angeles. I think what you take from this is we're looking at 4 large airlines, all headed from the eastern coast of the United States out west, perhaps in the minds of terrorists to take big planes with as many people as possible heading on long flights involved in this.
Well, we don't want to speculate about anything, of course. We should also note that in Florida, they have decided to close Disney World and all the other 4 theme parks, which of course attract an awful lot of people on a daily basis. All of those are closed. We will have no trading here in the United States. The SEC has closed trading, and as a matter of fact, we didn't even get trading open in New York, obviously because of the disaster there. We should note that they have been trading in the United Kingdom, and UK stocks have suffered their biggest one-day point fall since October of 1987. The dollar is dropping against the yen. It is well below the 119 level against the yen, and it is now down almost 2%. The bond market was trading earlier, and we did see a flight to quality into the bond market a bit earlier.
It was trading sharply higher, as you might imagine, as a kind of a flight to quality there. Hampton Pearson back in from Washington now with some more details. Hampton?
Bill, a couple updates on basically the air traffic situation here in the nation's capital. The Washington Airport Authority announcing a short while ago that both Dulles and Reagan National Airports are now closed and will be closed for at least the next 24 hours. These are the 2 major airports, of course, serving the nation's capital that on an annualized basis have in the neighborhood of about 2.5 million passengers per year. We don't know the status of BWI, the Baltimore Airport, the other major airports serving the greater Washington, D.C. area. Of course, the main concentration here has been on the Pentagon, where it is reported that basically a 3rd plane involved in what appears to be this terrorist attack that began in New York crashed into the heliport area section of the Pentagon and into the building itself. There has been a full-scale evacuation of the Pentagon. On any given day, there's anywhere from 25 to 30,000 civilian and military personnel inside that building. We have very scattered reports of at least 24 injured victims being treated at various Virginia hospitals. Obviously, very preliminary information very early on as far as what's going on across the Potomac River at the Pentagon itself. As you've been reporting, basically all federal buildings here in the Washington, D.C. area have been shut down. The White House, the Capitol, the Treasury, the State Department, all being evacuated. Also, we are told that as people prepare to leave the nation's capital, some of the traffic patterns have been changed where certain major arteries to D.C. are now one way out of the nation's capital. We, of course, awaiting the return of President Bush from Florida and an update from the White House on its view of all of this. That's what we have for you here from Washington for the time being.
Thanks, Hampton. Hampton Pearson there in Washington. On the phone is Harold Brooks, who represents the Red Cross. He happens to be based in San Francisco, but we'd like to get a little insight, Mr. Brooks, into what the Red Cross may be doing and, in fact, what the Red Cross may need at this point in the areas around New York City and in Washington right now.
Well, the American Red Cross is responding to the incident in Washington, D.C. and New York City, and our chapters and volunteers are working with the emergency management teams to ensure that help is being provided. You know, people who will be experiencing tremendous stress from the lack of warning and the unfamiliarity of this kind of an event. It's just such a gruesome sort of a thing. The shock is going to cause people to want to do something. The fact that it was done by human hands makes it all the worse. The best thing for folks to do, and we would encourage you to get out the word, that people who are in the affected areas contact their family members from outside of the area because it's difficult to call in. Now, Red Cross has a 48-hour moratorium on what we call disaster welfare inquiries, so it's going to be important for people who are in those areas to contact folks because everybody wants to know if they're okay. Red Cross has mental health workers who will be working very carefully and sensitively with members of the affected families and others who are impacted by this.
Would it make sense, Mr. Brooks,
for quite a while?
Would it make sense for people in the outlying areas, if provisions are needed, to contact their local Red Cross offices to see if they can help?
That would be absolutely correct.
Mr. Brooks, thank you. Harold Brooks, who represents the American Red Cross based in San Francisco there.
We're gonna go back now to the Wall Street Journal's John Bussey. And John, I know, first of all, I want to say I'm very glad you're safe, because I was very worried about you. It was great to hear your voice on the phone. Tell us what's going on now, what you see, and where you are.
I'm across the river from Manhattan now in New Jersey, just right on the waterfront. They're ferrying people across in private boats, in Park Service boats, and police boats. I just came across about 25 minutes ago. As I was crossing, it looks very much as it does in your cameras, smoke completely engulfing a many square block area. When after the second building came down, what was basically happening was that the remaining emergency services personnel and firefighters were trying to organize their command centers. It was, as you could imagine, utter chaos. Some command centers as well, right next to the building. This was the North Tower. The South Tower, there were not as many fire trucks next to it. But presumably when the North Tower did come down, a lot of those fire trucks were immediately affected. So the firefighters were trying to find where their command structure was. There were people in the streets who had been injured, and this is about maybe 3 city blocks, or maybe even further, 5 city blocks away from the tower, but essentially out in the open, because that section of Manhattan is not cheek by jowl construction like you have in downtown Manhattan. So when the dust cloud went up, it basically had a lot of room to maneuver. Soon people were gravitating toward the water, because the breeze from the river was what finally cleared the dust and the smoke out of the area. For about 4, 5, 6 minutes after the towers came down, longer, probably about 8 minutes, you could not see your hand stretched in front of you. As time went on, this began to clear, but the smoke and the dust are still quite intense around the area as more debris continues to fall. So people are gravitating down toward this boat marina, but there aren't that many. It should be noted, though, that my building, the Wall Street Journal, which also houses Oppenheimer, had been evacuated. The other World Trade Center buildings were being evacuated, or World Financial Center buildings right across from the Trade Centers were being evacuated. When I went down the stairwell, there was nobody else in the building. So those people who have friends and relatives there, presumably those people got out. There may have been some people left back into the building, but I just did not see them. But this evacuation process had been well underway for about 40 minutes before the buildings fell.
All right, John, thanks. Yeoman's duty there, pal. John Bussey of the Wall Street Journal, who is now across the river, essentially getting something of the same view that we're showing right here via camera. He's in a different part across the Hudson River from the Manhattan skyline, but that's about what he's getting right now. Back to Hampton Pearson in Washington with more on the Federal Reserve and their response to all of this.
Well, Bill, we've had 2 important pieces of information from the Federal Reserve. We are being told, first of all, the Federal Reserve is saying that the system is open and operating. The discount window is available to meet liquidity needs, and that the Federal Reserve is standing by, very much prepared to provide money to the U.S. banking system in the aftermath of these terrorist attacks. Also, we're getting information on the whereabouts of Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan. It turns out he is out of the country attending a conference in Basel, Switzerland, and we are told that the Fed chairman is safe. Back to you.
Thank you, Hampton. Let me give you a little sense here, because we are, of course, saying that the SEC has closed trading of all the U.S. financial markets today. The chairman of the New York Board of Trade, which is a backup futures exchange out on Long Island, it's in Long Island City in New York, said he does not expect to reopen trade until Monday at the earliest. And let me tell you why. The banking system must be back up to speed, he points out, and clearing members. You know, it takes a trade between 2 traders, the buyer and the seller, but then the trade must be cleared beyond that as well. and clearing operations must be back up and functioning in order for trading to resume. So it is the best guesstimate of Charles Falk, the chairman of the New York Board of Trade, this backup futures system, that you probably won't see trading resume, at least normal trading, until Monday at the earliest. This is preliminarily from this one piece, but this may be what the SEC officials are thinking about as well.
And Bill, Alina Cho is back with us, and Alina, United Airlines is making some statements right now.
Yes, what we're hearing across the wire, Sue, is that United says it is, quote, deeply concerned about a second flight. This is a Boeing 767 headed from Boston to Los Angeles. We want to remind you that we have already given you this flight number. We believe it is United Flight 175. It is the only one of 4 flights that has been unaccounted for. You'll recall that Americans Flight 11 and 77, both en route to Los Angeles,
Alina, look at your alert.
Crashed into the...
Alina.
United Airlines is confirming that a second United plane is crashing. The location has not been given. This is a Chicago dateline.
On Associated Press.
On Associated Press.
Where United Airlines would be based in.
Right.
And they have shut down their system nationwide and worldwide, actually. But there were a number of flights that were in air when the terrorist attack began. And if you are just joining us, that was at just about 9 a.m., a little before 9 a.m. So there were a number of flights that were in the air at the time, and all the major airlines have been scrambling to account for those particular flights. AMR, one of them, United Airlines, one of them, of course. And United is now saying that they are very concerned about that particular flight, the last one that Alina just mentioned, and they are saying now that it has crashed, but they are not giving a location on that. Bill?
We do, I mean, the 4 we do have accounted for. One was out of Boston, headed for Los Angeles. That is, we believe, one of the jets that crashed into one of the World Trade Center towers. Another coming from Newark, New Jersey, headed to San Francisco. That one we know was a flight that crashed outside Pittsburgh. What we don't know is the other 2 flights, one that crashed into the Pentagon earlier this morning, and the second flight that went into the second World Trade Center tower, where those flights originated right now. But as we've been saying, the FAA, we are told, according to various news reports, still have not accounted for what has been termed several flights. We don't want to be speculative, we don't want to be reactionary, but we are just saying that in the normal course of operations, that is probably going to be the case anyway, as they try and account for all of the flights. And you can imagine at any given moment during a normal day of business, how many flights will be in the air around the United States,
exactly.
And indeed in North America. So that as they try to account for each of those flights, they are scrambling to figure out where all of them are.
And there is a brief recap of exactly what has happened so far today. As Bill mentioned, 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Center, one into the North Tower, one into the South Tower. Both of the Twin Towers in Lower Manhattan in the financial district have collapsed. The Pentagon in Washington has been attacked. Parts of the Pentagon, according to the Associated Press, have collapsed as well. Alina, you have some late-breaking news, too. There's a live shot of Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon.
This is as of about 20 minutes ago, Sue, but I'm not sure if we pass this along. I don't want to alarm anyone, but at the same time, NBC News is reporting, according to a White House aide, that he has tried to reach officials close to President Bush, and White House signal operators said they were still trying to reach the president on Air Force One. You will recall, if you've been watching along with us, that the president cut short a trip to Florida. He was there pushing his education plan. He learned of this tragedy while he was reading to children at an elementary school in Sarasota. He promptly left that venue and shortly thereafter made a statement condemning the attacks, of course.
And all the federal buildings in Washington have been evacuated as well.
Right, and Sue, just to put this in perspective, just to compare, the worst terrorist attack ever before today was the Air India 747 bombing over the Irish Sea in 1985, which killed 329 people. We are not getting clear numbers and may not for some time.
Nor will we for a while.
On these tragedies in Washington and New York. Just so you know, on any given day, according to a local city official in New York, the World Trade Center on a workday, both buildings might hold around 10,000 people. The capacity is about 50,000. You can only imagine the type of news we're going to be hearing in the coming days.
It is going to be very difficult, obviously.
On the telephone, we have Neil Livingstone, who's the chairman and CEO of a group called Global Options, which is a crisis management organization that goes into action at times like this. Mr. Livingstone, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Some perspective from your point of view. You've been in this business an awfully long time. No one has seen anything quite like this.
Well, this is the nightmare that we have exercised against and worried about for literally 2 decades, and it's finally come to pass. But our major fear was a multiplicity of attacks against a multiplicity of targets in multiple cities that would and particularly if they were very high consequence or symbolic targets, and that's exactly what we've seen today.
We don't want to be speculative too soon, but this obviously had to be a very, very well-coordinated attack.
Very well coordinated and very expensive, and we also have to presume that even the pilots of those aircraft, if they had a gun to their head, still probably would not have flown those aircraft into the World Trade Center. They would have done something else. And so we have to presume that probably they even had trained pilots flying those aircraft at this point after they had seized them. So this is a very highly skilled and coordinated attack. There are only a small number of groups or countries in the world that probably could carry out such attacks, and obviously U.S. intelligence is mobilized right now and law enforcement authorities to turn over every rock in the world and look at every source trying to figure out if we can identify those culprits.
Intelligence groups here in the U.S. that must feel very, very upset and devastated by this and not having seen it coming.
Well, we had so many threats in recent years. We had one last week against our embassy and our military posts in Japan and Korea, and nothing, of course, happened. We have so many warnings these days that they've blended into the background noise. Our problem is, and we've always believed this for many years, is that you cannot stop these attacks at the water's edge. You have to go to where the terrorists live and to the governments that sponsor them or give them safe haven. And that's the only way that you're going to be able to deal with this, because we live in an open society, and unfortunately, an open society is a very vulnerable society.
Neil, if no one claims responsibility for this particular attack, and given the fact that obviously it has taken the United States unawares, are we going to be able to find out who did this?
I think we're going to be able to find out. I suspect that we may already have strong indications who carried it out. A lot of time, our problem with intelligence material is assessing it in real time. Sometimes when we know what to look for, we can go back and look at it and see if it makes more sense. We have a lot of culprits in this case. We'll be able to look at the manifests of the aircraft. We'll be able to look at when they entered the country and on what passports and so on, presuming that they are foreign nationals as opposed to domestic nationals. Mm-hmm. And all of those things may start pointing in several directions very conclusively.
Neil, I understand that your wife either works at the Pentagon or was at the Pentagon this morning.
My wife is Undersecretary of the Navy. She was at the Pentagon.
She is all right?
She's all right. She called from the parking lot. She has an office on the E-ring, which is the outer ring of the Pentagon where the windows are, and obviously we know that the plane went into the side, but fortunately she was in the bowels of the Pentagon giving a speech at that time.
Did she tell you what it was like? Did she just...
No, I've not talked to her directly. Cellular phone traffic was totally out of commission in Washington, and she spoke with my office as I was caught in traffic at the time that this occurred, and simply indicated that she was all right and would be back in touch with me when she could.
David Faber, you have a question?
Yeah, Neil, it's not a stretch to say that the magnitude of these attacks surpass that of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. How do you respond to something like this, which certainly would be an act of war if, in fact, another nation were committing it?
Well, it's even an act of war if a group has carried out this attack and has some sponsorship by a country. I mean, you have to remember that we don't know that this is Osama bin Laden, but he's protected by the Taliban government in Afghanistan and has already carried out other attacks against us. And we've done nothing or precious little to try to deal with that problem. This is probably of greater consequence to the United States in some ways than Pearl Harbor, in other ways not. But I think every American, just as my parents' generation remembered where they were when they heard the news of Pearl Harbor, I think this is going to traumatize the American public the same way, and it calls for a very drastic response by the United States.
What happens to intelligence services here in the United States, indeed security services here in the United States? We had another securities expert earlier who said, you know, in a free society there is only so much you can do and still maintain a free society.
Well, it depends, I think, right now on whether there are further attacks, and as to how far we go in basically taking extraordinary steps to protect the security of Americans on a temporary basis. But obviously, Americans all over the world are feeling threatened right now. Our bases and our military is on the highest stage of alert. After all, the very heart of our military, the Pentagon, has been attacked. And so as a consequence, we're on a wartime footing now already, and nothing would surprise me given the gravity of the situation. It isn't to say that we want to see civil liberties suspended or anything, but you can bet that extraordinary steps will be taken by law enforcement agencies, by the intelligence community, by the military, and by our political leadership right now.
Neil, thank you. Neil Livingstone, the CEO of Global Options, a terrorist crisis management group there based in Washington.
Bill, in fact, as you might expect, world reaction is coming in, local reaction. You know, David Faber referred to this being similar to Pearl Harbor. In fact, Senator Chuck Hagel, Republican from Nebraska, called it the second Pearl Harbor. Canadian Prime Minister Jean Chrétien said the attacks on the U.S. were both cowardly and evil. We also want to mention that there are several government houses government offices, rather, that were housed in the World Trade Center, among them the U.S. Customs Office, the New York Secret Service, the U.S. Treasury Department, U.S. Secret Service, U.S. Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. In addition, of course, as Mark Haynes had mentioned earlier this morning, all of the rescue personnel who were in there, firefighters, police officers, and the people who work there from day to day.
And we should note that in the World Trade Center, some of the Wall Street offices that are located there include Morgan Stanley, Credit Suisse, First Boston Group, Commerce Bank, and Deutsche Bank, among others. Maria Bartiromo, I think we're going to
back to the New York Stock Exchange, where, just a reminder, it goes without saying, there is no trading today, either there or anywhere in the United States, as far as the financial markets go. Maria?
Yes, thank you, Bill. And Sue, you know, I would only remind you, because you guys have been comparing this to Pearl Harbor, and it's funny because we were talking about this earlier with some people down here, and, you know, one comment that I keep getting from people is the fact that in Pearl Harbor, that was a military base that was attacked, whereas this is a civilian area. So many civilians were impacted, so this is being looked at as much worse than the Pearl Harbor attack. So I just would point that out to you. Here, the scene on Wall Street clearly is somber. I walked outside a little while ago. There are dust, white dust, this thick on the floor of debris and smoke just settling after the explosions. I mentioned to you earlier in the coverage that I myself witnessed 2 of the explosions. The first one that I witnessed was when the second plane went into the second tower, and truly it was out of a movie, this plane going right in, putting a hole into the second tower. The second thing that I myself witnessed was the further collapse of one of the towers, and there was a huge bang down on Wall Street. Everyone ran for their lives. Outside, the scene right now is quiet. There is no one around. People have looked for places for security, places to hide away from this. The mood down here, we're waiting to find out any fatalities. Clearly, so many people who work in the downtown area have friends and family in the 2 towers. I'm told that there were 13,000 people in each tower. We're still waiting on the actual count. So again, I'm here on Wall Street, and people are mulling about no trading today. Obviously, we're waiting to find out more news, and as we wait, people are just sort of outside mulling about, but there's not a lot of people outside. It's dark. The clouds continue to move above us.
Thank you very much, Maria. We'll continue to get back to you throughout the day. Maria Bartiromo with the NYSE. Bill?
Michelle Cruza-Cabrera has been spending time trying to put all this in perspective and to kind of pull it all together to give us an assessment of what's happened today so far. Michelle?
Yeah, this is just basically a recap here, Bill. A series of terrorist attacks allegedly took down the Twin Towers and forced the evacuation of dozens of buildings from New York to Washington and across the United States. You can see the video here. The attacks happened around 9 a.m. when an American Airlines plane reportedly hijacked from Boston crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York. About 18 minutes later, a second plane collided into the South Tower. Moments later, the South Tower collapsed, followed by the North Tower. It was a scene of terror as people were seen falling and jumping from the tower, according to reports from people that we have on the ground there. American Airlines has confirmed 2 of their flights were hijacked and crashed in today's attacks. 164 passengers and crew members were killed. And United Airlines confirms a Boeing 757 from Newark to San Francisco has crashed in western Pennsylvania. 90 people were on board that flight. No word if this was related to a terrorist attack officially. Explosions also rocked the Pentagon and State Department. The White House has been evacuated. The Capitol has also been evacuated, and the congressional leadership has been taken to a secure location. Federal government offices in Washington are closed. All U.S. embassies and consulates have been notified to take adequate precautions. And meanwhile, all securities markets in the U.S. are closed today following the attacks. Evacuations were ordered at the United Nations, the Sears Tower in Chicago, the Space Needle in Seattle, skyscrapers in Boston, Cleveland, and Minneapolis. All flights in the U.S. have been canceled, and all international flights have been diverted to Canada. In Manhattan, all bridges and tunnels into the city are shut down. Several subway lines have also been suspended. And then there was crossing the wires earlier, Sue and Bill. Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan is in Switzerland. He was there for a previously scheduled meeting of the Bank for International Settlements in Switzerland, and his travel plans are being kept highly secret at the moment.
And we should note that Israeli airspace has now been closed to all foreign aircraft as well. And also the border between California and Mexico has been closed after the East Coast attacks, according to Mexican government officials.
Also, Sue, in a rare joint statement, Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle and Minority Leader Trent Lott has issued the following statement, and I'm quoting here: "We are outraged at this cowardly attack on the people of the United States. Our heartfelt prayers are with the victims and their families, and we stand strongly united behind the President as our Commander-in-Chief. We will work with him to ensure that the full resources of the United States government are brought to bear to protect the American people and punish the perpetrators of these unconscionable acts. May God bless America." Some other things, Michelle had mentioned some closures. Kennedy Space Center is closed. Los Angeles Airport is closed. Yankee Stadium is closed. Major League Baseball has suspended operations. Those are some of the things that we have learned. Also, White House, U.S. officials have been moved into protected facilities, according to NBC News. The Secret Service has set up in various buildings what they are calling so-called hard rooms, with their own communications and their own ventilation system to protect individuals. There are several in the White House complex. President Bush, we want to remind you, cut short his trip to Florida and is en route back to Washington.
Thank you, Alina Cho. You and I are going to step aside here.
That's right, but we're going to go down to Hampton.
Tyler Matheson and Maria, or I guess Martha McCallum will be here in just a few moments. But let's get back to Washington. Hampton Pearson with more details there as well. Hampton?
Well, Bill and Sue, in addition to what Alina was just talking about as far as the, number one, the statements from the top congressional leadership, as well as beginning scattered reports on the whereabouts of top Bush administration officials, we also do have a statement from SEC Chairman Harvey Pitt, basically saying that the commission has been and is in constant communication with each of the organized securities markets exchanges as a safety precaution while the tragic events of today are being sorted out. The securities market markets have decided not to open for trading today. SEC Chairman Harvey Pitt saying, we strongly support that decision. It's the responsible course of action to take in light of today's tragedies. And investors, by the way, Mr. Pitt is saying, should be assured that the disruption to normal trading patterns is a temporary phenomena. Trading will resume as soon as it is possible and practicable to do so. Now, also, there is beginning to be a scenario, if you will, to more or less account for the 4 hijacked airliners involved in this terrorist attack. First, of course, there was the American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to LAX. That is the one that is believed to have struck the South Tower of the World Trade Center. It had 81 passengers and a crew of 11. Then there was American Flight 77, Washington Dulles, LAX. That is more or less the one at this time that is a unconfirmed hit at the Pentagon, causing the chaos there. Then, of course, we had United Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco. That also a 757. That is believed to be the plane that has crashed in western Pennsylvania with 38 passengers on board, 2 pilots and 5 flight attendants. Now, there is also United Flight 175, another Boeing 767, Boston to LAX bound. This, it is believed, is possibly the plane that crashed into the World Trade Center North Tower. Again, unconfirmed, but the most likely scenario at this point, accounting for the 4 planes that we do know were at least hijacked, triggering the whole chain of events that have led to this massive apparent terrorist attack here in New York City. Excuse me, in New York City, and of course, with a ripple effect here as well in the nation's capital and, frankly, throughout the world. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Hampton Pearson, just seeing additional news that the Canada-U.S. border is to be closed. That, according to a news source, the U.S. border with Mexico has also been closed by the United States. And welcome to our continuing coverage here at 24 minutes past noon in the East. I'm Tyler Matheson, joined by Martha McCallum. As we see there, the continuing aftermath of this day that the United States was attacked. As a reference point, some 2,403 Americans perished at Pearl Harbor. No guesstimate yet, no idea yet about how many Americans were lost today, but certainly that number will be high.
Tyler, there is something, this is Alina Cho here, there's something coming in that Hampton Pearson may not have seen as he was giving his report from Washington. This is some congressional reaction coming in to NBC News. There are F-16s flying over the Washington, D.C. area right now. The congressional leadership is being secured. Only House Speaker Dennis Hastert has been taken to a secured, secret location. All of the other members of Congress have been instructed to go to their homes in D.C. At this time, there are no plans for any members to evacuate the Washington area. So we wanted to pass that along to you as well.
I'm Martha McCallum. Just to remind everyone, these 2 buildings, of course, are the gateway to Lower Manhattan and to the financial district, where so many of the friends and family of people who live in the New York area make their living, and they are all, you know, very on edge at this moment. Many of them have been able to make some contact with their family members, but many have not, and many are waiting. We should mention that Morgan Stanley has established an emergency contact number, which we can also put up on the screen when we can do that. 888-4391 is Morgan Stanley's emergency contact number. I'll say that again for you, 1-888-883-4391. There it is on our screen. That is the number that Morgan Stanley is giving out. As I said, you know, there were ferries that did manage to leave the city. Some of the people that I spoke to who are traders on Wall Street this morning were able to get on ferries. The ferries then shut down for a time being, but now we know that John Bussey did take one of these ferries over to Jersey City. Lots of people have been finding places to stay, apartments of friends that they are in right now, and so everyone is sort of trying to get some sort of stability in the city and try to begin to assess the situation, which is still very much ongoing. Tyler?
Well, that is exactly right. Of course, at the World Trade Center, among the offices there, those at least some installations of Morgan Stanley, Cantor Fitzgerald, Credit Suisse Group, Commerce Bank, and Deutsche Bank, as well as numerous state and federal offices, including those of the Customs Service, among others, and certainly some of the trading in the commodities trading areas there. We've heard that Chairman Greenspan of the Federal Reserve is not at the Federal Reserve Building in Washington. We do not know exactly where he is or whether he is among the federal officials who have been taken to secure sites either in the Washington, D.C. area or elsewhere. We do know, as Alina Cho just said, that Speaker Hastert, who is in line in the line of succession to the presidency, has been taken to a secure location. Third in line to the White House, of course, the president and the vice president. And President Bush was in Florida this morning, is evidently either on his way back or we do not know exactly where he is. The White House will not say, but they do say that the president is safe. Major League Baseball, as you may well have heard, canceling all of its games for tonight, and certainly there will be other such cancellations on this day that the world changed forever.
Tyler, Martha had mentioned a contact number for, was it Morgan Stanley? I want to pass along a phone number, and maybe the control room can listen along as I give that number. American Airlines has set up a hotline for family members. You'll recall that 2 American Airlines flights crashed into the World Trade Center buildings this morning. That number is 1-800-245-0999. Again, that number is 1-800-245-0999. Just to give you an idea of the sheer horror, one of the planes that went down, the United Airlines plane, one of them, the one that went down outside Pittsburgh, WPXI is reporting, and this was passed along to NBC News, that the 911 center received a phone call from the cell phone from that plane saying the plane was hijacked. The man talked about an explosion and a cloud of white smoke. Then the line went dead. That, of course, according, as I mentioned, to WPXI, a live report there. Another thing that we're just getting across the wires right now, and I may be stating the obvious, but according to the Associated Press, high-ranking city police official says the number of people killed or injured could be in the thousands. I had mentioned the World Trade Centers can hold about 50,000 people on any given workday. One city official had said more than likely around 10,000 people would be in the 2 buildings. I want to remind you as well that those first 2 planes that hit the North and South World Trade Center towers hit them about 18 minutes apart. I believe the North Tower was hit first, and so it is possible that many people in the South Tower were able to be evacuated, though of course at this early hour it's unclear how many. Okay, we want to mention that we are joined on the phone right now by a gentleman named Brian Taylor, who is a market historian who has some expertise in the area of assessing what kind of effect these kind of tragedies, and clearly we may never have witnessed a tragedy of this magnitude in this country, and so it's difficult to make comparisons, but certainly during World War I and World War II, there were periods that were devastating for the markets as well. Brian, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Give me your reaction to all of this morning.
Well, it's just horrible. All you can do is feel sorry for the people and the families who are involved in this and hope that we can prevent something like this from ever happening again.
In prior times, how have financial markets responded? What have they done? Obviously, there's not been an attack at the heart of the financial center in New York ever before.
No, there hasn't. But in similar crises such as World War I and World War II, initially the market would decline and then bounce back very quickly after people had taken into consideration what had happened. Now, during World War I, the markets were actually closed from August until December of 1914, although some trading did occur off the exchanges, and that led to them reopening it. Now, in London during World War I, the market was closed, as it was in other continental centers, and then in 1939, they did close the London market for a couple weeks before reopening. But in both cases, they tried to get things back to normal as quickly as they could, and they did do so.
You know, this morning, the New York Stock Exchange sort of initially, before it was determined what the explosion was, it looked like they were thinking about delaying the opening. And, of course, it would be the wish of, in the light of a terrorist attack, to try to maintain some order, to try to make it appear that that these markets would not be closed so easily, that it would take quite a blow to impact the U.S. financial markets, which is, you know, the global center of the financial markets. But clearly, the devastation and the sheer magnitude and the growing national nature of these attacks was more than anyone could expect to continue to trade during.
Oh, I think that's definitely true. I really don't think they had a choice in that matter. The only question is how quickly they can get the markets back open. I'm sure they'll try to do that as soon as they can.
Brian, we're going to ask you to stay on the line if you can. We want to bring in Ron Insana, who is with us from Midtown. And Ron, we are very happy to have you with us and to know that you are okay. Please tell us what your experience was this morning.
Well, I was heading down after we had learned of it about 9 o'clock or 8:55 this morning. I had called in to see if we should go down and aid the coverage, and I was on my way down. And we got fairly close to the building, and I ran into a cameraman from MSNBC, and we were trying to get across town past the World Trade Center to the West Side Highway, which is on the lower southwestern corner of Manhattan, to hook up with our colleagues from CNBC. And as we were going across one of the restricted zones, the building started to explode, I guess is the only way I could describe it. It was hard to tell if it was an actual explosion, but the building began to come down, and we ran, and I sprinted around a corner. John headed straight down the street, and it began to look like a scene out of Independence Day, with just blackness raining down everywhere. And as I cut around the corner, I ducked behind a car, and it got darker and darker. I got inside what was just a parked car and stayed there for several minutes, and the material continued to rain down, and it was literally pitch black, darker than night, for several minutes. And as it began to clear modestly, I made my way out and headed to a building which was occupied by a few people, and there was a light that was shining from the inside. And so went in there, and there were a couple of police officers and a few other people, and we made our way out in what looked like, from all the movies that we've seen growing up, the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. There was gray debris over the entire area. It would, the sky, the air around us was still filled with soot and ash and other debris. And we made our way to a police car, and the police picked up a couple of injured people as well as we made our way up the East Side Highway and eventually got to Midtown Manhattan. But it was truly a harrowing experience, and not nearly, obviously, as harrowing as others had suffered, but it was an unbelievable event in many ways, almost surreal.
How close were you, Ron, to the Trade Center when this happened? What did you hear, and what did your feet feel?
Fear, mostly. We heard that. I wouldn't call it an explosion. We did notice that the building began to blow at the top, and that material began to come down, and we just turned and ran as soon as we saw that. We were probably within a couple of blocks, maybe a block. It's hard to tell, but we were close to the base, but we were looking up at the top, and as we turned to run, material just began to fall, and like that scene in Independence Day where wind was just whipping down the street in the wake of an explosion, that's exactly what we experienced. And it went down the street, curved around corners, and blew with a fair degree of intensity, again, Tyler, until the sky was completely black.
Ron, I'm curious about what your thoughts are in terms of the global economic impact of all of this. You've watched these markets for many years, and this is a truly devastating event. What do you think where do we go from here?
Well, that's a tough question to answer. I believe, you know, the interesting, I shouldn't say interesting, but what these attacks obviously were designed to maximize impact, not just in terms of loss of life and political terms, but in economic terms as well. At the very least, 1/3 of this nation's financial transactions are routed through New York. This will disrupt the economy in a way I assume we can't fully appreciate yet. Not to mention the massive rebuilding costs that will take place here, to an extent in Washington and Pittsburgh and any other area that's been attacked so far. And it will create no doubt a great debate about globalization. The question now, does the United States turn inward, not just politically as it strikes outward against its foes, but also, does this freeze the expansion in global trade or even contract it? Does it affect world markets in a way that we can't understand? Certainly, as Brian Taylor was saying, there is a precedent for the market shutting down for an extended period of time. As he pointed out in World War I, there was a 6-month freeze in trading activity. One would assume that the next several days will not witness much financial activity in New York or anywhere else in this country. And it comes at a time, of course, where the American economy was weakening as well. So again, the attacks will have a maximum impact, not just on loss of life, not just politically, but economically as well.
Ron, let's let you catch a breath there and talk to our producers while we go back to Brian Taylor, market historian in Los Angeles, by phone. Mr. Taylor, you just heard what Ron Insana said. Would you like to elaborate on that? What might be the long-term effects of this, both on global economies and on the American and the world's financial system's ability to function in the next weeks?
Well, I think that clearly with the questions about globalization, which have been raised in the recent past at the meetings of the G8 and others, that certainly has become an issue. But I think that we should use this as a sort of rallying point to make sure that we do keep the world open and not allow these individuals to make everyone in the world worse off, that in the long run, more trade, more integration of economies benefits everyone in the world, and we just have to keep that in mind. And just as we would allow the terrorists to undermine the military and political aspects of the country and other countries, we can't allow them to do that to the economy either.
Brian, you know, we're getting word that like the power trading activity, you know, commodities trading, every form of trading in this country is not happening, and indeed in many of the markets around the world as well, and that in some areas we may not see trading for another week. And of course, this is an ongoing, developing situation. Still, we have no idea what the devastation will be when all of this finally settles down. What kind of impact do you think that having the markets closed, now that we have become so dependent on the almost 24-hour-a-day nature of trading of everything from power to commodities to equities to bonds, will mean to our economy?
Well, I mean, the trading of the commodities and the other transactions are a means to an end to support the financial system throughout the world. I think that the overall impact would be minor. It would be short-term, but I hope and believe that within a week things will be back online, people will be trading again, and you know, the impact will, I believe, be minimal. Now, he talked about the rebuilding, the changes that are going to take place as a result of this. Those are going to be real impacts. This, you know, could affect the financial and economic conditions within the United States, obviously, but I would think that the impact would be minimal. You still have the rest of the world producing goods, generating goods, carrying out transactions, and I think that will continue.
Brian Taylor in Los Angeles, thank you very much for joining us today. Brian Taylor, a market historian. Let's go back to Ron Insana, who I assume, are you in at 30 Rock in Manhattan?
Yes, this was probably the closest place I could get to, given that the bridges and tunnels to New Jersey are all closed now. So I made my way over here. I think I'm going to disagree a little bit with Brian Taylor on his assessment of the situation. And I assume we can't see even at CNBC headquarters how the price of some commodities like gold are currently faring at this particular time. But in periods of crisis like this, investors, to the extent that they are able, very frequently flee to hard goods, whether it is gold or oil or platinum or something of that ilk. One might be in the process of buying those, not as a recommendation. I'm saying this is what people might do overseas or may begin to do once the markets open here. We're in the midst of one of the greatest bear markets in modern times, and one has to wonder whether or not, at this point, consumer psychology, investor psychology will be affected to such a degree that they will be reluctant to invest in financial assets. I'm not sure that we could say comfortably yet that the effects of this will be minimum in financial or economic terms. One never knows how these things play out in the financial markets. Not to say that anything severe will happen, but I think one has to think this through very carefully to determine just exactly what the financial ramifications are. This is obviously not a simple event. As we said, it was designed to maximize its impact, not just in terms of politics or loss of life, but also in economic terms, taking out the financial infrastructure of this country. And as you know, Tyler and Martha, in the World Trade Center, there are a host of commodity trading firms. There are, in fact, commodity exchanges located there. There are numerous brokerage firms and financial firms that exist. And you know, it is difficult at this point in time to easily calculate what the effects will be. I think we're going to have to step back several days, if not weeks, before we can make that determination.
Ron, we thank you very much for joining us. It's great to see you. We're happy to see that you're safe there at 30 Rock, and we'll join you again in a little bit. Thank you,
thanks,
Ron.
Martha.
Martha, there were a couple of things that I wanted to pass along to our viewers. President Bush is at Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana. He is to make a statement momentarily. We, of course, are watching that for you as well. Washington, D.C. Mayor Anthony Williams is due to make a statement at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That is less than 20 minutes from now. Something else that we're learning from the FAA, from NBC News, that 22 international flights are currently in the air and will land in the United States. No problems reported with any of these planes. They were originally diverted to Canada, but the latest update is that the 22 international flights will be allowed to land in the U.S. No points of origin or destination are given just yet, but a couple of pieces of information that we wanted to watch, the most important of which, arguably, is that the president is safe in Shreveport, Louisiana at Barksdale Air Force Base. He will be making a statement shortly, as you see there on your screen.
And we also hear, Alina, that according to the FAA, only 50 aircraft are still up in U.S. airspace, and there are no problems reported with those aircraft at this hour.
We also want to add that George Bush, the President of the United States, says that they have taken steps to ensure the functioning of the U.S. government. So clearly, Washington is trying to send out the message that they are taking very intense and severe actions to protect the American people, that they are going on to ensure the functioning of the U.S. government, and that things are proceeding as smoothly as could be expected in the middle of this very difficult time.
And let's take you back several hours and bring you up to date for those of you who are perhaps just joining us. Two aircraft crashed into the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Apparently, these aircraft were commandeered by terrorists in one way or another. Both of the Twin Towers hit, one shortly before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, the other about 18 minutes later. Sometime after that, within another 45 or 50 minutes, first one and then the other of the Twin Towers went down. The Pentagon was also attacked.
You know, Tyler, I'm just thinking we live in such a media-centered society, and it is, you know, somewhat interesting, if you can call it that, that all of these attacks sort of happened, you know, several 10, 15, 20 minutes, an hour apart. And we were, the country, able to witness these events on national television, and the impact of that is not to be underestimated.
Our Robert Hager of NBC News reported earlier, and I believe it has been confirmed by American Airlines, that the flights involved were American Airlines number 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. It is believed that that is one of the aircraft that hit the World Trade Center. American Airlines number 77 from Washington to Los Angeles with 64 on board. It is believed, according to Robert Hager, that that was the aircraft that hit the Pentagon. United Airlines 93, Newark to San Francisco. This plane went down apparently also in some part of this concerted and coordinated terrorist attack somewhere south of Pittsburgh. And United Airlines Boston to Los Angeles flight number 175 also confirmed down. And Hager of NBC News reported earlier that that was the second flight that hit, the second aircraft that hit the World Trade Center.
We want to give you that number, that Morgan Stanley number once again, because they are making an effort to make sure that families have a number to call to get some information. They do, as we told you, have offices in those World Trade Center towers. 888-883-4391 is the Morgan Stanley emergency number for those of you out there who may have loved ones with that firm and who are trying to get some information.
United Airlines has also posted an emergency number, and there it is for families concerned about their loved ones, 1-800-932-8855. That is for those people affected on United Airlines, and American Airlines also has one. 1-800-245-0999. The Red Cross is also putting out requests for blood, and for those who want to donate, whether in the New York area, the Washington area, the Pittsburgh area, or elsewhere, the Red Cross is obviously in need of blood donations. And, of course, Americans respond to those kinds of requests as well.
In fact, Tyler, at just one New York hospital, St. Vincent's, we're getting some numbers here. Lines of people are showing up to donate blood, as you might expect. Here are some of the first numbers that we are getting in from this one hospital, St. Vincent's. 184 patients total, 10 of them critical. Patient information line for St. Vincent's is 212-604-7285. Patient information line, again, for St. Vincent's Hospital in New York, 212-604-7285. Again, 184 patients total there, according to a spokesperson at St. Vincent's, 10 of them critical. If you are at all concerned about loved ones, you should, and think that they might be at St. Vincent's, you might want to try that number there.
Okay, Alina, thank you very much. Let's head over to Leslie LaRoche, who is standing by with the latest on what is happening in Europe. Leslie.
Thank you very much, Martha. We did have, in response to those attacks in the United States, we did have some security measures taken here in Europe. Some of those were to evacuate Canary Wharf here in London. We thought earlier that Heathrow had been evacuated. That was not the case. Heathrow and the London airports are all open, but security certainly has been stepped up. We've been hearing from leaders around Europe about deep condolences to the people of the United States and blasting terrorism and its grip on the United States right now. In the markets, we did call around and talk to some traders and to some of the floor brokers, asking them for their reaction. Many of them said that they could not talk right now, many of these folks here in London, because they had not yet heard if their colleagues who work at the World Trade Center, whether they were alive or what the condition was of their colleagues. So we couldn't get a lot of comment, except we got a lot of sadness. In the markets, now they stayed open through the day. The FTSE closed down 5.7% lower after the attacks over in Paris. The CAC dropped 7%. The DAX is still trading. It is still open for business for another hour or so. It's down 8% right now. It was down 11%, technically in a crash territory, but up off of those lows right now. We do know that the London and the German markets will be open for regular trade tomorrow when they do reopen for business. Let's see. Take a look at some of the other reaction in the markets. They've been most profound in the oil markets. The front month futures had been up $3. That's 10%. We are off of those highs right now, and we are hearing from the OPEC secretary saying that OPEC will not withhold oil in light of these attacks. We're also hearing from the OPEC secretary saying that OPEC is committed to meeting world demand. We do have trading in the front month up just $1.55 on the oil contract. These attacks are also playing out in the foreign exchange markets, where we are seeing the dollar tumble to 7-month lows against sterling, against the Swiss franc. It is down 2% against the euro, and it is below 119 against the yen to last trade at 118. We have also seen quite substantial selling in the insurance sector here in Europe, and also in the airlines. The likes of British Airways down 21%, Air France down 16%, but there has been offset slightly with some buying in the oil sector. The likes of British Petroleum closed almost 5% higher. We will keep you up to date with what we know from Europe. Back to you, Martha and Tyler.
Okay, thank you very much, Leslie LaRoche in London. We reported earlier that several borders had been secured in the United States, the Canadian-U.S. border. Now the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa is saying that the U.S. border is in fact open between Canada and the United States, and obviously a heightened security would be in place there as well. More cancellations are beginning to come in, athletic events, community events, including the start of the PGA Tour event on Thursday, for what that is worth. Fed Chairman Greenspan is in Europe and is safe, apparently, on a trip. The Treasury Secretary, Paul O'Neill, has canceled a visit planned for Tokyo. The Secretary of State has cut short a visit in Latin America and has gone to a military airport in Lima on his way now back to the United States. That was a meeting of Latin American secretaries of state, foreign ministers, and the like. And as Leslie Roche just said, OPEC has said that OPEC will not withhold oil and will ensure the free flow of that commodity worldwide.
Tyler, United Airlines, this is a flash just coming in. According to Reuters, United Airlines, which confirmed that, earlier that 2 of its flights did in fact crash, now has a total number of people aboard, 110 people aboard those 2 United flights. 2 American flights crashed. Those 2 crashed into the World Trade Center buildings, as you're looking at, I believe now this is the 2nd flight that went into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. There were 164 passengers and crew aboard those 2 flights. So if you do the quick math there, that is what, 274 people aboard those 4 flights, 2 United, 2 American.
Okay, we want to go down to the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where Maria Bartiromo is standing by, and it seems everyone has cleared out. Maria.
Yes, Martha, indeed. Earlier today, there were a lot of people here standing around. It was a secure area. There have been an increasing number of people who have now walked again outside. I was outside a little while ago. It almost looks like there's snow on the ground. There are piles and really just a thick sheet of dust, white dust from the explosion. The shot that you're looking at right now, of course, is from afar, but when you're in the thick of it on Wall Street, which we all are, and you really do feel it. It's basically almost dark out. I mean, it's very cloudy. It's very, very gloomy out there. Now, earlier today, I was on Wall Street on Broadway, and I was watching the 2nd tower and the 2nd plane go into that tower. At that point, there was a huge explosion noise. Everyone on Broadway, frankly, ran for their lives, including myself. We ran away from the building. I actually found a hiding spot across the street from the New York Stock Exchange underneath a building. There was a little stairwell that myself and about 20 people just gathered around. We couldn't open our eyes because there was such debris and dust all around us. I was basically full of soot, and it's still on my shoes and my pants. I walked outside a little while ago, and there remains a very, very dark cloud that seems to be continuing to move above us and keeping this very, very dim scene going outside. Now, there are more people who went outside, but most people are wearing white masks because they don't want to breathe in this terrible smoke that is surrounding the area. All of the offices on Wall Street, or certainly all of the offices around the Twin Towers, have now been evacuated. I mean, the large major brokerage firms like the Merrill Lynch's, as well as Lehman Brothers, the Goldman Sachs's, have all been evacuated. People are trying to get home. I will tell you that the city is basically standstill. I mean, there's nowhere to go as trains have been suspended, and as you've been talking about, the flights have been suspended. There was an opportunity earlier to get home on a ferry if you needed to. That has also been suspended at this point. And earlier, if you could believe this, there was people falling out of the building. We're not sure if they were jumping out of the building, if they were falling out of the building, but there were witnesses that I spoke with earlier on Broadway that told me that they were watching buildings fall out of the Twin Towers. I mentioned earlier that I saw the plane go into the second tower. Then about 15 minutes later, I went back outside thinking that it was safe again, and lo and behold, I witnessed the third explosion, which of course was the sound of the tower collapsing. And at that time, when I heard the tower collapsing, again, it was a huge, huge thump and explosion noise. You're looking at the scene right now, and that's what we were all watching. The building collapsed. We all ran for our lives. Metal and papers and debris were flying at us in the face, and that's when I ran for cover under the building across the street from the New York Stock Exchange. On a positive note, I can tell you that if there are any families out there wondering if your family is okay, if they have jobs at the New York Stock Exchange, I am being told that there have been no injuries or attacks, rather fatalities at the New York Stock Exchange, although I will say that people were handing out wet towels earlier so that we all could cover our faces, and again, there's no one in the area that I am right now, but there certainly are people mulling about on the floor of the exchange. The exchange is asking all of us to stay on the bottom or in secure places around this area.
Tyler here, to that point, who is left at the New York Stock Exchange? It does not, from those shots that we're seeing, appear that there's anybody on the trading floor other than you. Who's left, and where did the people go, and how quickly did they get out?
Well, there are people. It has been very, very organized here. Earlier, Dick Grasso got up on the podium, the chairman of the exchange, and he basically directed people, look, if you want to go home, leave, don't walk west. Of course, west of here are the Twin Towers. He was recommending people walk east. The only option is to walk if you want to go anywhere. And then he got back on the podium and said it's best to just stay put. So there are people here. They're just not in the shot right here, and they're mulling about. But anyone who was here. We have word across the city that ferries to Staten Island are running now. Here we go. Staten Island ferries are running. That, you just heard Dick Grasso speaking on the podium, and he is basically saying that the Staten Island ferries are running at this point. So there is an attempt to get people home and in safe places wherever they may be. The ferries are now running again.
Okay, Maria, thank you very much, and we are, of course, delighted that you are safe and on the job there at the New York Stock Exchange. Andy, where do you want to go next? Do we have a battle plan here?
Tyler, I can mention very quickly that we were expecting a statement from President Bush from Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana. He has made that statement. That tape is en route to us. We don't have that tape yet, but I can tell you what he said. Quote, freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. That from President Bush moments ago in Shreveport, Louisiana. That tape is making its way to us.
All righty. There are also reports that some of the U.S. naval battle groups have been moved into safer positions in the area of Norfolk, Washington, D.C., and New York. Some shots are showing us on other feeds are showing us U.S. naval craft around the New York Harbor area, whether they are being moved out or not. Whether they're being moved out of the New York area or into, we do not know, but certainly there is naval activity around the foot of Manhattan at this hour.
We do have President Bush saying on the wires that the military is on high alert status, and we are hearing that there are some indications of that. Just echoing back to what Maria was saying this morning on the floor of the stock exchange, it was my understanding from traders that I spoke to down there that they were initially told to stay put, that they felt that that was the safest place to be. Some of them did then leave the building because they were afraid, because the New York Stock Exchange, of course, is another center of commerce, and they felt somewhat vulnerable. But as Maria has told us, the area there has been protected. The report reports from the New York Stock Exchange are that no one that worked in that building has been injured. I know that many of the traders found some refuge across the street at one of the health clubs across the street. I spoke to one of them who was on the phone there, and he just talked about just the sheer terror that was felt on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange this morning as all of this started to happen, the shaking and sort of the movement of the building when these explosions started to occur, that people then ran outside, that many of them did witness, as Maria did, this second plane, and as most of the world did, I imagine, on national television and around the world, that second plane hitting the southern World Trade Center tower. So it has been a very, very devastating morning on Wall Street, and many of those people are just sort of starting to tell their stories to us over the phone.
And we do have confirmation that the commander of the U.S. Atlantic Fleet has sent Navy ships to the New York and Washington, D.C. areas now to assist with air defense and medical needs. He did not identify the ships or specify how many are involved, would not disclose details about this deployment, but apparently naval vessels either in or on their way imminently to the New York and Washington, D.C. areas. Washington, of course, New York is a deep international harbor. Washington, D.C. is 50 or 75 miles up the Potomac from the Chesapeake Bay, and the Potomac at that area cannot take the biggest naval vessels. Sharon Epperson joins us now with some further reportage and first-hand eyewitness accounts. Sharon.
Well, Tyler, I left here a little after 9 a.m. trying to get into New York City. Of course, by that time, all of the bridges and the tunnels and everything had been closed by that point. And so we made our way down, following the river toward Edgewater and West New York. We talked to a number of people who were on the piers there looking, who had seen the entire scenario unfold. Let's hear what one of them had to say.
I heard on the news that a plane had hit one of the towers, so we came down here to see what was going on. Standing here, and we witnessed another plane hit this, looked like the second tower, about halfway up, maybe a little bit more than halfway up, and we just saw a great big ball of flames. It was terrible. I've never seen anything like it.
At that point, a lot of folks were watching, and they noticed that the first tower actually collapsed. That gentleman noticed that, as well as many others who were visiting. One man we spoke to was visiting from Australia, had come to visit a friend from Australia, has been here only a few weeks, and this is what he saw when he noticed that it was exploding.
I just saw the very end of the World Trade Center when the last bit of it actually collapsed, and then when it hit the ground, there was just a massive puff of white smoke that was there, and that's when I grabbed the binoculars and had a good look, and I knew that the left-hand side of the trade center had collapsed, and there was just the huge puff of white smoke. It was just unbelievable.
At that point, he said he was trying to figure out, exactly how it had fallen down. I asked him, did it fall over? Did it fall inside? And he was describing to me a little bit about how exactly he watched this unfold. Take a listen.
Just to the left of the tower, of the one that's still standing, the left of that, and when it hit the ground, you could not see, there's a couple of smaller buildings underneath that, and you could not see those buildings after it hit the ground. It was just, the white puff of smoke was just that huge.
We tried to make our way down, further down toward Jersey City, trying to take a ferry across, at least to try to get to Lower Manhattan. Again, the ferries were taking people from Lower Manhattan into New Jersey, but were not going the other way. We stopped there at West New York. As we were making our way down River Road, we actually heard on the radio that the second tower had collapsed. We did not get to see that, but when we got to West New York, many people were there. This is in Edgewater before it had collapsed. Many people then coming down to see what had happened in West New York, looking at the second tower that had exploded, that had imploded actually. And take a listen to what one of the gentlemen we spoke to said when he saw that happen.
It looked like the fire was about 20 stories below the roof of the World Trade Center, and then it just gradually started expanding and expanding. We came out here with binoculars, and about a half an hour later, we saw a huge chunk of the building, one of the World Trade Centers, fall to the ground, and just smoke everywhere. All of downtown was covered in smoke.
Now, you've heard people talking about how Lower Manhattan is at a standstill and that you can't get around. You really cannot get around this part of New Jersey very easily either. They have actually stopped traffic into Fort Lee, New Jersey for the most part, which is where CNBC is headquartered. The traffic in Jersey is very slow, very difficult to get certain places. Again, they're advising everyone who is at home to stay home because they're having a difficult time maneuvering all of the traffic. A lot of people trying to get to vantage points where they can see what's happening, but causing a lot of congestion there, Tyler.
Sharon Epperson, thank you very much. The enormity of this tragedy just sort of beginning to be calculated and felt here. I must say that about 10 in the morning I walked out on the streets of Fort Lee, and one could actually smell in the air the smoke, the unmistakable aroma of airline fuel and of this inferno that had traveled some 10 to 15 miles up the Hudson as the winds carried this wind of war back across this side of the river.
It's just truly unbelievable to look at these pictures where there is no longer 2 World Trade Center towers. I mean, any of us who, you know, spend a lot of time in this area, this is, or around the world, I mean, this is the view of Manhattan, which has now been altered forever.
It was, of course, the home of 1,200 businesses there in the World Trade Center. 50,000 people work there. An estimated 90,000 visitors scale it every day to see the commanding views there from lower Manhattan. Of course, in February of 1993, the World Trade Center was also attacked from within by terrorists who moved a bomb-filled truck into one of the garages below there. It dates from, or dated, we should say, tragically, from 1970 when it opened. It was owned until recently by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. And of course, in all of this, there is another explosion, a horrific explosion. Another airplane apparently crashed into the heart of the nation's military establishment at the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia. Apparently, it hit on the south or Virginia side of that building. Of course, the whole building is in Arlington on the southern shore of the Potomac River. That aircraft hit there, and apparently 5 floors of the Pentagon have at least been partially collapsed. The Pentagon, which for many years claimed the title as the world's largest office building, and I can only imagine that today 3 of the world's largest office buildings have been decimated.
And Tyler, as you look at that live picture of the billowing smoke there and might be able to make out that there are no longer 2 World Trade Center towers, I'd like to mention that just shortly after this happened, after the first tower collapsed, it took us, I was sitting right here on the set, it took us several minutes to actually put our arms around the fact that this building had collapsed. You know, we knew that that's what we were seeing, but at the same time, our minds were telling us that could not be possible. And yet, shortly thereafter, the second tower collapsed, and it just was mind-boggling to accept that. And that was what, shortly before 9 a.m., we're looking at 10, 11, 12, 1, 4 hours ago. So
we want to, in fact, recap everything that has happened today. Michelle Crusoe-Cabrera joins us with a look. Michelle.
Thank you very much, Martha. Here's just a basic rundown of what's happened if you're just joining us now. Terrorist attacks have taken down the World Trade Center and forced the evacuation of dozens of buildings. It could by now be perhaps hundreds of buildings across the country. The attacks happened around 9 a.m. when an American Airlines plane, reportedly hijacked from Boston, crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York. About 18 minutes later, that's what you're seeing there, a second plane collided into the South Tower. Moments later, the South Tower collapsed, and that was later followed by the North Tower. It was a scene of horror, as accounts from witnesses on the ground say people were seen falling and jumping from the towers to escape the smoke and the fire. American Airlines has confirmed that 2 of their flights were hijacked and crashed in today's attacks. 164 passengers and crew members were killed. And United Airlines confirms 2 of their planes crashed. One of them was a Boeing 757 carrying 90 people from Newark to San Francisco. It crashed in western Pennsylvania. The airline has not released the location of the second crash. No word if both of these are absolutely related or officially related to this wave of terrorist attacks. The White House has been evacuated. President Bush is at a safe location in Louisiana. We are waiting for a statement from him, but he gave a statement earlier on in the morning in Florida.
We have President Bush on tape. Let's listen.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our American people, that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
You have been watching some tape of President Bush from Shreveport, Louisiana, which was his second address of the day to the American people. This one happened just moments ago. He said that the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these attacks. He also said that freedom will be protected. He said that he had been in touch with members of Congress and leaders around the world. He also thanked the many folks out there who have risked their own lives in their efforts to rescue those who have been attacked on this very unbelievable day for most of us. And he also said that he asked that the nation join him in prayer for the families of those who have been injured and killed in these attacks, as well as for those who have spent the better part of this day trying to save them. And he mentioned, he said that everyone should have great resolve, that those who have been responsible will be found.
And Martha, just so there is no confusion about this, President Bush did not get into this detail, but make no mistake, the U.S. military has been placed on full wartime state of alert. That is just crossing the Dow Jones news wires. President Bush saying that the U.S. military is placed on full wartime state of alert.
We were also getting a report that employees at the headquarters of Ford Motor Company and General Motors in Detroit, or the Detroit environs, have been sent home for safety reasons. And, of course, this is true of many businesses. The entire federal government in Washington, the federal buildings in the federal city have been shut down. As you look there at a shot of the side of the Pentagon that was hit this morning by apparently a terrorist commandeered airliner. That is, earlier reports were that was American Airlines flight number 77, a Washington to Los Angeles flight with 64 aboard. Our Robert Hager of NBC News, one of the top aviation reporters going, had reported earlier that it was that aircraft, American 77, that went into the Pentagon this morning in the worst attack ever on the heart of the U.S. Military establishment. There have, of course, been other bombs that have gone off. I shouldn't say of course. There have been other bombs that have gone off at the Pentagon, just as tragically there were other bombs that went off at the U.S. At the World Trade Center in New York, that in 1993.
Tyler, joining us on the phone right now is Don Hamilton, who is in Oklahoma City. He is with the National Prevention of Terrorism group that is responsible for the Oklahoma City National Memorial. Don, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Your reactions to this horrible event that we're all witnessing today?
Well, there's an awful sadness and in a sense, sameness about it. For those of us who've watched terrorism for a long time, there is this sense that all of this has happened before, but it's never happened on such a scale and in such a coordinated manner. It's as you alluded to earlier, there have been previous attacks on the Pentagon. There was a previous bombing of the World Trade Center. Airliners have been hijacked before, but we've never seen anything on this scale before.
You know, I think so many Americans have been under the impression that that there has been such a national effort within the government to prevent something like this from happening, and you work with the Prevention of Terrorism group. Does this event boggle your mind in terms of what they were able to pull off here?
It is. I can't say that I find it mind-boggling. It is an impressive degree of coordination among. For a terrorist group, assuming that it was not the work of a national government, but that such a thing could be done has always sort of been the nightmare scenario for people who look at and study terrorism. Very hard, all but impossible to predict, but not impossible to imagine.
Well, while we are trying to imagine how this was able to be pulled off, what are your thoughts, having studied terrorism, on where this might have come from? What kind of group? And I just want to preface this by saying we have no desire to speculate here, but we just want to sort of get our minds around what kind of concerted effort this would take.
The nature of it leads us to believe that it is a violent, well-organized group with a profound hatred of the United States, its national symbols, and the national power of the United States. It is someone who has, in his or her mind, or in the group's mind, declared war on the United States. This is a common terrorist. Commonly think of themselves not as terrorists, but as soldiers of some sort. It's sort of a silly idea, but nevertheless, that's what they believe. They obviously are dedicated to what they're doing. I wouldn't think they're crazy, but they're dedicated, they're organized, they've been patient, they've worked at this for a long time.
You know, the day of the Oklahoma City bombing, there was so much speculation out there that it was some kind of international terrorist group, and it turned out to be something that generated, of course, right within the confines of our own United States of America. You know, what about, you know, that sort of militia kind of planes generated in the United States?
I am not aware, and I have to tell you that while I was once in government, I no longer have access to classified information. But I try to look for, there's quite a bit of information available publicly. I'm not aware of any group in the United States, a domestic homegrown group, with anything that would resemble this kind of a capacity. So that leads me to believe that there is an international origin to this. Beyond that, it's very hard to say. I mean, there are people in the government who have to be wondering, is this the beginning of something? And they're doing their jobs. They are speculating about who might have done it and what they might do next. The rest of us can afford to sit back and wait to learn who did it, and to study what should be done about it.
In what capacity were you involved in the government? You say you're no longer privy to classified information. I'm just curious what your background is.
I was a diplomatic officer, a career diplomat for the United States for about 30 years, and did a lot of work on terrorism. I lived in countries with terrorism problems and worked in the counterterrorism office at the State Department on 2 separate occasions. So I've been watching these things for a long time, both as a a sort of a policy analyst and an occasion in Peru and in Israel, sometimes worrying about my own well-being. But the thing is, we don't need to panic here. This may be we will likely end up today, I think, with more dead than we suffered at Pearl Harbor. But there's no reason to believe that our government is not functioning, that this is a threat to our national existence, or that we can look forward to a great deal more of this. There are very few organizations in the world. I know of no organization in the world that could sustain a campaign like this. Mm-hmm. This will probably turn out to be the result of months, if not years, of planning. But the capacity to then communicate and do what's necessary to do this again and again and again probably doesn't exist. I don't think there's any reason at all for panic.
You say that you're not surprised in some ways that an attack like this was able to take place, and indeed it has been something that has, sort of been the subject of movies and sort of Armageddon kinds of tales that we've been told. But nonetheless, I go back to the fact that I think that the American people have been under the impression that that there's been contacts, that the surveillance is very intense, that these kind of groups are watched quite closely by the U.S. government. How does something like this happen? Well,
the United States has long been very aggressive in collecting intelligence internationally, and using electronic means to interdict conversations and whatnot. The people who would do this would be well aware of the formidable technical capacities of the United States to collect intelligence on something like this. They would probably take their time about it and move, perhaps even by word of mouth, among a handful of trusted people. Within the United States, we are very jealous of our civil liberties. The Federal Bureau of Investigation cannot open an investigation unless there has been a crime committed or they have reason to believe that the commission of a crime is imminent. And there's good reason for that. I mean, most of us at one time or another have stood around and said, well, the government, look what the government has done. This is the silliest thing. Somebody ought to do something about that. And we're exercising our rights as free citizens in a free country when we do that.
Do we still have you, Don? Do we still have Don Hamilton, Andy?
Mark, okay. I want to pass on.
Thank you to Don Hamilton, who we seem to have lost on our phone line. Alina.
I want to pass on two pieces of information we're getting across the wires. The first is this. According to Reuters, the White House says that President Bush is to leave Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana. There is no comment on the destination. I don't think anyone is surprised about that. The second piece of information is that while earlier reports said that 2 American Airlines planes crashed into the World Trade Center towers, an airline spokeswoman is now saying that all of this information was based on unconfirmed reports, and now the locations had not been determined. We do know that 2 American Airlines planes have crashed. So have 2 United Airlines planes. Yes. We are, of course, still trying to sort out all the details on that.
And here, as we look at the horror of the second crash of that plane bearing down on the South Tower earlier today, sometime shortly after 9 a.m. Phil LeBeau is in Chicago following what actions are being taken in the Chicago area, what corporations are saying, and what is going on in America's sort of second financial capital, if you will. Phil.
Well, Tyler, that second financial capital is completely shut down, and it's been closed now for at least a couple of hours. About 9:30 this morning is when both the CBOT, the Merck, all of the Chicago markets, that's when they closed down. We had a chance to talk with some of the traders as they were leaving, and at first a number of them said, we were watching what was going on in New York, and there was still a little bit of trading, and it was after the second explosion at the second World Tower, or World Trade Center, that everyone said, this is far more serious than we initially believed, and that's when a number of firms said, shut things down. I also had a chance to talk with Rick Santelli, who covers the Board of Trade for us, and he brought up an interesting point. He mentioned that about 70% of the world's cash bond market, it flows through the World Trade Center and through some of the big firms there, including, Cantor Fitzgerald and Liberty and Garvin. So for a number of the traders here, obviously, immediately their transactions were put on hold once everything started developing in New York City. As a city, outside of the financial markets here, it is a little bit eerie here in Chicago. A number of people have left. A number of buildings down in the Loop, ours right next to the Sears Tower, they evacuated. They said, get out. If you want to stay here, you can, but we're telling you, you should probably get out. And there's obviously, as there is with a number of the major cities around the country, a heightened state of awareness about what's going on and heightened security. Tyler?
Thank you very much. We should say that reports from some of the parts of the world where so much of the terrorism seems to originate are that the Taliban, which is the government or the party in control of the government in Afghanistan, which had been the country in which Osama bin Laden, who is the mastermind of some terrorism, has denied that bin Laden was involved in that. There have been reports surfacing in London in recent weeks that a possible terrorist attack was in the offing. Some people think that this is a sort of back channel sort of hearsay, but nevertheless we report it for what it is. Maria Bartiromo has been down in the Lower Manhattan area all morning and is now on the deserted floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Maria.
Thanks very much, Tyler. I just walked outside again, and outside really is a sight to see at this point. As I've been telling you, the dust on the floor looks like snow. It's so tall, and the clouds and the dust and the debris around you continue to fall, even if it has alleviated quite a bit from the earlier devastation. I wanted to tell you that we know that trading has been canceled today. I am hearing from a New York Stock Exchange official that they may make an announcement about 2 p.m. Eastern time today regarding trading tomorrow. Other sources are telling Dow Jones that it is likely that we probably will not see trading happening tomorrow either, that people are actually considering that the markets will stay closed tomorrow as well. So we're waiting to hear that announcement. Clearly, the area has been basically come to a halt. You go outside, and if people are standing around, it's only temporarily, because you truly can't stay outside too long because the air is filled with debris, and it's very hard to breathe, frankly. And Dick Grasso was on the microphone earlier speaking to the entire New York Stock Exchange, and he has reported that the ferries are running again if you wanted to go to Long Island or to Staten Island from downtown Manhattan. So that is an option, but most people are camped out. In fact, here, of course, it is empty, but there are some secure places down here on Wall Street, and I walked in one of them earlier, and basically you have a lot of traders and brokers pretty much just camped out, who has a white towel on his face, who has basically sitting there and lying down, sleeping. I mean, there's been real shock to everyone, obviously, and most people have chosen to just stay put, not go anywhere. And of course, other transportation aside from the ferry and some of the Long Island Railroad, I heard a minute ago, was also beginning to get back into operation. But most of the other transportation, that is cars, buses, taxis, are very hard to come by, and that's why people are just staying put. I told you about the scene outside the New York Stock Exchange earlier. It was something to see. I was actually outside and witnessed firsthand the second plane going into the second tower, and it was extraordinary to see this plane just making a hole in the tower. Everyone on the ground on Wall Street ran for their lives, including myself, frankly. Then about 10 minutes or 15 minutes later, I walked out there again, thinking that, you know, that we had seen the worst. And of course, then there was a third explosion, and that third explosion was the sound of the second tower collapsing. And at that time, when the tower collapsed, of course, there was metal being thrown and papers being thrown. In fact, just outside, I went outside and I picked up some paper from, I read it, and it was burnt off. All of the edges were burnt, and it was a Cantor Fitzgerald memo. So Cantor Fitzgerald is housed in, or was housed in, the World Trade Center on the 105th and 106th floors. It probably had other floors as well. I'm not sure, but I know they're on 105 and 106, and clearly that had come from there. So you've got debris falling and coming from the building. In fact, earlier there were witnesses who told me that they actually had seen bodies coming out of the building. We're not sure if they were jumping or if they were falling out, but clearly the situation continues as devastating as we've been reporting. Back to you.
Maria, thank you very much. Back here in Fort Lee, New Jersey, Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, which is the largest tenant in the destroyed World Trade Center complex, has declined comment on the status of its employees. It has, however, established a hotline. Morgan Stanley rented about 50 floors of that building. The hotline for people with loved ones there. There you see it, 888-883-4391. Now let's bring you up to date on the, before we go back to Washington, on some of the status of the airliners that apparently were involved in this coordinated and concerted attack. American Airlines number 77 was a Washington to Los Angeles flight. It carried some 64 individuals. American Airlines number 11 was a flight from Boston destined also to Los Angeles. It is almost certainly one of the aircraft that hit the World Trade Center in the first attack. United Airlines number 93 was a Newark departure heading for San Francisco, and that is the aircraft that apparently went down in the south area, south of Pittsburgh near Johnstown, Pennsylvania. And a fourth aircraft, which is also a United airliner, United Airlines 175, is down. There is some confusion, frankly, about whether that is the one that, it was one leaving from Boston to Los Angeles, whether that is the aircraft that hit the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia. Robert Hager of NBC News had reported earlier that American Airlines number 77, the Washington to Los Angeles craft, was the one that hit the Pentagon. But there is obviously some confusion here as to which planes hit where. Hampton Pearson is in Washington with an update on what is happening in the nation's capital. Hampton?
Tyler, several things to bring you very quickly up to date. Number one, the mayor of the District of Columbia, Anthony Williams, and the governor of Virginia, Jim Gilmore, have both now declared states of emergency in their respective locality. This, of course, gives them broader powers to basically begin to manage the situation here. We had a briefing a short time ago from Admiral Quigley at the Pentagon, updating the situation there. He confirming, in fact, that yes, it was a plane that struck a portion of the Pentagon this morning. They, of course, now are heavily involved in fighting the fire and getting injured to the hospital. We're also being told that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld basically has been in a very secure location, the National Command Center, one of the more secure locations deep inside the Pentagon, basically since the outbreak of this apparent terrorist attack very early on this morning. Also, President Bush has now left Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, for obvious security reasons. His destination and whereabouts as far as the next stop are not being disclosed. You'll recall he made a statement there on that Air Force Base a short while ago where he said, in part, freedom itself was attacked this morning. He wanted to assure the American people the full resources of the federal government working to help victims of the attacks and to help save lives, and also giving a rather ominous warning, quote, make no mistake, the U.S. will find and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Hampton Pearson. Martha?
We're just taking a look to sort of clarify which of these planes hit where, and there is still some uncertainty about some of these. American Airlines had said that they were not confirming that the second plane that hit the Trade Center was one of theirs. So we need to sort of stay on this and give you these confirmations as they come through. We're also continuing to get information on different closures and things that are not happening around the United States today. And one of them that I might mention is that Disney World has closed all of their theme parks, and it may seem somewhat trivial as we look at the kind of devastation that we've seen, but it goes to the idea of what kind of impact impact this is having nationwide. We did get reports earlier that New York City school students were staying right in their schools until their teachers could figure out a safe way to get all of them home. So this has impacted not only, of course, foremost those who were right in these attacks, but people all across this nation.
The Disney parks are closed. The Seattle Space Needle is closed. Hoover Dam is closed. Kennedy Space Center is closed. Major League Baseball has canceled its entire schedule for today. We're also just learning this from one of our NBC News producers. Right now, top FBI officials are huddled in command centers in Washington and New York. They are talking to other FBI agents in the Bureau's 56 field offices. They will be, of course, coordinating with the Pentagon, CIA, and NSA.
We're going to, Elena, pick up now some footage from our sister network, MSNBC, with some live, or I guess that's earlier, taped footage of the events at the Pentagon. We also are going to listen in to a live interview.
And we started running down the steps. And
you've not been able to call your brother's cell phone, your mother as well?
My mother's over there right now.
All right, 877 Red Cross, good luck to you. And I wish, it's Jimmy, right? Your brother's Jimmy?
Yeah, his brother's name's Jimmy.
Good luck to you. This is some of the kinds of stories that we've been hearing since this happened. Brian, there is so much mayhem and so much bedlam that a lot of the police and emergency response crews have only just been able to try to secure the areas, let alone deal with so many of these casualties. I've heard the term walking casualties. We're just allowing the walking casualties to go to staging areas. I've been told there are 4 different staging areas, the largest of which is over at Chelsea Piers, which is on the Hudson River, on the west side of Manhattan Island. If you want to look past me with the camera here, you can still see the immense amounts of smoke all the way down. We've been pushed about 3 different times out of locations, moved northward from that vicinity. At the very start of the day when this happened, we were right in the epicenter where the explosion was. I'm right now covered in the debris and the dust from the explosion itself. I was hit with a cloud of debris and smoke. A producer I was working with, we at first had to kick in a door to an apartment building just to escape the cloud because we couldn't breathe, and a police officer followed us in because he couldn't breathe, and a security guard followed us in because he couldn't breathe either. It was pitch black, and now it's just trying to establish whether it's safe enough to even get the crews into this epicenter to rescue those who might still be there, like Anthony's brother Jimmy. He says he can't find him. He has no idea where to even look for him. He was in the first tower. The other thing I want to tell you about is just earlier, this is a sort of an emergency route. They've cordoned it off, and they're allowing a lot of the emergency vehicles to run north and south through here. We saw a caravan of 5 trucks, all with medical supplies, coming right past us and heading down towards the epicenter. Again, the concern is getting those things in there. If you want to just pan up, I don't know if you can see past me. Let me get out of the way. Pan up to that big brown building where you can see most of the smoke. That is 7 World Trade Center. Apparently on the south side, that's the side that's not facing us, it's about halfway up. It's still burning pretty badly because it was rocked with a lot of the explosion from the force of the twin World Trade Centers when they came down. A large concern is what's going to happen with that brown building now, which is why we keep getting moved further and further north. You can see people down on the street moving towards us, even media who originally were allowed to have more free reign to report this story. We're being pushed out as well because there was some concern that there might be additional explosions, possibly other bombs. There was also some talk about gas, whether that was a gas explosion, a gas bomb, or perhaps just Con Ed's difficulties in dealing with some of the natural gas here. We're not sure yet. It's very, very difficult to get the emergency crews to give us this information because obviously they've got a very big problem on their hands, just trying to get people out of here and then, of course, deal with not only those who are still trapped, possibly, but those who are injured. Apparently down this street here, and we're on West Broadway and Worth Street. There's another staging area where some of the victims are being taken as well. Ambulances have been coming and going, and we've seen a lot of city buses. We've seen Port Authority. We've seen just about any kind of organization getting involved in this tragedy to help out. Port Authority workers serving as traffic police. We've seen New Jersey police officers and fire and rescue teams coming in as well. We've been told that every county surrounding the New York area, as well as the surrounding states, have sent in emergency crews as well. Let me hear what they're saying. Sir, what's the situation at this time? Or do we know anything more about other bombs?
Right now, we don't know anything right now.
And where are you being told to move people?
Yes, we are. So everybody, because right now we're worried about 3rd building right now.
You're worried about which building?
3rd building, which might be the American Express building.
Is it this brown building right here?
I don't know if it's the other side of the brown building right now.
And what's the concern with it? It's, we've heard it's on fire on the other side?
Fire on the other side, which might cause the building itself to fall over and knock that building down. We also have to worry about the gas leaks and everything.
gas leaks. Now, what about the emergency personnel who are on the scene? Are they safe? Are they still trying to tend to the wounded? Or are you getting all the emergency personnel out of the epicenter?
Basically, what you hear is what we hear also. Right now, nobody's told us anything.
And are you serving as traffic now, just trying to keep people out?
Clear people out. God forbid something happens. We don't want nobody, no more injuries or whatever.
Yeah. And how about your fellow officers? Do you know other fellow officers who were in there?
No, we don't. No, we don't. Right now, we're in the dark just like you are.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. There you go. I think that's probably best reported right from the officer's mouth. They're in the dark too, and that's what I've been hearing from almost every police officer that I've stopped to talk to. Brian, tell me anything, and they're told all I know is what I'm being told, to move people.
All right, Ashley Banfield, thank you for that live report from Lower Manhattan, just blocks away from where the explosions took place after, again, both.
That is Brian Williams of MSNBC and NBC News reporting, as well Ashley Banfield on the streets of Manhattan, where she has been since early this morning. Reporting just then that police officials down in that part of Manhattan are concerned now about a third building. Apparently there is a fire in that area. The World Trade Center is on the east side of a road down there, which is known as the West Side Highway, or West Street in that part of town. And there are several other buildings that house major financial brokerage houses like American Express, Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers, as well as Dow Jones, that are hard by that World Trade Center, and apparently they're concerned about the integrity, as well they might be, of those buildings as well down there at this hour.
We understand that those buildings have been evacuated, but we do know that there are still people in the downtown area. Maria Bartiromo has been reporting to us from the New York Stock Exchange. So these reports coming in from MSNBC telling us that there is still some vulnerability down there. They are still concerned about gas leaks and the like. So it would cause one to wonder whether or not it makes sense for people to stay put in that area. And we do know that there are ferries now running to Staten Island and to Long Island, and possibly, I believe the ferries are now running to Jersey City as well, because I know John Bussey from the Wall Street Journal was on one of those ferries as well. So perhaps a good idea to continue to get out of Lower Manhattan.
Martha, we are getting some information, more information about a cell phone call from a passenger aboard that flight that crashed in Pittsburgh, outside Pittsburgh. This is from the Associated Press. An official says an emergency dispatcher. Let me move to it again. I'm sorry, I just lost it. An emergency dispatcher in western Pennsylvania received a cell phone call at 9:58 this morning from a man who said he was a passenger locked in the bathroom of United Flight 93. The dispatch supervisor says the man repeatedly told officials the call was not a hoax. Apparently this man trying to let emergency officials know what was going on. Meanwhile, in the coming days and weeks, we will begin to learn the names of so many of these victims, and we're getting some word of the first name. This according to the Associated Press, the pilot of the American Airlines plane that was hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center this morning has been identified as John Ogonowski from suburban Boston. The 52-year-old was an Air Force veteran who was at the controls of Flight 11 when it took off from Boston this morning. He leaves behind a wife and 3 daughters. His brother Jim told the radio station WBZ-AM, which is in Boston, it was a shocking loss and that the family is grieving. Of course, we will be hearing many, many more stories, similar stories in the coming days and weeks, but I wanted to pass that one along to you.
Okay, we are taking a look at the skyline from the New Jersey side of the river, and you can see that the skyline has changed dramatically today. And we want to go to Scott Cohn, who is right now in Midtown Manhattan in our bureau, who's gotten some firsthand accounts of some of today's devastation. Scott?
And Martha, just starting to gauge some of the reaction here as we all learn to grapple and deal with the enormity of what has happened here. Times Square, you know, is one of the most vibrant places in the world in normal times. Today, people are walking around Times Square in a daze. It's become sort of a de facto gathering place, as it has been so often in times of national import. People looking at the news accounts scrolling by on the various screens and tickers in Times Square. And amazingly, the square is got a number of people who have walked all the way uptown Now, bear in mind, Times Square is 42nd Street in Midtown Manhattan, so about 64 blocks to the south is the World Trade Center. People that were involved in the devastation were there, maybe coming to their jobs in the morning, no place else to go, so they began walking up to Times Square, then standing there and beginning to let it sink in.
I saw flames and a huge fire, so I got off the bus, and I watched people jump. There was like 10 people. I saw 10 people that jumped out of the building, and also I heard this huge explosion. And as I'm looking at the people jumping, the second plane crashed into the next building, and then I start running, and the guy in front of me got hit with a huge piece of debris, so he was on the floor bleeding and all that stuff.
We were looking at the first building, and it was in flames, and they were calling everybody out. And then we were just looking up there, and I was standing down there, and this plane came, the second one, and it was terrible.
So you saw it?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw the plane come in. It went right into the second tower. I just saw it and ran from there.
I was in the Trade Center. I was in the lobby getting stuff, and everyone just started running. And by the time I came out, there was just stuff flying, and then we went to the corner, and all these people were just falling out of that building.
There's a lot of course, dazed people and some sadness and some anger sinking in. I can tell you my personal observation. I was trying to get into Manhattan as this all happened in my car, and could smell the smoke, as everybody could. And I was pretty far to the north still. Could smell the smoke, and then suddenly the odor changed. And moments later, I heard on the radio that the first tower had collapsed. About a half an hour after that, that odor changed again, and sure enough, the second tower had collapsed. Truly an amazing situation, and the enormity is just beginning to set in.
Scott Cohn, thank you very much. Scott Cohn reporting from Midtown Manhattan on this day that the face of New York was forever scarred and the world has been changed. President Bush, his jetliner Air Force One has left Barksdale Air Force Base, destination unknown. He made a statement about an hour ago, which we carried for you on tape as we take a look at the forever changed lower Manhattan. Let's look at a timeline of today's events as they unfold. Shortly before 9 a.m., an aircraft crashed into the North Tower at the World Trade Center in lower Manhattan. That tower is some 1,300 feet high. 50,000 workers work there, and 90,000 tourists visit that location every day. Shortly after that, 18 minutes to be precise, a second aircraft crashed into the World Trade Center there. At 9:40 a.m., another airplane, clearly hijacked, crashed into the south side of the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia, the heart of the nation's military establishment and its nerve center there. Came in from the side where the heliport is. Initial reports were that it was perhaps a helicopter, but it has later been determined, evidently, that this was not a military helicopter or a military craft at all. Shortly after 10 a.m., the first World Trade Center tower collapsed. And here, as you look in a small scale there in the window, you see that second plane going in to the South Trade Center tower. Shortly after 10 a.m. as well, a United Airlines aircraft went down outside Pennsylvania. We say it was in Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh, about 70 miles southeast of Pittsburgh in the Sharpsville, I believe, Shanksville area of Pennsylvania. At 10:28 a.m., the second World Trade Center building collapsed, and there you see the horrific sight. The humanity lost today in Manhattan. American Airlines Flight 11 was one of the aircraft that went down. We're not certain. We're trying to find out where and whether that was one of the planes that hit the Trade Center. It was a Boeing 767 en route from Boston to Los Angeles. Carried 81 passengers and 11 crew members. Other airliners that went down, American Airlines number 77 was a 757 flying from Washington's Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, carrying 58 passengers and 6 crew. United Airlines number 93 was apparently the third craft involved, and that is the aircraft that evidently went down in the region southeast of Pittsburgh. and the fourth aircraft, apparently United Airlines number 175, out of Newark, out of Boston, heading for Los Angeles.
We want to take you back to London for a moment to Leslie LaRoche, who has been covering the story from Europe for us. This London was, of course, I believe, the only exchange that was actually trading when this catastrophe started to unfold, Leslie.
Martha, let me bring you up to date on what we know is that we have just gotten word that in the last half an hour or so there has been a bomb threat at the Deutsche Börse. And what we know is that they have suspended trade. That was about half an hour ago. Suspended trade over there. The DAX was down 8.5%. They've evacuated the building, evacuated the Deutsche Börse. We do not know if this is related to the American attacks, but certainly that it can't go without there being some assumptions there. We're watching that. We also know that Euronext is meeting tonight, and that is a combination, of course, the Amsterdam, the Paris, and the Brussels exchanges. They are meeting to decide whether to open for business tomorrow. Earlier, a couple of hours ago, we had heard that the DAX was going to be up and running as normal and that London will be up and running. And I think all of that is under consideration right now. We won't know whether they will be up and open for business. We do know that the FTSE indeed was open when these attacks took place and began a very sharp sell-off. The FTSE closed for its regular trading day, closed down 5.7%. There were only 3 stocks in the FTSE 100 that climbed today. Two of them were in the oil sector. BP and Shell climbed, and so did BAE. That is defense systems, defense contractor. The CAC in Paris closed a very sharp 7.4% lower. I want to bring you up to date on what we know on some key personnel related to the financial markets. We know that Alan Greenspan was in Europe. He was in Switzerland. He has apparently checked out of his hotel in Basel. He was there for a BIS meeting. Paul O'Neill was scheduled to have a meeting with the finance minister Shokawa in Japan. That meeting has been canceled. We have had some official condemnation and some official comment out of Europe, out of the European Union. They have said that talking about these multiple assaults on the U.S. landmarks, they call it the worst attack on the United States since Pearl Harbor. They have vowed to stand by their ally, the United States, in their fight against terrorism. The EU External Relations Commissioner said that this is an act of war by a madman. And we also did hear from Pope John Paul II praying for the victims and praying for their families. I was talking to you just a moment ago about the oil sector and how BP had climbed. The oil markets themselves, the front month, the futures contract, the Brent crude contract, had been up 10% earlier on today. Trade was suspended for a while, and then trade came back online, and we have the front month contract up $1.60. And the reason we talk about why there's a reaction in the oil markets is because there is an assumption in the market, or there's a possibility that these attacks may involve the Middle East somehow, or terrorism in that part of the world. And if that is the case, might the U.S., might some response come from the United States, and then get some response out of Arab nations or the oil-producing nations? So that's why you watch the oil markets for any kind of response, or even in advance of any kind of response. And I was just handed a note from the news editor here at CNBC Europe telling me that German television is reporting that all Frankfurt skyscrapers have been evacuated. Once again, that follows the bomb threat at the Deutsche Börse. We'll keep you up to date. We'll let you know what's happening as we give you the updates throughout the evening. We'll leave it there for now. Back to you, Martha.
Leslie, thank you very much. Leslie LaRoche with an update on how all of the businesses in Europe, it's amazing the magnitude when you think about all of the buildings in Frankfurt.
Yes.
In the financial area being evacuated, people being sent home. The impact of this being felt worldwide is really just unbelievable. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the business implications being felt here in the New York City area and across this nation with Darby Mullaney. Is Darby ready in New York with you? Okay, she is ready. Let's go over to you, Darby. Darby Mullaney at our Carnegie Bureau in New York.
Hi, Martha. That's right. We're in Midtown Manhattan, and what I can tell you is that the New York stock and commodity exchanges are in complete shutdown mode. Almost all trading shut down indefinitely at this point. The only trading in New York around midday was in the interbank foreign exchange market, according to the wires, where the dollar was down in very thin conditions. Now, the New York Stock Exchange, of course, delayed the start of trade indefinitely. We have no exact word when they're going to reopen, and the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission chairman says that trading in U.S. stock markets will only resume when it is practical to do so. The NASDAQ, of course, is closed as well. Trading has been halted at the New York Mercantile Exchange, the New York Board of Trade also. The Federal Reserve, however, remains open and is operating normally. A Fed spokesman said that the Fed stands ready to provide additional money to banks if needed. Now, this promise of additional money is similar to a pledge that the Fed made on the morning after the October 1987 stock market crash. That statement was given a large amount of credit for helping to restore calm to the shaken financial markets back then. Now, today, Fed Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan is taking part in a regularly scheduled meeting of the Bank for International Settlements in Switzerland. The Fed spokesperson did not say whether extra security measures were being taken to protect Greenspan. However, we have learned that he's perfectly safe. But the Fed also would not say when Greenspan would be returning to Washington. Federal Reserve Vice Chairman Robert Ferguson, the #2 man at the Fed, is monitoring banking and financial market developments along with other top officials. And finally, at the Treasury Department, officials say that the regular weekly auction of the 4-week bill that was scheduled for today, that's going to be delayed until tomorrow. The Treasury Department, which is next to the White House, was evacuated after a report that a plane had crashed into the Pentagon. And Martha, I can just add that from our vantage point here in Midtown, that of course it's not just the markets that are being affected. It seems like business in New York is very slow today. The traffic is lighter than normal, and a lot of people are just kind of stuck out on the streets, listening over car radios to what's going on and keeping updated, but a lot of people, of course, not working today, and a lot of businesses shut down. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Darby. Darby Mullaney. You know, it's just amazing when you think about coming into work this morning. You know, all of these people heading into Manhattan with, of course, no idea of what this unbelievable day had in store. And Alina Cho has some more breaking news for us. Alina.
That's right. Some key information, Martha Tyler, that is coming into our newsroom now from NBC News. We've just had some confirmation. All the flight numbers and crash sites are now all confirmed either by the airlines or an FBI source. Here is what we know. American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767, en route from Boston to LAX. It hit the South Tower of the World Trade Center. There, I believe you're looking at a live picture of the Pentagon. Let me see here. That is American Flight 77, a Boeing 757, en route from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles International Airport. That was a plane that hit the Pentagon there. That is confirmed by an FBI source. Let's move on now to the United flights. United Flight 93 en route from Newark to San Francisco, a 757. That is the plane that crashed in western Pennsylvania outside Pittsburgh. 38 passengers on board, 2 pilots, 5 flight attendants. The last flight, United 175, en route from Boston to Los Angeles, crashed into the World Trade Center North Tower. This is confirmed by an FBI source to NBC News, but not yet by the airline. Now, this is significant. This last flight, United 175, which crashed into the North Tower, because it is the... No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to get back and recap for you. American Flight 11 hit the South Tower of the World Trade Center. United Flight 175 hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. American Flight 77, en route from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles, hit the Pentagon. And the last flight, United Flight 93, en route from Newark to San Francisco, a 757, crashed in western Pennsylvania outside Pittsburgh. So this is the first confirmation that we're getting of the details of all of the flights, Tyler and Martha, and exactly where they crashed. So, of course, we will be monitoring this and get you more details as they come in.
All right, Alina, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alina. All righty, there are also closings around the country as a result of this, including in Las Vegas, where the Mirage Casino, the Bellagio, and some of the other casinos out there have decided to evacuate, basically close them in a security move so that they would move people out and not be an inviting target here. We've been covering some of the financial news, the dollar plunging, oil moving higher. London stocks down 5.7%, $98 billion worth of capital lost there. That was the only of the major markets trading at the time this horrible tragedy, this catastrophe took place. That's the biggest loss in London since October 19 of 1987. We do not know when trading will be resumed in the United States for any of the major markets. We await word on that, and as soon as we know, we will certainly tell you. As you see, all U.S. financial markets are closed, and in a day that I think we will all remember, our ticker is running blood donation lines and lines for United Airlines and American Airlines information, as well as Morgan Stanley, which was the largest single tenant down in the World Trade Center.
All right, we want to go out to Los Angeles and get some reaction from
buyers aghast at the tragedy that you're witnessing there firsthand. Obviously, reverberations from today's attacks are being felt across the country, and especially here on the West Coast, home to lots of military installations and defense firms. We have a lot of buildings, federal facilities, schools, and California landmarks shutting down today. Of course, like the rest of the nation's airports, Los Angeles International is closed, with 3 of the 4 flights apparently involved in today's attacks bound for Los Angeles. LAX has become a focal point here. My colleague Jane Wells will update us later on the situation there. Meanwhile, up north in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley, companies are canceling meetings, sending workers home. Main bridges in the city of San Francisco and the surrounding areas are being investigated. They're under heightened security. San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown has canceled a trip back east. He's reportedly walking the streets and urging calm. Governor Gray Davis has ordered all state buildings closed until further notice. We also know that military-related facilities like NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory have also closed and sent workers home. Meanwhile, in downtown L.A., tall buildings, including the huge library tower, the landmark here on the West Coast, have been closing down, and police both here and in San Francisco have been put on tactical alert. However, the authorities here are saying they have received no immediate threats or any reports of threats. In short, the West Coast, like much of the country today, is stunned by today's attacks. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of you on the East. Tyler and Martha, back to you.
Jerry Cobb, thank you for that report from Los Angeles. We're going to go back down to the foot of Manhattan, where Maria Bartiromo is standing by with some fresh information as we get ready to hand it over to Bill Griffith and Sue Herrera, who will return. Maria.
Thanks very much. I just went outside. There are people beginning to walk outside, but I have to tell you, it's very, very hard to breathe out there. The air is extremely thick, and there's debris all over the place. So I came right back in, and I've been telling you about the dust on the floor that is so thick. We're waiting to hear any official announcement from Dick Grasso, the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, regarding trading tomorrow. Most people are expecting that we will not see trading tomorrow either. Of course, we've already seen the impact of certain securities around the world plunging, including the dollar. So it would be unlikely that markets would be opening in such panic. I think that the theory is that people want things to settle down. We need to get more information regarding fatalities, regarding the source of this, and then probably open. But we are going to go right now to a Pentagon briefing. I'm going to send it right back to you.
Maria, thank you very much. Let's indeed go to the Pentagon, where they are briefing reporters at the moment, as I understand it. Bill Griffith here, along with Sue Herrera. I guess this is a videotape.
Yes, it's a
of the briefing that occurred earlier.
Just a short while ago from the Pentagon. Let's listen in.
No, we're not going to it.
All right.
All right, we're not going to it.
But let us bring you up to date on the events of the day. Michelle Caruso-Cabrera has put it all together for us, a little perspective on the situation. Michelle?
All right, thank you, Bill. We've got an update on the events and also on the markets as well. The nation is on high security alert today after terrorist acts brought down the World Trade Center in New York. It happened around 9 a.m. this morning when a plane crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in downtown Manhattan. About 18 minutes later, a second plane collided into the South Tower. Moments later, the South Tower collapsed, and that was followed by the collapse of the North Tower. Eyewitness accounts from the ground say people were falling and jumping from the towers. American Airlines initially said both planes that crashed into the Twin Towers were theirs, but now they aren't sure about the second plane. The airline did confirm, however, 2 of their aircraft were hijacked and crashed today. One was American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, and the other was American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles Airport to Los Angeles. United Airlines has also confirmed 2 planes crashed today. One of them was Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco. It went down near Pittsburgh. The location of the second one, United Airlines Flight 175, has not been disclosed. No word if the United crashes were definitely a part of the terrorist attacks. The White House has been evacuated. President Bush is now aboard Air Force One, destination unknown. But earlier, he gave a statement on the situation while in Louisiana.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
A plane also crashed into the Pentagon. You can see the results there. Explosions also occurring at the State Department as well. The Capitol has been evacuated and the congressional leaders were taken to a secure location, and federal government offices in Washington are closed. All U.S. embassies and consulates have been notified to take adequate precautions, and meanwhile, all securities markets in the U.S. are closed today following the attacks. The SEC has suspended all trading, and the markets may not reopen tomorrow. There will be a conference call at 6 p.m. Eastern Time to decide, but sources close to the situation say it is unlikely that the U.S. markets reopen tomorrow. We definitely saw a reaction in the global markets as well. The FTSE closed early, down 5.7%. The DAX lower by 8%. It had been down 11%. We also know that the CAC fell 7.4%. Oil stocks have climbed overseas. Insurance stocks and bank stocks have fallen, however, as a result of the tragedy. London, Germany, Tokyo, for now, say they are going to reopen tomorrow, but all of this remains a fluid situation. Mexico and Argentina have suspended trading, and the Brazilian real fell to a new all-time low today as a result. In the treasuries, commodities, and currency markets, we have seen Treasury surge and a search for safety. Gold is up $19. This is spot gold to $290 an ounce. Last I spoke with the trader in Midtown who said he was referring all business to Europe. Oil is up about 10% where it is trading. It's not trading here in the U.S., and the U.S. dollar is down versus the yen at a 7-month low versus the euro and below the 119 level versus the yen. So definitely a reaction in overseas. And now there's also talk about what happens when the markets actually do reopen and what kind of reaction there will be.
And of course, we'll be following that throughout the day. And as we get closer to the open in Tokyo, and because it's the middle of the night there, obviously, we're going to be getting some reaction from officials in Tokyo.
Just to try and get a sense of when the markets may reopen, the chairman of the New York Board of Trade, which is a backup futures exchange based in Long Island City, New York, said that it is his opinion that he would not be able to begin trading at least until Monday at the earliest. Bear in mind that a trade occurs not just between two traders, buyer and seller, but there has to be a clearing operation that occurs, and fully 1/3 of the trading that goes on in the United States is cleared in the World Trade Center area there because of tenants like Morgan Stanley and other companies who do some of that in their back office. And as a result of this lack of infrastructure, or the uncertainty of it right now, and trying to assess exactly what shape that infrastructure is in, it's possible, at least according to the chairman of the New York Board of Trade, that we don't see trading until Monday. It's early at this point to know, but at least we know today no trading, probably no trading tomorrow, and we take it one day at a time from there.
Yeah, we're going to now turn to the other aspect of our coverage today. Marcy joins us now with some perspective on some of the other markets that are moving and some of the people that you've been talking to today, Marcy.
Well, as we said sort of earlier in the coverage, it's sort of a little bit difficult to talk about economic events when the building that I worked in 2 weeks ago doesn't exist anymore. I was in World Trade Center too. But nevertheless, currency markets have been moving, and of course there's been a flight out of the dollar. I've been talking to people and sort of getting a feel for what tends to happen in currency markets after that, and we've even got a professor on the line for an interview to talk a little bit about what goes on in currency markets after terrorist attacks. We have Professor David LeBlanc with the University of Colorado on the line with us to do an interview and talk a little bit about what his work that he's done as a political scientist suggests about currency markets. David, are you with us?
I am.
Hi there, David. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, my pleasure.
I know you've done a little bit of work on the effects of terrorism in markets like Israel, Egypt, things like that. Can you tell us what your work has shown?
My work has shown, for the most part, that when markets experience unanticipated political events, whether they be assassinations, whether they be violence coming from internal or external participants, markets that exist in countries that have strong political structures, such as Israel, perhaps the United States, the currencies tend to become more volatile. They tend to depreciate, but only for a very short time, and they very rapidly recover their lost value. But after that recovery, there still is a continued period of volatility that, again, is specific, that is based, for the most part, on the belief of economic actors, currency speculators, etc.
So short-term movements, but in the long term, it tends to go back to the levels that it saw before? Absolutely. Is that what you expect out of the dollar this time?
About the dollar, I'm a little more uncertain because the state of fundamentals for the U.S. economy were not at their height of strength. So I think you might see a bit of a dip. But the question is, if we're talking about the dollar, where are people going to go? Are they going to go into the yen? Are they going to go into the euro? And I don't think that that's necessarily going to be the case. So I fully expect the dollar to rebound after a short depreciation. But again, I think we'll see a lot more volatility.
What about in stock markets? Moving away from currency markets, do we have any experience, any kind of similar situation in financial markets, any kind of political situation in the U.S. that's been similar to this, that's had an effect on the stock market?
The only two that are close would be the terrorist bombing of the World Trade Center in February of 1993 and the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963.
And what happened those times?
What happened after the Kennedy assassination was that the Dow immediately dropped by almost 3%, but the very next day it rebounded. It gained all the ground that it had lost. After the terrorist attack on, or the explosion, the attack on the World Trade Center in 1993, again, the Dow lost some. It only lost about 1/3%, but the next day it rebounded and recaptured all of its lost ground.
Wonderful, wonderful. David, thank you so much for joining us today.
No, my pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Marcy, we should welcome you as well as our new chief economist here. My question is, you know, all of this comes at a time when the economy here in the United States was on weak ground to begin with. We were looking at the possibility of a recession, and now essentially the United States is shut for business today. And I wonder what impact we're looking at. Obviously, we're all trying to assess this. We're looking at the human damage to begin with. But when we stand back and look at the economic impact of this, I wonder what impact you think we might see on the economy.
Well, actually, you can draw an analogy with the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. That was the last time we had a situation where the U.S. was in a weak state already, and being drawn into that conflict, a lot of economists believe made consumer confidence plunge, and it made oil prices soar. And those two things together, plunging confidence, soaring oil prices, combined to produce a pretty nasty recession in the U.S. back in the early 1990s. Now, the question is the U.S. economy in such bad shape today? I don't really think so, but certainly we would expect to see consumer confidence plunge with this sort of event.
Anytime
Absolutely.
You're seeing an interruption of commerce, that's going to have an impact.
Sure. Marcy, thank you very much.
See you later.
I know we'll be talking to you throughout the afternoon.
Great.
Marcy Rosell. Let's turn now to James Phillips of the Heritage Foundation. He is an expert on terrorism. Mr. Phillips, are you with us?
Yes.
Your reaction today as to what happened and how it happened, given the protections that the U.S. seemed to have in place, but obviously they were not enough.
Well, I think the first point that should be made is that this is a fairly new technique for terrorism, and it shows that past efforts to build up security on the ground have succeeded to the point where terrorists are trying to go over the wall, so to speak, with these airline hijackings. Secondly, the fact that they could hijack 4 airliners simultaneously points to a very large organization. Thirdly, the fact that probably they have their own pilots on board because I don't think any U.S. pilot, even if he had a gun to his head, would crash into one of these buildings because he would know he and his passengers would be killed anyway.
That's speculation. We don't know the circumstances, obviously.
That's true. But just to speculate, that suggests to me that whoever did this had several people on board each plane, and perhaps one of them was knowledgeable about the plane so that they could fly them into these buildings, because it would be fairly hard to, if you weren't a pilot, to steer them into these buildings.
Does it strike you as interesting or peculiar, or I'm not really sure what the word is, that the planes, all the planes involved were either 757s or 767s? Is there any similarity? Is there any?
Well, tells me that the suicide pilots they had were familiar with those planes, and they had to make sure that they got those planes. This was planned long in advance. They had to coordinate which flights they were taking from what airports so that they'd all arise around the same time, because they would know that most airports would be closed down, as in fact they were. So they had to make sure that the ones they had in the air were ready to go.
Jim, if you were advising the president on a possible reaction or new ideas on defenses against terrorism, what would you tell him?
Well, I think it's time to make domestic airline travel as secure as international airline travel. It's important to note that none of these planes were international flights. They're all domestic, where the security is much easier to get through. And secondly, I think I'd look for the people that would have an interest in hitting these targets, national symbols, particularly the World Trade Center, which certain terrorists had tried to hit before. I think I would start looking for people close to that ring of terrorists that tried to hit the World Trade Center bombing in 1993.
Jim, you know, you mentioned the fact that in your opinion, this must be a large terrorist group. If it is a large terrorist group and this was such a well-organized event planned so far in advance, how did U.S. intelligence miss it?
Well, we've been very lucky in intercepting many different plots. You may remember the millennium, there were people coming across the border from Canada that were intercepted, and there were other things. So we have intercepted a lot, but you can't get everything.
Mm-hmm.
Jim, thank you. James Phillips of the Heritage Foundation, an expert on terrorism, and we'll be continuing to canvass many of them during the day as we all ask the very same questions, how this could happen. If you have yet to see it, we're going to show you some of the footage of the World Trade Center towers, the symbols truly of the lower portion of Manhattan Island, the financial district of the financial capital of the world, as it's been proclaimed. And they no longer exist. It was this morning as we were trying to keep up with all of the events as they occurred over the morning that began at roughly 8:45 Eastern Time this morning, and then for the next couple of hours continued to pop up here and there, not only in Lower Manhattan, but of course in south of Pittsburgh with the crash of a hijacked jet, and in Washington with the plane crash into the Pentagon, that we were witness to this horrifying spectacle of the Twin Towers just disintegrating to the ground. And we had heard from this structural engineer that we interviewed earlier, that once these towers had been struck by these jets, I mean, these are structures that are built mainly, of course, with steel, but with concrete. The concrete essentially was liquefied. Not to that degree, but it just was very suspect in the structure. And according to him, it was only a matter of time before it came down. And of course, that is exactly what happened after the crashes.
Jennifer Lewis Hall is joining us now, and she is taking a look at the impact on oil prices for us, because of course oil has been one of the markets that has been traded overseas, as gold has been, and the oil market has been able to react, at least internationally, to the situation. Jen?
Yes, absolutely. Well, we did see a really big spike early in the day in crude oil, sharply higher following those attacks in both New York and Washington. Now, trading in the New York Merc, the building near the World Trade Center, actually was suspended. But we know that early in the day, we saw crude prices climbing really to an 8-month high. We've got a spike there for light sweet, up 14 cents, so we're at close to $27.77. We'll also have to check many of these numbers, as we know trading was very, very brief. Now, analysts say the spike comes on a couple of concerns, but the main concern about production actually being disrupted in the Middle East. And some say that if an armed conflict were to take place on land here, that could actually look at sites on the Middle East and oil production and actual installations, and that being a main concern, that would disrupt production there. Now, how big and how great is production in the Middle East? It is very large. Analysts telling me just this morning, production in Saudi Arabia, 8 to 9 million barrels. Kuwait, over 2 million barrels. Iraq, over 2.5 million. Iran, about 3 million barrels. So they're telling me, particularly Stephen Smith over at Dane Rauscher on the phone just now, saying that if there were to be a disruption in the Middle East,
increased, it would affect the world's supply. Now, Smith actually thinks that prices would steady, however, once production may resume onto normal levels and once trading begins again on the Merc when we come back. Now, he's telling me that as long as oil production facilities are not affected, prices should begin to moderate and return to normal levels. That is what they're thinking. Smith is telling me that people are reacting to panic at this point in time, that they're spiking the prices up, but that they see production being steady and therefore prices dropping back down to more normal levels, possibly beginning next week. So that's a good thing, because economists are concerned, as well as oil traders, that if this spike remains high, this is certainly not good for the world economy, the soft economy in the U.S. or abroad. But they do see a softening in prices once people hear about the devastating damage, but they're saying it's to installations pretty much not being affected.
Right.
That's where we stand now.
All right. We also, along these lines with oil prices, the NYMEX is saying that it delays the start of its after-hours access trade today. It has not canceled it yet, however. We are waiting further statements from them. As you can imagine, all of the exchanges today have been scrambling to try and really come up with their game plan. No U.S. stock trading today. The NYMEX, though, is going to give us a statement a little bit later about whether they will start their after-hours trading. It's not canceled yet, but it is delayed. Let's get an update now and kind of a recap of where things stand with Bonnie Barron, now our news editor. Bonnie?
Hi, Sue and Bill. We do have some information coming in. We're hearing now that 2 U.S. warships and the National Guard has been dispatched to the New York harbor. Also, military fighter jets, as you know, have been in the air over Manhattan. Manhattan has been shut down. A lot of roads in New Jersey, of course, have been shut down, where a lot of patients have been ferried to some of the hospitals in New Jersey. And all of the planes that were in the air that weren't involved in the attacks have now landed safely. By the way, also, senior U.S. intelligence officials are telling NBC News that they would not steer us away from thinking that the United Airlines plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh was targeting either Camp David or the nearby alternate National Military Command Center in Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. The ANMCC, also known as Raven Rock, is the underground Pentagon, where in case of an attack on the Pentagon, military planners would take over command of the U.S. military. We're also being told that the U.S. Coast Guard is boarding and inspecting cargo ships before allowing entry into the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles. The harbor is the world's 3rd busiest airport, and of course, another note here saying that Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, the largest tenant in New York's destroyed World Trade Center towers, leased about 50 floors in the Twin Towers, and it declined to disclose how many employees worked in the landmark financial complex.
And we have the emergency numbers going along the bottom part of what on a normal day is our ticker, and this day is anything obviously but normal. So if you do need those numbers, we have them for you. They're running along the bottom part of our ticker for Morgan Stanley, for the Red Cross, because the Red Cross is looking for blood donations, Bill.
Or
you know.
It doesn't have to be blood. I mean, they'll take donations of money or clothing. Yep.
Absolutely, all of that. Bonnie mentioned the FAA had said that all the planes had landed safely, that were not involved in this terrorist incident this morning. They're now estimating that that's as many as 50 flights that were airborne during the time that the attack was underway in New York City.
The other market, I mean, Jen was talking about the price of oil that we often look at times of crisis. Gold, of course, is often one to move as well at times like these. On the phone is Frank Holmes, who runs U.S. Global in San Antonio, Texas, which they themselves have a couple of gold funds. And Frank, I thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. What would you imagine? I mean, we've been hearing that gold has been trading higher. Is it reacting as you might expect at times like this?
Yes, this is gold is up $14 before it closed, and then we heard in aftermarkets around the world it was trading up to $290.
And Frank, can you explain for those people who might not understand, or because gold has been in a slump for so very many years, why gold is considered the safe haven in times like this? I mean, obviously the dollar is not considered that today. It's dropping. But explain the relationship between an incident like this and gold.
Well, gold has always been considered the original currency of exchange. And when we go to crisis, we see that the physical value of gold kicks on, besides the beautiful look for exchange.
Yeah, it appears we're on a cell phone with Mr. Holmes, and we're losing him at this point. Let's go back. You have some more information for us?
I just have a reaction from the Muslim groups from around the country who have been saying that we feel that our country and the U.S. Is under attack. All Americans should stand together and bring the perpetrators to justice. They, of course, say also that we warn against generalizations that will only serve to help the criminals and incriminate the innocent. Also, we have a reaction from the Palestinian militant group, the Hamas, saying that today America is reaping the same sort of misery and oppression that it has sowed around the world. But firstly, Hamas is saying we are against any attacks against civilians, nor do we condone attacks on the innocent. However, America has to go over its accounts, saying the Arabic expression for meaning that America has to rethink its past policies.
And, of course, much is made of alleged threats, according to an editor who runs an Arab-based newspaper in London, quoted by Reuters, who said that it was his understanding that people close to the known terrorist Osama bin Laden 3 weeks ago were claiming that there was something planned that would be big and unprecedented. And today, Afghanistan's Taliban rulers who have connections to Osama bin Laden are saying that they are devastated by the terrorist attacks, and they have rejected suggestions that Osama bin Laden could be behind them. The quote from the Taliban is, "We have tried our best in the past. We are willing in the future to assure the United States in any kind of way that we can, any way that we can, that Osama bin Laden is not involved in these kinds of activities." I mean, I don't know what we're to make of that.
All sides out there. Also, Senator Orrin Hatch said this morning that this does have the markings of Osama bin Laden all over it because of the orchestration of the attacks, and listing several of the attacks that he has been linked to in the past, and the widespread, enormous organization and
one of his colleagues, we know, was to be sentenced tomorrow in federal court in Manhattan for the bombing of the embassy in Tanzania.
In Lower Manhattan is where the court
correct,
is.
yes. Yeah. Whether that is connected at all,
we don't know yet.
Of course we don't know at this point.
If you are just joining us, or if you were not with us earlier, we're going to try and give you a sense of a timeline of the events that happened this morning. It was just shortly before 9 a.m. East Coast time in Lower Manhattan when the first plane crashed into the tower of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. It was then about 18 to 20 minutes later, you see that explosion there? That was the second plane going into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Then, shortly after that, we had a plane go into the Pentagon. It was absolutely unreal this morning to be watching our air live and see these events unfold, but unfortunately, that is exactly what did happen. Shortly after that, President Bush did make a statement. He was not in Washington at the time. He was on the road. He made a statement and then left to go, we thought, back to Washington. He did not end up back in Washington. He ended up in Shreveport, where just a short time ago he made a statement to reporters. The 4 planes that were involved, we've told you about briefly before. They were American Airlines Flight 77, Dulles to Los Angeles. It was a Boeing 757. American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to LA as well. 767, also a Boeing make. United Airlines Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, California, a Boeing 757. It crashed outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And UAL, United Airlines Flight 175, Boston to LAX. That's Los Angeles International Airport, and that was a 767. All 4 of those planes were eventually supposed to end up in California. They did not. And California, incidentally, Bill, is one of the states among almost all around the nation who have taken a number of steps to close down not only airports but key landmarks in the city as well.
This is the kind of information we will probably be getting for a while now, as we all, especially those people who live in what's called the Tri-States area, perhaps know somebody who lives in that area, or given the companies that were centered in the World Trade Center complex. Akamai Technologies has just announced that its co-founder and chief technology officer, Dan Lewin, was among those killed in the World Trade Center crisis earlier today. Here's a guy I was a little concerned about, quite frankly. I hadn't heard from him in a while, but Bob Pisani is at the New York Stock Exchange, and I'm very happy to see you're safe and sound. Bob, what's going on?
Thank you. I just back from walking around outside to a bit of a ghost town, right? The New York Stock Exchange have left.
Obviously, we're having a Probably Bob's microphone, and we'll get back to him as soon as we can. Let me bring Yale Hirsch in here. Yale's one of the great historians on Wall Street who has seen many things occur, not only economically, but politically and militaristically, and its impact on the stock market. And of course, you published the Stock Traders Almanac. And you know, we're all looking back at times like the assassination of John F. Kennedy. We look back at Pearl Harbor. I also recall from my reading that at the beginning of World War I, they stopped trading for as long as 6 months at the New York Stock Exchange.
I believe it was 4 months, July into December.
But put this in perspective for us right now and what this means historically to the financial markets of the United States.
Well, being that we're in a bear market and have just broken down, it doesn't bode well. This could take us down into the Dow 8000s as soon as they even open trading, if they do this week.
It would be unprecedented in our memory, though, would it not, Yale, for them not to open trading for the rest of the week?
Because of the clearing operations in the area that may have been demolished, it may be difficult for them to have electronic trading unless they go back to...
Can they go back to the old way of doing it? I mean, isn't that one of the arguments that people have been putting forward about the fact that the role of this... Will this not be a time when the role of the specialist is extremely important in matching up a buyer and a seller and keeping liquidity? The human being as opposed to the computer, right.
But that would take me back to 1963 when President Kennedy was assassinated. And the market was not that fast, and it took about, the runoff went on till around 7 o'clock at night. So that would be something that we could expect now.
And in those days, they were trading, what, 10 to 15 million shares a day at the New York Stock Exchange, whereas we're doing more than 1 billion shares now.
Exactly.
As far as the other markets we itemize, gold, oil, they traditionally will be... They will rise at times like this, right?
And oil rising does not help the world economy, which you remember when the OPEC did their thing in November of 19...
Which one you're talking about?
1973. Yep. 1973. And the market went straight down, and we didn't recover until really 82.
Yeah.
And the market...
We're going to go to Maria Bartiromo and to Bob Pisani on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Both of them, of course, were in Lower Manhattan. Maria, we heard from you a bit earlier this morning. You were really in the thick of things, and Bob, I know you were as well. So let's turn it over to you.
That's right. Let me just, before I check in with Bob, because Bob has been outside for the last couple of hours, really in the thick of things, but I just left the crowd where Dick Grasso was standing. Dick has all his lieutenants here on the floor of the exchange, just a few feet away from us. And he tells me that they're going to do a 6 p.m. conference call tonight, basically to tell us whether or not trading will go on tomorrow. He may come on and talk to us about what the New York Stock Exchange has planned going forward. He's considering it, but as I mentioned, the 6 p.m. conference call will be worth watching. We'll be here. We'll get that live, of course. Now, Bob, you just came in. You've got burnt papers. What have you been doing outside?
Well, I've been walking around, Maria, thank you, and just checking what's going on outside. It's a bit of a ghost town. About an hour and a half ago, they started releasing people from the buildings, and streams of people started coming out of the buildings, most of them with masks on or kerchiefs on. I talked to a few dozen of them. Obviously a bit of a shell shock on the part of many of them. Many of them had family members that were in the World Trade Center, so obviously a very grim and unhappy situation out front. People have been quietly streaming back, and at this point the sun came out about 45 minutes ago, Maria, and rather eerie situation because clouds of black smoke would occasionally billow down throughout the front of the stock exchange here on Broad Street, and occasionally the sky would literally go dark in front of the stock exchange. One of the really eerie things that is going on, Maria, and I know you've seen this as well, but folks, burnt papers. Pieces of burnt papers.
This says Chase on it. I'm wondering if there was an office in one of the towers.
I don't know, but there is burnt paper virtually everywhere on the street at this point, and about a half an inch of gray soot covering virtually everything that's down here. People are rather oddly, are spraying down the sidewalks, trying to regain some sense of normalcy, but the soot is virtually everywhere.
In fact, you could see it on our shoes. Bob and I took a walk together outside, and we came back really covered with it. Earlier, when I witnessed that third explosion, the third explosion being the collapse of one of the towers, I was filled with the soot, and it was really white powder all over me, and that's exactly what we're seeing out there right now.
Yeah, and the real panic, I think, in my mind occurred, Maria. I was out front as you were when the second explosion occurred, because so many people had been attracted to what was going on. The explosion threw debris on top of a lot of people. That was when the real panic began. A lot of people began running over on top of other people. That's when things got quite serious. Right now, though, most of the people on Wall Street, as I was walking around on Broad Street and out front on Wall Street, have left the area, and the police have cordoned it off. It was very difficult to get back in the building. There's almost a state of martial law out front, almost. They're stopping everybody on the street and just letting people walk in
we should say that there's no one on this particular floor that we are on right now, but there are people in the other room of the New York Stock Exchange. In fact, the new technologically advanced room is where most of the people are, anyone who's even left here, and there are medical carts going around and there are lunches going around. So the New York Stock Exchange has obviously been incredibly helpful to employees who are trying to get out and have been unable to do so.
And indeed, they have been handing out food, and people out front have been handing out food, although, as I mentioned, a lot of people have basically left the area. There is still odd scenes where papers are still flying around up in the canyons high above from here, and so there's a still sort of otherworldly feeling down here with the soot, and occasionally giant clouds of black smoke coming down the alleyways, almost like a mini tornado that's in the neighborhood. So we're still in a very strange environment, a surreal environment down here.
It really is. I mean, there are dark clouds really just continuing to move above us. So we're going to be walking outside and checking out things in here. We will report back as we know it.
And Bill, Sue, back to you.
All right, Bob, Maria, thank you very much. Of course, anecdotally, we hear stories on the wires about the hospitals of New York City and in Northern Virginia around Washington, not only being inundated, of course, with the injured, but with people who are attempting to give blood to those centers. And we are being told by the Red Cross to ask people not to go to those crisis areas, but rather to go to the outlying areas if you do plan to give blood, or at least if you had an appointment to give blood, to meet that appointment, but in the outlying areas, away from the crisis areas, because as you can imagine, the medical personnel in those areas of New York City and around Washington are already being inundated trying to care for the injured. And we have another wire report that some of the injured involved have been flown to Canada as part of all of this. We don't have numbers on that. But
before we go to Sharon Epperson, which we're going to do in a minute, Cantor Fitzgerald has asked us to pass along their emergency number to you if you are trying to find someone or have a question about someone who is with Cantor Fitzgerald. Their number is 212-704-8188. Once again, that's 212-704-8188 if you have someone with Cantor Fitzgerald.
Sharon Epperson is with us now, and you have a Federal Reserve official, right?
That's right. We do have a Federal Reserve official. I've been trying to call all of the Federal Reserve banks across the country because, of course, it's difficult to get a phone line into New York City. I was able to get through to the St. Louis Fed, and I believe Charles Henderson is on the phone. He is the public information officer there at the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Charles, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Tell me a little bit about how you're managing operations today.
Well, we've got two concerns. Obviously, one is the safety of our employees, and then, of course, the integrity of the payment system, and we're working very hard to ensure those. We're obviously on a state of heightened security, and we've taken some additional security measures and added some extra protection staff on duty today.
Now, you cover a 7-state area there. Tell me a little bit about the impact that you are anticipating there on the banks in your region.
Well, we're hopeful that if we do our job well, that the impact will be minimal. We want to make sure that all of our depository institutions that we deal with in the 7-state area continue to have uninterrupted services for cash or check or wire transfer and those kinds of things. And so far, we're continuing to operate as scheduled.
Yeah. Need to break in and interrupt because Mayor Rudolph Giuliani of New York is making a statement.
What will be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk, and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the president, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible. And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way, and we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion after.
Could you tell us, do you expect any further attacks on New York? Is there anything to indicate that there could be more bombs, more planes out there? I know originally there was a report that 8 planes had been hijacked, 4 have only been accounted for. What about the remaining 4? And is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by some?
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed, and we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack.
Can you tell us where the planes came from?
Coming into the port of New York?
I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Can you give us an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now in Lower Manhattan? The scope of this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago, and the governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600 as of about 15 minutes ago in local hospitals that we account for, 600 people They're being treated in local hospitals, and there are 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals, so we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital, and I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there after the first plane hit and before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66th in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed, and it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street. So we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
What went through your mind?
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handle themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets Lower Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to
Mr. Mayor, I got reports of a gas explosion related to this as well. Are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible explosion.
We don't believe it. We don't believe that's the case. No.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings, just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a precaution
about where these aircraft came from? There was a report they may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave. I think we should leave that up to the federal government to rule. Yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, do you think there should be any retaliation on the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, both in New York, Washington, and other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this is compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war?
This is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts, certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him, and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and the American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this has happened?
Well, first of all, I don't know of anyone that's taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions. And we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinhauer, please. Just a housekeeping thing. Can you tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer, please.
Can you please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subways and the schools, the courts?
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released, I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs, and can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway is doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan. And throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers that they come in, or like
all NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now. And we're going to need all of them, and again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they do it?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can direct them to the right place.
The National Guard loading or anything like that? Any lawlessness? Mayor?
There have been no reports of lawlessness, no reports of looting. As I said, we saw a lot of people that were part of the escape effort, and they seem to be conducting themselves in a very, very sensible way, a very deliberate way. They seem to be helping each other. So I don't think we have any reports like that at all.
So the only National Guard we'll see will be in Lower Manhattan, in the bomb site area. They won't be patrolling the rest of Manhattan.
No, the purpose of it is to help with the relief effort. We're going to need the help of the state, surrounding areas with heavy-duty equipment.
When will they be arriving?
National Guard troops, some have arrived already, and we expect to have up to close to 2,000 between the National Guard and the state police by later this evening.
Mayor, bridges and tunnels will have to stay closed.
I think everything is closed for now, and then maybe in about an hour or two we can give you an update on what the plan will be for tomorrow.
We saw a lot of lightly injured people walking out of the area because obviously the emergency services were needed for the very seriously injured. People covered with dust, some people had difficulty breathing. Is there any health advice to give to people who were caught in this thing, who are not necessarily at risk of losing their life, but
I think well, obviously if you feel ill or you feel that you've been affected by it, you should go to a hospital and get checked out. But if it's just discomfort that you feel, then you can do basically what we did, was to wash our faces off and get rid of the clothes and get to an area where you can breathe in fresh air.
How many people were in the World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
I mean, it was business had already started. It was right before 9 o'clock. I don't know. I don't know.
Tens of thousands?
Yes. Approximately. Someone just gave me a number of approximately 10,000, but that's, you know, that's a guess.
How long will the city remain on a heightened state of alert?
Until we're told not to. I mean, until the FBI and the police department and the federal government tells us that we shouldn't. Right now, the city is on should be on a state of alert. Now, that instead of frightening people, that should make people feel more confident that everything is being done to keep things secure. And again, let me emphasize that the reason for the National Guard, because I heard the question before, is to help with the relief effort, not because there's any fear of any other problems in the city right now.
How is the
Mr.
Port
Mayor, can you tell us
Authority
about the other
Mr.
public
Mayor?
buildings, City Hall, One Police Plaza? When will you say for you to return?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Hopefully soon, but I don't know the answer to that.
And we heard reports that One Police Plaza was evacuated. Was that true?
No, the command center is open.
And it was never.
We have people in the command center right now.
Mr. Mayor, there have also been reports of large loss of life among the police and firemen who were sent there to rescue people. How accurate are those reports?
There is no question that we lost police officers and firefighters, and some that I know personally, and all of us here know personally, that we're very worried about. And we're not going to know the answer to that until much later. And maybe we should just close now and give you a briefing later. And I would just ask everyone, I talked to Cardinal Egan before, because he's at St. Vincent's Hospital. Everybody should, in their own way, say a prayer and ask God for help and for assistance, and also ask God to give us the strength to overcome this, because I know we're going to need strength to overcome it. And I want the people of New York to be an example to the rest of the country and the rest of the world that terrorism can't stop us. American democracy is much stronger than vicious, cowardly terrorists, and we're going to overcome this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Mayor.
Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, most especially recounting his own harrowing experience this morning. He was in the financial district this morning when the first jet did hit the World Trade Center tower.
The mayor was telling us that a number of the subways and other transportation out of Manhattan is working. Nonetheless, getting to that transportation is difficult, and as a result, a number of New Yorkers have decided that perhaps the easiest, best, safest way to get to where they need to go, which at this point is probably home, is to walk. And this is a bridge in Manhattan. I'm not sure which one it is. It looks like the Brooklyn Bridge, but I'm not sure. It's the Manhattan Bridge. Thank you, Christopher. And they are walking across it.
On a day of remarkable images anyway,
Yes.
yet another remarkable image in New York City. We had some other pictures above the New York City skyline, which has changed dramatically, of course, with the demise of the World Trade Center towers there in Lower Manhattan.
Which are no longer there.
We will continue to show you those as the day progresses here. Bonnie Barron is back with more of the developments of the day as we get more bits of information here and there to try and put this story together.
And more remarkable personal stories about where we all were when this happened. Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, of course, mentioning where they were when it happened, and our own Ron Insanis, we've seen him covered with dust on.
Yes, he was in Lower Manhattan this morning.
The FAA has suspended all air traffic across the United States, as you may have heard this morning. It is believed to be the first time that has happened, and the FAA says no flights will fly until at least noon tomorrow. Also, the San Francisco airport has begun evacuations, and the Mall of America in Minnesota has closed as a precaution. A couple of updates there. And also, on a final note, Mayor Giuliani was asked to compare this to Pearl Harbor, where 2,400 people were killed. Sad to say, of course, that we think these numbers most likely will go much higher.
And we won't know probably for several days. Thank you, Bonnie. Consuelo Mack, one of our colleagues here at CNBC, joins us now with some more perspective on the day. Consuelo?
Right, Sue. I think we have an expert in political risk standing by, Benjamin Weiner, who is from his firm Probe International out of Stamford, Connecticut. And there he is. Ben, thanks very much for your patience in waiting for us. You and I talked earlier. Can you hear me, Ben?
Yes, I can.
You know, 30 years, you told me, of covering terrorists. You've never seen an attack like this. You know, what's your analysis?
Well, what impressed me was the precision
and I could almost use the term brilliant execution of this horrific act. The fact that they were able to identify and focus on important icons. The World Trade Center is an icon of capitalism. The Pentagon is an icon of America's defensive might. They were able to pick out the kinds of targets they wanted. They were able to coordinate flights so that the explosions would take place in a relatively compact period of time. This obviously is not a crazed amateur walking into a coffee shop in Tel Aviv or anywhere. These are people who've had training, who know how to deal with aircraft, who know how to deal with bombs, who obviously had good funding, who obviously had places from which they could work with a great deal of cover for them, which leads me to a conclusion that, and of course we don't know where we're going with this. It could be an Osama bin Laden who's had the experience and the background and the safe haven. At the same time, it could be Iran or some other government, or Iraq, that was involved in some way in this. And it's going to be some time before we get the answers to it. But it is something that is going to be very important in terms of how we handle these issues in the future. Obviously, we haven't done as well as we should.
Let me ask you, I know it is speculation, certainly whomever did it was well funded, as you said, had a strategy, had a network able to pull this off. And we're going to have some breaking news here, so hold on a sec. I'm going to go back to the anchor desk to Sue and Bill.
Consuelo, thank you. Apparently they're holding a news conference at LAX, at Los Angeles International Airport, to update us on the situation there. We know that that airport is closed, but let's listen in.
Position in flight. We have also ordered that certain aircraft be certain airports have strict security measures, including evacuation. We'll be working directly with those management of the airport, to ensure that security measures are taken and that operations get back to normal just as soon as possible. That's all I have for you right now. Thank you.
The number of airplanes involved in this incident that were headed towards LAX, are you taking any extra precautions here at this airport?
Los Angeles International is one of the airports that we've asked to be evacuated early on and work directly with security here to maintain safety and security. These actions were taken and at many different stages, many different levels at security to provide safety all the way down to basic levels of checking vehicles that may not normally have been suspicious, but in this heightened state of emergency.
All right, we're obviously having a feed problem from Los Angeles. One note that we want to tell you about, NBC News is reporting that the president has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base, where he is going to be obviously huddling with his advisors. And the vice president is in another location, and they will be coordinating throughout the day. We do expect a statement from the Bush administration a little bit later this afternoon.
The reason we went to Los Angeles there, that is significant or not, 3 of the 4 flights involved in the crashes today were destined for Los Angeles, 2 out of Boston. 1, I believe, was out of Dulles. So that's why we were trying to hear if they had any new information there at LAX. Consuelo, back to you.
Thanks so much. And back to Ben Weiner in Stamford, Connecticut. Ben, are you still there?
Consuelo, during the break there, I noted one of the things that has not happened, and I hope it doesn't, is that religious institutions have not been targeted.
I was going to ask you that because is this it? Now what? Could there be a follow-up to these attacks?
Well, a lot of the fundamentalists look upon the West and upon Christianity, Western governments and Christianity, as one and the same. so that it's possible that religious institutions could be targeted, and also Jewish institutions, because their New Year, Rosh Hashanah, takes place next week. So there's a need for continued alertness in this context.
And is there a need for continued alertness by Americans basically everywhere as well, Ben? Is this something that's just going to happen in this country, or could Americans be targets elsewhere as well?
Well, there was a fatwa issued, a religious edict issued a couple of years ago by Osama bin Laden and some of his cohorts. And may I take a moment just to excerpt something here?
If it's quick.
It was, the ruling to kill the Americans and their allies, civilians and military, is an individual for every Muslim who can do it in any country.
Ben, appropriate policy response, is there, number one, what should Washington do, and number two, what can we do to prevent something like this happening if we can?
Well, you know, there's an old canard about if they want you, they'll get you. And this is particularly frightening when we realize the lives of the perpetrators are irrelevant. They're quite willing to blow themselves up in this context. So in terms of being able to do something and not worry about being caught or being killed is something we have to be concerned about. And how we're going to deal with this is one thing. I don't think, you know, vengeance is mine, said the Lord. I don't think we should panic. I don't think we should get involved in any vigilantism, whether on an individual or a national basis. And we should slow down and think this thing through, and when we act, we should act forcefully.
All right, Ben Weiner, thank you very much for Probe International out of Stamford, Connecticut. Thanks,
You're welcome.
Ben. And back to you, Sue and Bill.
Consuelo, thank you very much. Bonnie Barron stepping back in with more developments as they're being released.
Thank you, Bill and Sue. Where the President Bush is now at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, as Sue just mentioned, it is the 55th Wing. It is the largest and most diverse wing in Air Combat Command, executing worldwide reconnaissance, command and control, and presidential support, treaty and verification, and airlift missions. And also, we now have the information on the name of the pilot of one of the planes used in today's horrible terrorist attack. His name was Tom McGinnis. He is from Stratham, New Hampshire. And his church officials say that he is a father of two, and they were with his wife when she was told that he was involved in the crash and killed in the crash.
An airline slice.
Right. Right.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Now to Mike Huckman with some perspective on this as well.
And the response from corporate America, really, to what's been going on.
Yeah, no doubt, Sue and Bill, that companies big and small today have let their employees go home simply because of the distraction level. But one has to wonder whether when we're talking about three of the world's biggest corporations, if there is much more to it than that. So I just got off the phone a short time ago with spokespeople for each of the big three automakers, and this is how these companies are responding to the attack today. Let's take a look at that graphic now. Daimler Chrysler is saying that it has shut down its Auburn Hills headquarters and all of its United States, not North American, just United States Chrysler Group offices and plants. That is only Dodge, Chrysler, and Plymouth. That does not include the Mercedes-Benz manufacturing plants in the U.S. GM, and that's Daimler Chrysler, really taking the largest steps here in terms of a response. General Motors has shut down its headquarters building in downtown Detroit. It's called the Renaissance Center, and from a landmark perspective, it's really the equivalent in Detroit to New York City's World Trade Center. They have also shut down a 250-person office in New York City, which was not located, by the way, in the World Trade Center, and they have closed a small office of about 24 people in Washington, D.C. However, they have closed 4 plants. One of them is in Linden, New Jersey, and that's because of its proximity to the New York area. The second one is in Wilmington, Delaware, and that is because the governor of Delaware, GM says, has declared a state of emergency. And so they followed up by closing the plant in Wilmington. And they've also closed 2 plants, a transmission plant and an assembly plant in Baltimore, Maryland. And there again, it's simply because of its proximity to the Washington, D.C. area. Ford, on the other hand, with its what they call the Glass House, its headquarters in Dearborn, Michigan, has only closed its headquarters building at this point. But as spokespeople for each of the big three told me that they are evaluating this situation on a minute-by-minute basis, and there could be more closures. Now, I hesitate to even bring this up at the risk of sounding insensitive at this time, but some, of course, may be asking how much all these closures and inconveniences, if you will, that this could cost the big three automakers and other American corporations. Obviously, as one spokesperson told me for one of the big three, that their focus at this point obviously is on the people, on the victims and their families, that they are not willing to make any kind of estimate at this point of what this might end up costing the companies. But in Daimler Chrysler's case, the closures extend throughout today only. So after the first shift, which ended about now, so second and third shifts will not be done at the Daimler Chrysler plants. And for GM, they say they're going to evaluate this on a day-to-day basis. Keep in mind as well that many of these companies depend on what's called just-in-time delivery, where parts are brought into plants as needed, and they're usually flown in. So depending on how long this no-fly order from the FAA is in effect, depends on what kind of impact this is going to have on these companies.
Mike, thanks. Mike Huckman.
Yep.
We're going to go to Scott Cohn now, who's at our Carnegie New York Bureau, and he's had a chance to take a look at another aspect of the story, some of the businesses that are in that particular area of Manhattan. Scott?
Yeah, Sue, you know, the World Trade Center, for those who are not from New York, not familiar with it, is a much more enormous complex than just those two towers that we've been so familiar with. There are 7 buildings. This complex situated on 12 million square feet on 16 acres. It's a really complex facility, including not just a number of offices, but also a shopping mall, a hotel, and the trains that go back and forth to and from New Jersey, and a main New York City subway station as well. So we've been trying to get a sense of some of the businesses that are there and what they're saying, and naturally, as information is slow in coming, I will start with some positive notes, areas that we do know. Nike, which maintains a Cole Haan store in the World Trade Center complex, says that its employees, 10 employees there, are okay. Charles Schwab also has a branch office there, and they believe that the employees are okay. But the areas that are of much more uncertainty here, Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter, we've been talking about, which leases 50 floors of the World Trade Center complex. You're seeing the number crawl by on your screen on our ticker where people can call for information. No word yet on the situation with the employees there. Cantor Fitzgerald and eSpeed, which are, of course, do a major clearing business, particularly in the Treasury bond market, Treasury futures market, with 1,000 people on several floors, several upper floors of the World Trade Center, also not talking yet about what the situation is with them. The state of New York has about 300 employees located there, as well as the U.S. government, which operates the Customs House there, and quickly a couple of other names that you certainly would be familiar with watching CNBC. Keefe, Bruyette & Woods is headquartered in the World Trade Center, the big banking analysis firm. Oppenheimer has headquarters in or near the World Trade Center. The New York Society of Security Analysts is there, and the National Association of Business Economics was holding its annual meeting at the Marriott Hotel in the World Trade Center. No word from any of these groups on the status of the people there. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Scott. Before we continue, we have a note for you that the FBI will be holding a news briefing at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time today. We will, of course, have that for you. We expect to get some more details on the horrific events of this morning. 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time is when we expect that. Bill?
Federal Reserve has announced that Fed Chairman Greenspan is still in Basel, Switzerland, where he was attending a bankers conference. He actually got on an airplane to come back to the United States when he learned of the terrorist attacks and was turned back because of the FAA regulation, which essentially put U.S. airspace in lockdown status. So the Fed Chairman, we are told, is in that area, but they are not saying exactly where he is for security purposes. Michelle Caruso-Cabrera joins us once again, kind of a quick look at what's been happening so far today. Michelle?
Hello, Bill. Military officials are now saying that the U.S. has not been attacked like this since Pearl Harbor, and now the U.S. is on high security alert as a result of the terrorist acts that hit New York and the United States today. It started around 9 a.m. this morning when a plane crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York. The FBI says it was a United Airlines plane, Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. About 18 minutes later, the plane you see here, an American Airlines plane, Flight 11, also from Boston to Los Angeles, hit the South Tower. Moments later, the South Tower collapsed, and that was later followed by the North Tower. That is what you are watching there. Eyewitness accounts from the ground say that people were falling and jumping from the towers. And then another United Airlines plane, Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, crashed into western Pennsylvania. No official word yet if that crash was part of this terrorist wave as well. The White House has been evacuated, and President Bush is now, we have learned, on the ground in Omaha, Nebraska. Earlier today, he gave a statement on the situation while in Louisiana.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
The FBI says another American Airlines flight 77 from Dulles Airport to Los Angeles crashed into the Pentagon, and explosions also occurred at the State Department. The Capitol has been evacuated, and the congressional leaders have been taken to a secure location. Federal government offices in Washington are closed. All U.S. embassies and consulates have been notified to take adequate precautions. And meanwhile, all U.S. securities markets are closed today as well following the attack. The SEC suspended all trading today. The market may not reopen tomorrow. A conference call to decide just that will occur at 6 p.m. Eastern time today. The global markets, in the meantime, definitely reacting to this. The FTSE closing down more than 5%. The DAX down 8%. It had been down 11%, and this is one of the worst one-day drops ever for the Frankfurt DAX. In Paris, the CAC 40 fell 7.4%. Milan, Amsterdam, Stockholm, Prague, Vienna, Zurich, we are all seeing those markets get hit very hard today. For now, London, Germany, and Tokyo say they do plan to reopen tomorrow. That could change. In the Treasuries, commodities, and currency markets, we are seeing Treasuries surge and a flight to quality move. Gold has been surging. It is at $290 an ounce. This is the spot price we are talking about, the December futures contract, not trading here in the United States. Oil up about 10%. Where it is trading, not here in the U.S. The dollar has been falling versus the yen and the euro, a 7-month low versus the euro, in fact. So we are definitely seeing reactions there. All flights in the U.S. have been canceled. All international flights have been diverted to Canada. Exactly what happened to Alan Greenspan when trying to come back from Switzerland. All bridges and tunnels into Manhattan shut down, and Major League Baseball has canceled all games for tonight, and we could go on and on. Numerous cancellations today. Bill, Sue?
All right, Michelle, thank you very much.
The Pope has made a statement in writing out of Rome. Pope John Paul II has condemned what he called the unspeakable horror of the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, saying today that he was praying for the victims and for their families. And he implores the survivors to bear up under their suffering and trial. In addition to that, of course, we are waiting momentarily, we believe, or at least in the next few moments, for the FBI to begin its news conference, which we will be taking live for you. It is expected to begin at about 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Obviously, they have been scrambling to get together all of the details of this morning's horrific events in New York City. Jane Wells is in Los Angeles, and of course, the West Coast is in shock, really, especially in California, because all of those planes were headed for some part of California, Jane, and I know the reaction there has been one of horror, just as it has been here.
You know, Sue, it's so different from a natural disaster where you feel sympathy for the people at the epicenter or at ground zero, but this attack has made everyone feel vulnerable. And as you said, especially here on the West Coast, where all 4 of these flights were headed either to San Francisco or Los Angeles. We have video of some of the families of those passengers arriving at LAX. They were taken to a special area where they can get information and counseling. And like you've been hearing, the rest of the country's experience, the entire airport has been shut down. All flights canceled for the day. The terminals being cleared out. Passengers being told to go home. Much of the rest of the city, like cities everywhere, shut down. Commercial areas shut down. Armed FBI outside the federal building here. Every high-rise basically evacuated. Even Disneyland is closed. As Americans everywhere are stunned and they're worried.
People don't feel safe. I think that when something like this happens, that you question everything that you do, and right now we're trying to secure our families and our people inside our business the best that we possibly can.
If life stops, we allow them to win. We can't allow them to win. We have to go on. I have my family in New York, and I'm trying to reach them and relatives all in New York City, and it's devastating, and you just think it's too quiet out here right now. So I'm hoping that's good, but I don't know.
It really is quiet here today. There's not even much traffic, and in places like up north, security's been tightened at the Golden Gate Bridge, the Transamerica building, that San Francisco landmark has been closed down. Trains have been stopped. There's some concern in the short term of what that might mean to gasoline supplies. I could go on and on and on, but the biggest concern here is for the families of those passengers bound for Los Angeles and San Francisco. Presumably, some of the flight crews were also based here in California. So a lot of worry still here on the West Coast, as in many places. And guys, I'm just trying to figure out how I explain this to my kids tonight. How do you explain this in ways that they can understand without scaring them? I don't know how to do that yet.
I don't think anybody does.
Thinking that very same thing myself,
Because
Jane.
I don't think any of us understand it. So how can we explain it?
Not yet.
I think you have a lot of company in that, Jane.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jane Wells in Los Angeles. Bonnie Barron, right?
Bonnie right now.
I think not only are a lot of us still in shock, but I think a lot of us are still processing what we've witnessed either by sight or by on television reports of what's going on. We have what may be the first of many declarations by a U.S. Senator. Kansas Senator Pat Roberts says today's terror attacks, quote, he says, this is war. The Republican leader says today's terrorism shows that America must beef up its intelligence efforts. He was speaking, of course, from what he called a safe area away from his office. He said, I have to tell you, this is an intelligence failure. Sue and Bill, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie.
Another story that we have through NBC News, before we get to Phil LeBeau in Chicago, of another victim of all of this. Barbara Olson, who's the wife of the United States Solicitor General Ted Olson, was on the flight out of Dulles Airport. This is the flight that struck the Pentagon. I don't want to say it's the one out of Dulles, but it is the flight that struck the Pentagon. And according to a friend of the Olsons, she called her husband, Mr. Olson, Solicitor General, on her cell phone and informed him that they were being hijacked. And as she did that, the line went dead. And that's the last he heard from her. And earlier we had said that the co-founder of the information technology company called Akamai Technologies, Dan Lewin, was on a flight from Boston, one of the flights that struck the World Trade Center. He perished in that as well. That announcement coming directly from Akamai Technologies.
Chicago is also on high alert, as are a number of cities throughout the United States. As a matter of fact, almost all major cities. Phil LeBeau is in Chicago, and he joins us now with a reaction there. Phil?
You know, Sue, we heard Jane Wells mention earlier that it was very quiet in Los Angeles, and it's the same situation here in Chicago. If you look down the street, we're just a block away from the Chicago Merc. You see a few people who are walking, presumably going home, taking the trains home, but this is nowhere close to what it's usually like in the middle of the day. Our building is right there next to the Sears Tower. We were basically told you can stay if you want, but wink, wink, we're shutting down some of the elevators, and I wouldn't stay in the building. And also, here's the Sears Tower. Here's the main concern for a number of people here in Chicago. There was concern that this might be a target. A couple of blocks from here is the Chicago Board of Trade, and as we've been talking about all day, the CBOT, where the treasuries are traded, as well as the Merc, where the futures are traded, those shut down trading about 9:30 Central Time. Rick Santelli covers the Board of Trade for us. Rick, give us some sense of what happened this morning as we were watching the events in New York and the trading slowly stopped.
Well, actually, the first thought on the Chicago Board of Trade is that it was a small plane that hit one of the towers. Trading was concerned, the markets were affected, but it wasn't until the second blast hit, the second building had a plane move into it, that the traders then started to put together the ramifications, what was occurring, and the talk that the New York Stock Exchange wasn't going to open, the Sears Tower was being evacuated, and the heads of all the Chicago exchanges talked, and the first thing they did was address the equity markets. The Dow futures and options were closed at 9:21 Eastern. What progressed then was the existing markets that were already open were then shut down at 10:15 Eastern, and from there, traders then moved out of the building, and you saw what started out as concern moved to a generalized, somewhat state of panic, especially some of the staff and operations. The traders were the last to leave the building, but at that point, it became a safety concern. The last thought on people's minds were the markets.
Okay. Rick, we're going to be watching this all day long, and I know you've been talking with people at the Board of Trade as well as at the Merc. All of the markets will be talking later today in a conference call to make some kind of a decision about whether or not trading will resume tomorrow or if it's going to be delayed a little bit further on. But I can tell you, Bill and Sue, it's very strange to be in a big city like this. Certainly, it's nothing like what's going on in Manhattan, but almost all of the major skyscrapers, the Sears Tower, John Hancock, the Aon building, which used to be the Amoco building here in Chicago, all of them have shut down, and really it's slowly becoming a bit of a ghost town at a time when it's usually thriving with a lot of business people. Bill and Sue?
Phil, thanks very much. Phil LeBeau there in Chicago. Bob Pisani is on the phone now back at the World Trade Center complex there in Lower Manhattan. What do you see right now, Bob?
Well, Bill, I'm standing on the corner of what was Liberty and Trinity Place. I am on the site of what is left of the South Tower. And as I left you about an hour ago, I came down the street and came onto the site along with the first wave of EMS people that were allowed in. There is an enormous pile, a 30-foot pile of wreckage that is now being scaled by emergency EMS people looking for any signs of life. Firemen are trying to scale this very small mountain of rubble here. It is rather difficult to breathe. There is still enormous amounts of smoke and debris in the air. And there is also a somewhat, I'm not sure if it's an unstable building to the left of me here, but the firemen are not getting near it, and they are a bit concerned about it as I see them not even going near it, just sort of staring at it at this point. But the sky is dark here, although the sun has come out as I have been walking around outside of the exchange, which is about a quarter mile away. On the site itself, which is where I'm standing right now, it is black all around us, and you cannot even see the sun right now. So, Bill, you can imagine they are just climbing it like ants climbing the side of a mountain now, looking for any signs of life here, and obviously a rather grim business going about. But this was within the last 20 to 25 minutes was the first time they were letting people actually on top of the mountain. There are big 30-foot tall twisted curtains of the side of the Trade Center that is standing here like some surreal scene in front of us, and I think they are a little concerned about the stability of that as well. They won't let anyone near it, but I am 75 feet right now watching a large number of firemen just starting to scale the side of this mountain of rubble looking for people. Bill?
Bob Pisani, Lower Manhattan there at the World Trade Center complex. Thanks.
And Rebecca Quick joins us now because we are all trying to put some perspective on this particular situation and put it perhaps in historical perspective. It obviously is one of the biggest disasters the United States has suffered, certainly domestically, if not the. And Rebecca Quick has had a chance to take a look back in history for us. Rebecca?
Well, Sue, as you said, this is clearly one of the greatest tragedies our nation has ever faced. People we've been talking to all day long can't help but compare it to the assassination of President Kennedy or looking back at the attack on Pearl Harbor, and clearly this is going to be a day that everyone remembers where they were when they heard the news. We have had, today has another dubious distinction in that there are very few events that can actually rock the nation's confidence enough to close the financial markets. Of course, in our past history, the markets have occasionally been shuttered. Earlier on our air, market historian Brian Taylor was explaining that during World War I, the markets actually closed from August through December of 1914. He said that there was some taking place off of the official markets, and that's why the stock exchange eventually reopened its door. And another time of tragedy, President Kennedy, when he was assassinated, it was a Friday, and on that day the markets experienced a sharp sell-off in the hour or so that it took them to actually shut down the stock exchange. Of course, in those days it took longer to shut down the exchange. But by the time the markets began trading again the following week, President Johnson had been sworn in, the nation was feeling more secure, and stocks rebounded, more than making up for the losses on that previous Friday. Today I spoke with Professor Jeremy Siegel over at the Wharton School of Business. He was saying that he often tells his students about the terror and the panic that was running through the nation during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and that was also running through the financial markets. And when I spoke with him today, he compared today's feelings and today's emotions to just that feeling that he felt at that time. However, he did say that he thinks the markets should reopen again as soon as possible.
we all know that uncertainty drives stock prices down, and there is a tremendous amount of uncertainty that is involved here, and shock and disbelief and grief, and clearly this is going to weigh on the markets. I think they should open, though. I think we have to show the rest of the world that we're going to function as normally as possible.
Now, the markets, as we've been telling you, will be holding a conference call at 6 p.m. Eastern Time to determine whether there will be trading tomorrow. For the immediate time right now, Sue, though, we're all just focusing on the rescue efforts taking place across the country. Back to you, Sue.
All right, Becky, thanks very much. Saw an email from a couple of viewers saying that maybe we all should put out our flags tonight as a little show of unity, if you have one outside the house there. Huh?
And if not, find one.
Yeah.
And put it out. You know, Cuban President Fidel Castro is expected to weigh in. We're getting global reaction, really, to all of this, and Bonnie Barron's going to have more on that for us in just a second. But we are getting global reaction to all of this. The Australian Prime Minister has sent a letter to President Bush expressing his horror with the situation today. That's according to NBC News. In addition to that, Cuban President Fidel Castro is expected to make a statement on his national television tonight about this at about 6 p.m. Eastern Time, which incidentally is when we are going to get a statement, hopefully from the major U.S. stock exchanges. They are going to be holding a conference call, and we will be getting some more details on when trading here in the U.S. will resume. And a reminder that we are still waiting for the FBI to hold its press conference, which should be occurring shortly. As you can imagine, it is a very fluid time, and we are really kind of rolling with the punches as to when the FBI begins its news conference. We will take you there live. And Bonnie Barron's had a chance to get some more details on this afternoon's events. Bonnie?
We have a couple of other updates to tell you about. Florida, Governor Jeb Bush has declared a state of emergency. Also, Maryland has declared a state of emergency. As Sue just mentioned, Fidel Castro, Cuban president, will be making a statement at 6 p.m. expected to comment on today's events in the United States. And President Bush has now, it's reported to be, he has gone underground into the bunkers at Stratcom, the underground bunkers at Stratcom on Offutt Air Force Base near Omaha, Nebraska, where it is basically a command and control center in case of an attack on the United States. Sue and Bill, back to you.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. We're also getting word that the Cuban Foreign Ministry has issued a statement offering its condolences and also medical and humanitarian aid to the United States. And, of course, the Pentagon is also going to be holding a briefing shortly as well. And Hampton Pearson is in Washington. He's been following the situation there at the Pentagon, which, of course, also was hit by a terrorist attack earlier this morning. Hampton, what's the latest?
The situation at the Pentagon, the last official we heard a short while ago was from Admiral Craig Quigley, who talked about the fact that indeed confirming what we all knew, but making it, as I say, official, that yes, in fact, acknowledged it was a plane that in fact hit a portion of the Pentagon. Much of the efforts, as you might expect, devoted to fighting the fire and getting the injured to the hospital. We have had no updated statistics, if you will, on either fatalities or injuries. The most current numbers we have specifically regarding the Pentagon, 26 basically injured folks being treated at hospitals in Northern Virginia. Also here in the nation's capital, both Virginia's Governor Jim Gilmore and Anthony Williams, the mayor of the District of Columbia, have in fact declared states of emergency. I can tell you, having stepped outside a short while ago, what began this morning as utter chaos, gridlock in terms of traffic and everything else, now the nation's capital is very much like you would find it on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, basically a semi-ghost town. All major federal buildings, in fact, have been closed. People sit home. Much of the congressional leadership is not at the Capitol. One of the many buildings closed. The White House shut down, Treasury, State, you name it. It's a whole different scene here. Of course, as you just mentioned, President Bush left Florida this morning, has not returned to the nation's capital, stopping briefly in Louisiana for a statement, then moving on, as you mentioned, to that very secure facility outside Omaha, Nebraska. It's basically a very deep isolated underground bunker type arrangement there. But at the same time, the president saying a short while ago, making his second statement of the day, that in his view, freedom itself was attacked this morning, but make no mistake about it, the U.S. will find and punish those responsible for what he called these cowardly acts. Now, we also had words earlier today from the Federal Reserve that it, in fact, has been open for business as usual, if you will, available to, among other things, provide liquidity not only now, but in the days to weeks to come as we more fully assess the total impact of all of this. You're looking right now at some earlier pictures in and around the Pentagon of the devastation and the aftermath there. Also, Harvey Pitt, the new head of the Securities and Exchange Commission, basically concurring with that decision to close financial markets for today at least. And of course, that situation is, as you mentioned, will be reassessed, and we'll get more word on that as of 6 o'clock this evening. So it's a very eerie day here in the nation's capital, as it is, of course, in the New York area where you are. Also, by the way, the FAA, for the first time ever in the nation's history, basically totally suspending air traffic in the U.S. Another of the major aftermaths of this incredible terrorist tragedy, a tragedy that Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska is calling this generation's Pearl Harbor. Back to you.
Hampton, thanks very much. And along those lines, American Airlines is echoing what the FAA said, that they have now accounted for all of the jets that were in the air at the time of the attacks. They are all now safely on the ground. Sue?
All right, Kathleen Tansey joins us now as we continue to take a look not only at the devastation domestically, but also overseas. And Kathleen is taking a look at the Latin American market's reaction to the devastation here in the U.S. and the lack of trading as well. Kathleen?
I do want to get to that, but just here as you were coming to me, there was an announcement coming into the building about some limited service available now to people that want transportation around New York City. You know, it had come to a virtual stall. There is no downtown subways working, but we've now been told that there are subways now operational to Uptown and Queens on the 1, 2, 4, and 6, and that the railroad systems, limited service on the Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and New Jersey Transit. Most of that, of course, going outbound. Grand Central is open. Penn Station is open. The Midtown Tunnel is open to outgoing traffic. So I just wanted to give you that update since there's been a lot of freeze on the transportation in this city. Let's talk now about people now, even amidst this tragedy, saying, gee, are U.S. assets now a liability to global portfolio owners? And what we find is that people are looking back to history. Pearl Harbor, December 7, which was on a Sunday. The New York Stock Exchange fell 5% over the next 2 days. And so what we saw in Latin America today, those markets were open for the couple hours of trading before they were halted. The Latin stock markets dropped 5 to 10% and then closed again just after a couple hours of trading. Brazil's market closed at a 23-month low. The Mexican peso and the Brazilian real were pressured in general about 2% because of dollar selling, and most of the currencies in Latin America are linked heavily to the dollar, and the real sank to its lowest level since its birth of 1994. The Latin bond markets were down about 3% on average. They are a very volatile market, but they were down because of concern about the U.S. bond market. Treasury auctions across Latin America were halted today due to uncertainty about the U.S. Treasuries and how they would move. A normal volatility move in a Latin American bond market is closer to 1%, so this was about 3 times worse than regular volatility. The investment flows, I'm told, just so you know, I talked to stock markets, the heads of bourses, I talked to finance ministries and equity strategists. They said the investment flows have gone to gold, oil, grains, and the Swiss franc. They say the mood for the stock market open, whenever it is, will be negative and will continue to be negative until the U.S. response to terrorism is more clear. And I can have more on the financial market updates from the Latin ministries a little bit later. Back to you.
All right, Kathleen, thank you very much. Kathleen Tansey there at Instinet. Tom Costello normally is at the NASDAQ market site. He's on the phone right now with a contribution right now on the... What do you have, Tom?
Well, first of all, let me explain to you that we were all evacuated from the NASDAQ market site very soon after the second plane attack, and it took me about 5.5 hours to get back over to the New Jersey side. What I did want to contribute here is, ironically enough, my mother-in-law was today on a flight from Brussels bound for the United States. All of those international flights, or a good chunk of them anyway, from Europe were diverted to Canada. In the case of my mother-in-law, she is now sitting on a tarmac in St. John's, Newfoundland, and she tells us that there are roughly 14 or 15 other American carriers on the same tarmac, and they have been surrounded by the Canadian military. One presumes that, of course, their concern is nobody knows whether there might not be another alleged terrorist on one of those flights, but they're taking no precautions. They are apparently being told that they are going to be put up in a tent city of sorts in St. John's, Newfoundland. Of course, it gets a lot colder up there this time of the year, but that's the concern. And she tells us, don't worry, right now I'm sitting on the plane with a glass of water, but we're also understanding that no planes will be allowed into the United States for at least another 24 hours or so.
Tom, that's good to hear. Always good to hear any happy news at that point.
She
Thanks.
might need something a little stronger than a glass of water, however, by
I
the time all of
mentioned
this is over.
I mentioned earlier that American Airlines had announced that it had accounted for all of the jets that were in the air at the time of the attacks earlier today. They're also saying they have now canceled all flights until at least noon tomorrow.
Right.
And that, of course, could change as time warrants.
We're going to go back across to Leslie LaRoche, who is in London and has been following the rather vehement reaction to the downside that some of the European markets have had to the situation here in the U.S. Leslie, what's the latest over there tonight?
Thank you very much. So, yeah, these markets stayed open through this disaster, and we saw some very, very sharp selling across the region. We have the FTSE closing down 5.7%. Basically, nearly $100 billion were wiped off of the FTSE today. It was the biggest one-day closing point loss since the crash of October 1987. We had stunned investors selling shares basically in a panic mode. We did try to talk to some traders here. Many of them said they could not talk. They were not allowed to speak to the press because they did not know if their colleagues in the U.S. were safe and sound. I mean, for example, Credit Suisse has offices in the World Trade Center. Commerce Bank and the big German bank, Deutsche Bank, have offices in the World Trade Center. So they can't talk to us today. In the other markets, the DAX, there was a bomb threat that closed and evacuated the Deutsche Börse late in the afternoon. That turned out to be a hoax, but during the trading session, the DAX was down in crash territory. It was down 11%. It finished out the day down 8.5% lower, down 400 points. This is the biggest one-day loss over on the DAX. Basically, it was the insurers that bore the brunt of the selling. Not surprising. These are worries about claims to come. We had Swiss Re, the reinsurer, down 17%. Allianz down 14%. We also had a substantial amount of selling in the air carriers, and this is because of the perception of the fears of flight safety. So we had the likes of British Airways down 12 and 13% on the day. Now, in terms of what's to come tomorrow, the London Stock Exchange, as we know now, that this could change, but that the FTSE is expected to open for business. We don't yet know the Euronext, a combination of the Paris, Brussels, and Amsterdam bourses. We don't know if they will open. The DAX is considering whether to open. Some of your earlier reporters were talking about where did the money go. There's been a real flight to safety out of the U.S. dollar. We've seen the dollar plunging 2% against the euro today. The Swissy gaining on that, and we do know that the ECB is ready to provide liquidity, and we do understand that Alan Greenspan is still in Switzerland. We'll leave it there for now. We'll talk to you in a while. Soon, Bill, back.
And actually, Leslie, the U.S. Fed here has said it is ready to provide any liquidity that is needed, and all of the Fed presidents around the country have repeated that same statement. Leslie LaRoche, thank you so much, Leslie.
Various lawmakers have been weighing in today with their response. Senator Joseph Biden of Delaware is the latest. He says, among other things, he just is champing at the bit to get the Senate back into session. He said at a news conference, in his words, the first thing that we should do is be visible. He said there's no need to close schools. He said while this will be remembered as a day of infamy, the terrorists win when we do anything to change our way of life. Biden and some others said they hope the Congress can go back into session tomorrow. Consuelo Mack, more on the price of oil, which often will move at times like this, and indeed it has today.
And it sure did today, as we just heard from Leslie, Bill, that the price of oil, Brent crude in London, soared today, as did oil stocks in London as well. And joining us is Tom Petrie. He is president and partner of Petrie Partman in Denver. It's an energy research firm. And Tom, I know you were evacuated from your offices earlier in Denver, but the price of oil did surge. What are the implications of this terrorist attack on the markets, and specifically the energy markets?
Hello, Consuelo. Well, it really is a situation where it's very early to make judgments, but
It was referred earlier today as a second Pearl Harbor, and clearly, just as Pearl Harbor was an end of innocence for the U.S. at that time and brought us into World War II, I believe this is an end of innocence with respect to the terrorist threat coming to the continental United States. In that respect, it's a powerful blow to American consumer psyche, and as a result, I think it's very important that OPEC said today that they would continue to supply oil to meet the world's needs. And I think once we get behind us somewhat the tragedy of today's events, then with the recognition is going to be that the challenge for OPEC and perhaps others will be really defending a lower oil price as opposed to worrying about $40 oil. We may be worrying about whether oil goes below 20 and because of the lack of demand. You know, it's an extreme example, but airplanes weren't flying today, and that's just one example of the lack of consumption that comes when the consumer pulls in its horns.
You know, Tom, do you think
as I say, go ahead.
Do you think this is going to have a lasting impact then on consumer psychology and therefore basically on the economy, that in fact it could cause the economy to slow down even more than it has both here and possibly globally?
Nothing's certain at this point, but that's certainly a possibility that I'm worried about. Joe Biden spoke a few minutes ago about the importance of being able to continue as much as possible business as usual, but it will be unrealistic in my mind to expect all business to continue as usual. And I do believe that this will be a blow that does have an impact on lifestyles and consumer patterns.
You know, Tom, this is speculation. It's only speculation. Names that have been mentioned, we had a political risk specialist on earlier, Omar bin Laden for one, Iraq for another, that, you know, among the groups or individuals that could pull off an attack of this scope. What kind of a message does this send to Middle East producers as well?
Well, it's certainly a chilling message to everybody in the world who believes in a degree of order and civility. And so, you know, there are those implications. Traditionally, we've always thought of terrorism as linked to cutoff of oil supplies, interruption, and therefore oil spikes. And certainly there'll be some of that, and that was, in my opinion, the reason you saw the spike in oil prices in trading today. But as I say, I really think when we reflect on what may come down the road, more of the forces are going to argue against demand growth and maybe even some demand shrinkage, and therefore deflation, the deflationary forces that were already in place being reinforced by this event.
Tom Petrie, thanks for joining us from Petrie Parkman out of Denver. Thanks, Tom. And Sue and Bill, back to you.
Consuelo, thank you very much. We are about 30 seconds away from a Pentagon press briefing. Admiral Quigley, the press spokesman there, will be conducting this news conference to let reporters know the status of not only the situation there at the Pentagon, where there was attack, as well as at the World Trade Center, but perhaps about anti-terrorist alert and the status of the U.S. Army, which we already know has been put on heightened alert as well. And of course, it's no surprise that it's outdoors that they're holding this news conference here.
Yes, and also we are awaiting the FBI's news conference. Sometimes they coordinate these events so that they do not overlap, particularly in this particular situation where so much news has occurred today. Obviously, we will be hearing from Admiral Craig Quigley in just a short while. Then we'll be going to the FBI news presser in just a short while as well. And Maria Bartiromo and Bob Pisani are both on Wall Street, in different locations on Wall Street. Bob Pisani was right at the World Trade Center just a short while ago, but Maria Bartiromo has been down at the NYSE. And Maria, I understand they've moved people into the new trading area of the NYSE, those who are left on Wall Street, correct?
That's right, Sue. Right now I'm on the floor, but I walked out a few minutes ago. And the truth
truth is I actually am having a hard time breathing regularly after having been outside for the last 15 minutes. I've been wearing one of these respirator caps, as are everyone who is actually outside, and there aren't many people outside. The streets are empty except for police officers and FBI agents. The dust on the floor is about this high. It is incredibly thick. I've been told by sources down here that it's unlikely that we will see trading resume tomorrow. As you know, at 6 p.m., the New York Stock Exchange and Dick Grasso will be hosting a call to discuss the possibility of trading tomorrow. One source that I spoke with earlier speculated to me that even if we were to see trading, we probably would only see it in partial groups, maybe the S&P 500, but he said that was
Biden a bit earlier today saying he would like to see the Senate and Congress get back into session and deal with this. How is the Hill going to come together, if you will, over this disaster?
Well, number one, we did have the unprecedented statement very early on today from Senator Tom Daschle and Trent Lott, basically condemning the apparent act of terrorism and fully supporting the Commander-in-Chief, George W. Bush. Be that as it may, though, you are getting a cross-section of reaction from members of Congress. One school of thought to sort of hunker down and take a step back. The other, as evidenced by Senator Joe Biden and his comments, that any sort of giving in to terrorism in terms of disruptions of our way of life beyond the obvious security precautions would be just that. So let's raise the profile. Sue, one other thing, too, I want to take the time to do is try and make some sense, if you will, of the fragments of that Pentagon briefing you were hearing just a while ago. You heard, for instance, one of the officials talk about that, quote, this plane that apparently struck the Pentagon, quote, penetrated at least 3 rings. That's significant because the Pentagon basically, in addition to being a 5-sided structure, has 5 rings from A to E, inside out, if you will. So that gives you some sense of really the force of the plane striking the Pentagon. Also, it happened in an area that had been newly renovated, as well as a portion of the existing building. So that's why, for instance, trying to get accurate figures on injuries and casualties is going to be a bit of a problem. You also heard Pentagon officials say they can't account for the safety and the whereabouts of basically the major members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and obviously Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. So as I was listening, as you and our viewers, to that, I thought maybe one of the things I could do is try and make some sense out of a very fragmented briefing that, you know, obviously we had to join in progress. Back to you.
And we appreciate it, Hampton, because those of us who are not familiar with the Pentagon were somewhat confused by their reference to the 3 rings. It's good to know exactly what they were talking about.
Our coverage continues now here on CNBC with Tyler Matheson and Liz Clayman.
This is a CNBC special report. Attack on America.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is CNBC special coverage of the attack on America. I'm Tyler Matheson.
And I'm Liz Clayman. We are now nearly 7.5 hours past what appears to be the worst terrorist attack in the history of the United States.
And now just to clarify and recap what began a day of almost unspeakable shock and horror across the entire United States.
It began in Lower Manhattan in the financial district of New York City at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time. This is at a time when thousands of people were heading to work downtown. A plane heading from Boston to L.A. was hijacked and flown directly into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. You see that on your screen, causing a massive explosion and subsequent fire that drew hundreds of firefighters and rescuers, police officers to the scene to try and evacuate that 110-story building.
And then a mere 21 minutes later, 9:03 a.m. Eastern Time, a second hijacked jetliner draws a terrifying bead. There you see it. It hits the South Tower of the Trade Center. Flight caught live on camera by crews covering the first attack. The impact, ferocious projectile exit wound of fire and smoke.
Then at approximately 9:40 a.m. in Northern Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C., a third hijacked plane crashes into the Pentagon in a burst of flames. One side of the Pentagon, that's the world's largest office building, collapses as hundreds flee that structure.
And then a half hour later, approximately 9:59 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses in an explosion of concrete, steel, glass, and humanity. 110 stories fall as one. The building, weakened by the impact of that first jet, can no longer support its weight.
So as people are rushing there to try and help those who are trying to escape, rescuers attempting to save those trapped in the second tower, it too collapses just a half hour later in a rain of concrete and steel spreading for blocks, showering down debris on the streets of Lower Manhattan below. The entire tip of Lower Manhattan engulfed in smoke and dust, all buildings obscured by the disaster. We're talking about a total of 425,000 cubic yards of concrete, 200,000 tons of steel, 43,000 windows totaling 600,000 square feet of glass. You can only imagine all of the people who are down below either trying to flee the area anyway, escape, or at least the rescuers trying to help those who were trying to leave. We must also mention that in a separate but apparently related crash, a fourth hijacked plane, a Boeing 757, crashed in western Pennsylvania this morning just southeast of Pittsburgh. In just the airplane crashes alone, the dead total 266. Michelle Caruso-Cabrera has been following the events of the day. Also, of course, as we are a financial network here, the impact on financial markets. She joins us with the latest. Michelle.
Thank you, Liz. As a result of the terrorist attack on America today, the SEC halted all trading in U.S. markets. International markets plunged while oil, gold, and bonds soared. It is unlikely the U.S. markets will reopen tomorrow. There will be a conference call 2 hours from now to decide just that. Part of the issue, the lack of infrastructure resulting from the bombing. Morgan Stanley Dean Witter had a very large office in the towers at the World Trade Center. Cantor and Fitzgerald's headquarters are at the top of the North Tower. Oppenheimer Funds had 5 floors in the South Tower. Across the street at the World Trade Center was the New York Mercantile Exchange, where oil, gold, and futures contracts are traded. Very unlikely they can return there tomorrow as well. Bank of America, Deutsche Bank also have offices in that area. Keefe, Bruyette & Woods, a small firm which covers the financial industry, also has offices in the towers. International markets plunged in the wake of the news. Frankfurt's DAX 30 dropped 9%, its biggest one-day drop ever. The Paris CAC fell 7.4%, London's FTSE 5.7%, Stockholm's market plunging 7.5%, and in Amsterdam, the AEX fell 7%, Milan's MIB 30 dropped 7.8%, and the Toronto Stock Exchange plunged 4% before trading was halted. Brent crude, however, surged today more than $3 to $30.65 a barrel. That is a 12% gain. The fear is that hostilities resulting from this terrorist attack will curtail the supply of oil. Spot gold climbed to $290 an ounce. Unlike a futures contract, spot gold is for delivery right now. People chasing the hard commodity to have it on hand because it is seen as stable in times of chaos. Also in the search for safety, Treasury surged, especially short-term notes. And there are expectations for a massive short covering rally in the natural gas market once that reopens here. Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan is in Switzerland for a meeting there. He tried to come back when news of the attack broke, but his plane was turned back as part of the lockdown on U.S. airports. His whereabouts are being kept secret. The Federal Reserve said it is ready to provide liquidity to the nation's banks if needed. And we will keep you up to date on any overseas trading. The bond continues to trade overseas, as do a number of commodities. That's it from here. That's today's play-by-play. Back to you, Tyler and Liz.
Michelle, thank you very much. Maria Bartiromo was right in the area of the World Trade Center during those attacks this morning at her normal place in the New York Stock Exchange. She was covered in debris and ran for cover along with other folks. She is now safely at the New York Stock Exchange, where she has spent the afternoon reporting for us. Maria, describe the physical and emotional sensations, what you saw, what you felt, and the reaction at the exchange. We don't have Maria Bartiromo, I'm sorry to say.
Well, of course, the big aspect here politically is that President Bush is very much involved. He's watching this very closely. He was about to participate in an event in Sarasota, Florida, when that first attack occurred this morning. He made a brief statement in Florida. Then he headed right to an Air Force base in Louisiana, and has now, Hampton Pearson, I understand, moved to a strategic air command in Omaha, Nebraska. Hampton is standing by in Washington, D.C. with more on that. Hampton.
Liz, right you are. The president is basically in a very secure location outside the Omaha, Nebraska area. We just got a briefing and a brief statement moments ago from here in Washington from Karen Hughes, a top White House advisor, that pretty much cataloged the outline of responses from the president, his top national security advisors, in steps being taken in reaction to this apparent unprecedented terrorist attack in both the New York City area and, of course, here to Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon. She basically cataloged, among other things, that U.S. forces and embassies around the world are on the highest state of alert. The president, the vice president, the Speaker of the House have all been moved to or are in very safe and secure locations. The national security team is meeting with the president at this hour, the meeting being conducted by the president from that secure location outside the Omaha, Nebraska area. There have been obviously a number of actions taken by the government that impact basically all facets of life as we know it here today. All airports closed nationwide by the FAA for the first time, an unprecedented move. International flights outside the U.S. Or headed to the U.S. have been diverted outside U.S. borders, most notably to Canada. And we are also being told by the FAA that at this point in time it appears that there will be no domestic flights at least until noon tomorrow at the earliest. Also, it was pointed out that, yes, while the financial markets, in fact, were closed today, the banks never closed, and the Federal Reserve system was up and fully functioning, as has been mentioned elsewhere, providing liquidity not only today, but in the days and weeks to come in the aftermath of this incredible tragedy. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Hampton Pearson in Washington reporting for us from the nation's capital right now. We're just seeing a flash that the U.S. Treasury Department says it has now canceled its Wednesday 4-week bill auction with no plans to reschedule that. So clearly the financial reverberations continuing to be felt as a result of this. And nowhere were the reverberations more intimately felt than down at the New York Stock Exchange in the financial district of Manhattan today. Bob Pisani has been there all day and has just returned from the streets of Lower Manhattan. What can you tell us, Bob?
Well, I was, Tyler, on the site of the South Tower, what was the South Tower of the World Trade Center. About an hour and a half ago, went there and went in with the first wave of emergency people and fire people who were actually allowed to start climbing what is left of the building. There is a gigantic, as you can imagine, 30-foot high pile of twisted steel and rubble that the EMS people were beginning to climb onto, along with the fire people, looking for any signs of life. I did see them take what appeared to be a body out, and again, they are simply there looking all over for any signs of life, although, as you can imagine, at this point, just wading through the rubble of the street that I was on, which I come up every morning, Liberty Street, which is next to the World Trade Center, was been virtually obliterated. It is just piles and piles of rubble at this point. There are probably several hundred firefighters and EMS people that are on the site right now. Many of them just, frankly, like me, staring at it, never seeing anything like it, and hopefully never seeing anything again. They are now beginning to cordon off the area. To my knowledge, I was the only reporter that was on the scene, or at least that was standing on the site. They asked me to leave a short while ago, and now the place is being flooded with firemen. But I want to point out that for the longest time, it appears the fire department didn't feel it was safe for people to go into the area, even for the emergency teams to go into the area. And it's only been in the last hour and a half or so that people have actually started climbing around on top of the rubble. So a lot of people, even I talked to some experienced people who've seen many fires and many serious disasters, some of them just staring themselves in shock at the twisted piles of steel that are there. Tyler?
Well, Bob, I just want to ask one question, then I know Liz has one. Did you see whether there were any fires still burning?
Oh yes. When I was there, and unfortunately I don't know the number of the building, but the building immediately next to the World Trade Center building, there was still a building that was on fire, and there were a lower part of some rubble pieces that was on fire and was continuing to burn, quite notably. There is also a building, and I'm sorry, Tyler, I don't know the number of the building, that is directly to the south of the South Tower of the World Trade Center that was very seriously damaged, and that the fire department and the emergency people have simply been frankly staring at, trying to figure out what to do with it, appears. But there may be some question about its its stability. I couldn't get any definitive answer from anybody down there. As you can imagine, it's rather chaotic right now. And again, they are just on the scene now in the last hour and a half, really beginning to comb through the rubble.
Bob, we are just getting a word over the wires at Morgan Stanley, which of course is the largest tenant of the World Trade Centers. They had something like 50 floors dedicated to their trading and to their employees, is coming out with a memo that of course says that the Trade Center personnel had survived Tuesday's morning's attack and apparently were all right. This from Phil Purcell, the CEO, and he's saying that some of the employees have survived. The investment firm's senior management is reporting that they expect operations up and functioning tomorrow. Their clients should not worry that their records are safe. More importantly, of course, is the human toll. 3,500 employees work there. Who else is in there? We've got Cantor Fitzgerald. We had Commerzbank, Deutsche Bank, some other big names.
There are... Liz, in the immediate area around the World Trade Center, there are virtually dozens of brokerage houses, as well as the NYMEX itself, which is directly across the street itself. And I was not allowed to cross over the West Side Highway to where the headquarters of Merrill Lynch, American Express, the NYMEX, the exchange that is over on the other side of the West Side Highway. But they are adjacent to each other. There is the World Trade Center, the West Side Highway, which is 6 lanes, I believe, and then the World Financial Center, which houses Merrill Lynch and American Express's headquarters, as well as the NYMEX. I was not allowed to actually get through it. It's just a twisted pile of rubble at this point, and I'm not sure of the damage. But I can tell you on the south side, where there are office buildings and brokerage firms situated there was serious damage to the buildings that were directly adjacent to the World Trade Center. So it wasn't just those that were damaged. All in the immediate area next to it has been serious damage.
All right, Bob Bassani, thank you very much for that report, and I'm sure we'll be checking back with you repeatedly this evening. Well, London continued trading during the attacks today. The stock markets there crumbled, however, because of what happened in New York City this morning. Leslie Roche is standing by in London now, where it is, about 8 o'clock in the evening. Leslie?
It is 8 o'clock local time here in London, Tyler. We did have the bourses, the major markets across Europe stayed open through this tragedy, and we saw sharp waves of selling, not surprisingly. We did have the FTSE closing down 5.7% lower, its biggest point loss since the October '87 crash. A massive $98 billion wiped off of this market cap today. Only 3 stocks climbed. Those were BP, Shell, and Defense System BAE. Over in Frankfurt, there was a bomb scare at the Deutsche Börse. It was evacuated. We did have the DAX, though, trade through that problem. It turned out to be a hoax, but the DAX lost a massive 396 points today. Really, the brunt of the selling was seen in the insurance sector. That's in anticipation of the claims to come. We also have British Airways down 21% today, a sample of some of the fears, the flying fears that we can expect in the flying public. I also want to tell you a little bit about what's happening in sort of a general and the political scope here in Europe. All of the streets around U.S. embassies in Europe are being closed. All of the Frankfurt skyscrapers were evacuated earlier today. There are recommendations that those stay closed through tomorrow. Tony Blair, Prime Minister, coming out today saying that London is on high alert. The airport's increased security. There's a bit of a no-fly zone over London. That has been widened. There will be no private or civil aircrafts allowed over London. Financial institutions have been advised of security measures, and I think, and probably what sums it up best, is we had word that Queen Elizabeth is watching developments in growing disbelief and total shock. Leave it there for now. We'll bring you an update later. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Leslie LaRoche. Of course, as we mentioned, the human toll is the most important thing, and Rudy Giuliani has been, the mayor of New York, has been coming out with some numbers about 1,500 people wounded at Liberty Park, and of course, hundreds and hundreds have been sent to area hospitals. We just wanted to mention that, and as the numbers come in, we'll bring them to you. In the meantime, we want to just shift a little bit to the markets here. Darby Mullaney has been in Midtown Manhattan at our bureau there. Darby, the conference call, 6 p.m. with markets and regulators to decide what will happen tomorrow, although we're hearing reports reports that most likely trading will not resume, at least at the New York Stock Exchange.
Indeed. We're still waiting to hear official word as to when exactly the markets will reopen and if it will happen tomorrow. A conference call is scheduled for 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. We should get some kind of indication then. The Securities and Exchange Commission ordered the markets closed for today. And as we were talking about earlier, several top financial firms have offices in what was the Twin Tower complex. Morgan Stanley, perhaps the biggest tenant. A spokesperson at Morgan Stanley earlier today told us that as opposed to what the wires are saying, that they had 50 floors in the complex, that they actually had 22 floors in number 2 World Trade Center and 3 floors in another building in the complex, number 5 World Trade Center. You all were reading a press release from Morgan Stanley that just came out earlier saying that they'll be back in business tomorrow and that many of the staff members, if not all of them, survived, if I heard you correctly. We were told that they would issue a press release at 5 o'clock Eastern time. In any case, we're following up on that. Mary Thompson will have more on that later. The other firms in the Twin Towers include Credit Suisse Group, Germany's Commerzbank, Deutsche Bank, Thomson Financial, and Cantor Fitzgerald. I put in a call to Cantor Fitzgerald to the Connecticut office to see if we could get any information from there. My source there was not available, and the person who answered the phone said that Cantor Fitzgerald was not going to be issuing any comments right now. And I would have to say that the person on the phone did seem, understandably, very upset. So we're awaiting word from them to see